Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning. Tuesday. No, Wednesday. Oh, gee, gad. How are all my lovelies, my courtroom junkies? How are y'all doing this morning? Yow, I'm hot. I know I'm hot, but dang. No, I'm kidding. You don't see. We ought to move this. We got Heidi, the Highlander, here. There she is. My little girl. How is everybody doing today? Oh, sunny day. Thank you for joining me one sunny day. Thank you so much for liking. Of course. And guess what? I did a drawing yesterday, but it wasn't online. I'll pull the winner. I'll let you know who it was. We are going to watch a video that just dropped on Karen Reed from Channel 25. It is an interview with Miss Karen Reed. This was done prior to yesterday, of course. However, it is very telltale. I really enjoyed it. I like the way they did it. I really do. So we're going to share it, and we're going to watch it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to dissect it. Yes. I think I'm going to put me down here for this one. Okay. Are y'all ready? Good morning.
How many nights
Morning,
do you
Dave.
think that you stayed at a hotel since this legal saga began?
Since the legal saga began, trial was every bit of 10 weeks and then a week or so leading up to it. So that's 100 days, 90 plus days. And then every hearing, at least one day. And that's just not having a license and being out in the suburbs. Now I don't have my house anymore. So I'm always in transition of where I'm staying. So, and when Alan and Liza come in, and now Bob, and if it's one of our experts, time is of the essence. And I like to be involved in everything. So I certainly don't want my legal team convening and I'm not there. You miss one day of this case on this legal team and you're behind. We just got a discovery dump today. This tends to happen right before a hearing. We get discovery. I wonder if part of that is preempting us saying in court in an open forum that we're still waiting on this, this, and this. So then we get it. And then, but we haven't had time to really distill it before we're back in court. But we just got a dump today. And it's nice because the lawyers are coming in and we're kind of all combing through it. We'll sit down tonight and go through it. We'll have time again tomorrow to go through it. So staying with them helps foster this logistically.
During this time, when there is no trial, we see you in court once every 3 months. But what's going on when we're not seeing you? This is it, right?
This is it. I work on the case every day. From when I wake up, I'll take a few breaks. I'll have dinner with friends or with my family or both. But the hearing those are easy days. I mean, they're easy for me. I don't have to do anything, but it's all the days in between. Now this is the second trial. So for any given witness, there's the initial police reports, or in some cases, no police reports. We've got the state grand jury. Then we've had a federal grand jury and now a trial. And then any interim police reports that involve some of these witnesses. So it's layers of statements, and the inconsistencies are just seemingly endless. So there's always work to do. And it's like finding a needle in a haystack, that the report may look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it 2 or 3 times and it starts to sink in. We were just looking at a police report, my father and I, a couple mornings ago, an early police report from January 29th by Michael Lank with the Canton PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he goes into 34 Fairview, if John got in a fight the night before. And I always read that as if...
And that's documented?
That's documented in the Canton police report from that day, 3 years ago, nearly to the hour to right now. But now that I read it, I'm like, of course he's being asked if he knew of John getting into a fisticuffs, because John looks like he was.
Right.
And those are things that I read in the moment when I was arrested and then arraigned on February 2nd. And
let's talk about that. Y'all, this is important. John looked like he had been...
I don't quite know the contours of what I'm dealing with.
John looked like he'd been in a fisticuff. That's what they were going on. That's what they were talking about. Nothing else but John being in a fisticuff. So why did they not follow through on that? Oh, we know why. Because they're crooked as hell. Here we go.
First think that this is just mistaken. I was hysterical. I was drinking, and they've just got the wrong person. And then piece by piece, it came together. Like they got the right person. I'm the wrong person, but for them, I was the right person. Now, 3 years later, looking at a police report that I got on February, actually, David came and brought it to the holding cell at the Stoughton District Courthouse on February 2nd, right before I was arraigned. You see something every time that you just can't see without repetition. Your eyes like preempt what you're gonna, what the next word is, what the next sentence, and it doesn't have the same meaning to you today on January 29th, 2025 that it did in 2022.
So are you going through all the police reports that you've looked at prior and all the statements? You're going through everything again? You
got to go through everything again, because every time you get something new, it's not what is this on its face. In my case, it's what's changed. What are they saying now versus what did they say 6 months ago, 12, 18 months ago? So you're always doing, I've got some things in a spreadsheet, that's how my mind has always worked, but some things you just have to read. You've got to go through the court minutes, go through the transcripts, but a police report today, we'll read something. Liza and I were on the phone on the way up here, and it's, wait a minute, what did this witness say, or what did this responding officer say back on February 10th, 2022? Well, now he's saying this. So you've got to always compare and see what's changed.
Do you
see that is something I'm eagerly looking forward to in this trial? What is going to be different? What is changed? Why has it changed? I gotta say, for her drive for so long and her positivity is very encouraging.
You feel like you've gotten more astute doing this now for 3 years?
I feel I understand now how it's gonna. I understand better how it's gonna play in court. I think of things I was texting David constantly in the early days of this. I'd find something and I think, well, can't we go talk to this person? And they'll say it didn't happen that way. And now I know better how tough it is to get, especially in my case, how tough it is to get something admitted. Even going into trial with my seasoned attorneys, there were things we thought we could show, like an exhibit, for example, like one witness, Christina Hanley, the key part of her forensic report at the MSP lab, and she's just a scientist, a civilian, but the glass on the bumper that was photographed on the bumper does not match the cocktail glass, does not match the cocktail glass. So that.
Wait, did she just say that? The glass on the bumper that they found, the little particles of glass, does not, oh God, I'm sorry, got something in my eye, does not scientifically match the cocktail glass. Surprise! That's
means
news
it's from another
that didn't
piece
come
of
out during
glass.
the trial.
So that had to have been two breaking events. There's the glass that was found around John's body, the base,
my toe.
I think it was Lank that pulled it out with his gloves on, or maybe it was Buchnick, the base of the cocktail glass. That is scientifically proven by the state police, Christina Hanley, not to be the glass that was on the bumper.
On the bumper. But I think the jury was left in the first trial with the impression that it was the glass.
Yes, because it's so confusing. Nothing's referred to as the cocktail glass or the bumper glass or the lawn glass. It's 7-1 item 5
Right.
or item A, or 7-12 items A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's more glass found by Proctor, and that's 7-13 item A. And when you have the scientist who, my guess is worried that we're trying to impeach her when we're in fact not, we just wanted her to present the report. And this is, I don't know when she testified, but it's mid-trial, it's 2 p.m, it's 80 degrees outside, and you see jurors' eyes glass over, and I know what's coming. I know what that report is, and it doesn't come out cleanly. So we were thinking going into trial, we could summarize what she was saying using her own acronyms and abbreviations. Here's 7-12, here's 7-13, no match, something like that. And that exhibit was denied. So we were learning on the fly things we
Not
thought.
having it sidebar, correct? Because I don't remember.
It happened at
Sorry.
sidebar.
Okay. So this is a very familiar spot in Boston for you. This is your old life.
This is my old life that I go by probably once a week. I took the train in and out of South Station every day to where I lived in Mansfield. And I'd come out the back, and this is where I worked for 15 years. Fidelity at 245 Summer Street.
And
Equity analyst was your title.
I was equity research. My role was a sector specialist, and it was in this building at 245.
Do you still stay in contact with any of the people you worked
I
with?
do. I would say about half of my donations have come from former colleagues at Fidelity. Half of what you're aware of that you can see has come from former Fidelity
That's
colleagues.
amazing.
So
very kind.
it's funny, Ted. I was sent home from Fidelity from that building, I want to say the second week in February 2020, the pandemic. And I remember talking to someone on the subway. I took like a 2 p.m. train back to Mansfield, and I was talking to someone else who had been sent home from a job, a different facility.
Because of COVID.
And we were saying, we'll be back in a week, right? 2 weeks. Little did I know, I'd reconnect with someone I had dated nearly 20 years earlier in 2004. I'd be working from home for 2 years, and then he would be tragically killed, murdered. And I've been framed for it. And I never would set foot in that building again. So it was a pandemic, and then I was suspended from Fidelity officially as soon as I was indicted.
Is that their policy?
I would think so. I would think so, that it means there's been some due process.
Is there hard feelings about that? Or could you even have kept your job even if you wanted to?
I would not be capable of having that responsibility to shareholders and trying to save my own life. I was bitter at first, but I understand it. I just had such strong, tender feelings for, and I still do, for Fidelity. I would have stayed there forever. I was very happy there. But as former...
She could go back. If she's found not guilty and doesn't have any federal charges against her, she can go back. Sorry, my fan. So hopefully she'll get that back. I keep thinking, God says, I will return to you what the evil has taken 7 times 7.
Coworkers have reached out, have donated incredibly generously. I feel like, all right, it's the company is the people, and they've been there for me. And
do you miss that?
I miss working every day. I miss just being ordinary and not feeling like people are looking at me everywhere I go.
Does that happen?
It does. I don't know that everyone is, but I know people approach me everywhere I go, and I have to imagine there's people who aren't approaching me that recognize me. But I've come to terms with the fact, Ted, that this is what my purpose is in my life. It wasn't working at Fidelity. It wasn't teaching a night class at Bentley. Those jobs are replaceable. Someone else is doing the job. Someone else is teaching. Someone else is the dean at Bentley now that my father's gone. And we're here to shed light on the corruption that exists in this state. And I feel humbled by it in some ways. It's a nightmare, and I wish it never happened. But I also feel that I can handle this, and I don't feel weaker as it goes. I feel stronger. And the public support is a big, the restoration of my reputation, which was a big loss, has re-energized me, has energized me, rejuvenated me. But this is what I'm here for. And I get messages constantly mainly from people I've never met and from people that are suffering. And it's a lot of women that have either had like a physical loss of a spouse or a child, or an illness similar to mine, or with a colostomy bag, or have been the victim of police harassment or some type of unfairness with the criminal justice system. And there's a lot of suffering in this world. Mine is just very visible, but I do feel honored isn't the right word, but I'm humbled by it. And I feel like this is your purpose. And a lot of people have purposes thrust on them that they didn't really want.
So people will stop you on these streets. What do they say to you?
A lot of times, so I just went to the cobbler to get shoes that I'm going to wear to court this week that I wore out during trial. And the cobbler on Tremont Street and someone in the shop said to me, just very respectfully, hang in there. And a lot of people are pulling for you. I hear that.
The last time I heard someone say cobbler was a long time ago. I'm all in for it, y'all. I'm loving the cobbler. I'm loving the cobbler. That's cool.
Probably the most, if I could generalize the sentiment. We're pulling for you. Hang in there. I was walking through the Common when the weather was warmer in the fall with an old friend from Fidelity, and someone just was running, some guy maybe about 25, 30 years old, running through the Common, and he waited until he passed me. And this was about 5 o'clock. There were people everywhere, and he just yelled, "Free Karen Reed." People will yell that in a busy area, but it's constant. And it's heartwarming to me that this is my old stomping grounds. I used to live here in the building on the other side of this park lane. That was my first apartment. I met my best girlfriend there, and then I started working at Fidelity.
Were you in your 20s when you all started?
I was in my 20s when I started at Fidelity. I'd been somewhere before that, but this area is comfortable to me. And there was a year that was kind of in hibernation where the general public did not know the truth of what had happened.
Right.
So I didn't know when I went out, what are people thinking? I would go check my mail or bring my garbage barrels in at night. I'd wait until nighttime, and then I'd go out to the street on Gilbert Street where I used to live in Mansfield, and I just didn't want anyone looking at me or wondering or judging. And now I can only go out when I have energy and I'm ready to engage and I'm receptive to it. I mean, if we're having a rough day with the case or something personal, I can't just go out and be anonymous and just sit and.
Because someone will approach you.
Someone will approach, but it always feels good.
Yeah.
And it makes me think, all right, these are common people. These are
Hello,
the jurors.
John.
Yep.
Thanks for joining.
And I've had one experience with someone saying something negative to me. And I've had, I don't know, countless, during trial, every time we went somewhere on an average night or an average lunch outing, 20 people. In the summer during trial in this neighborhood, we'd have 15 to 20 people just to go out for lunch for an hour. We'd
I'm
get
gonna get
stopped
my
that many
toast.
times. It does feel good. The contrast with what it was like before this, before people knew, it does feel good. It's just takes a lot out of you.
Have you always been high energy and sort of on the move, or have you had to sort of reach deep?
I've always worked well under pressure. I've had other challenges in my life, and I always feel stronger after I overcome them. What I've had to learn to do is keep things in perspective, not let the evil that's entered my life take over how I feel about people in general. And that's another reason when I'm out in a busy area, it's like, right, this is humanity. It's just, there's a few powerful people who don't have good intentions that have a lot of control over my life right now. But yeah, I've been I would say, yeah, high energy. I mean, I was sick for a while, so
Yep.
Notwithstanding that period, but I don't usually crumble under stress.
In your day-to-day, sort of since the first trial ended, would you say that, do you get any free time? Like if you're going to decompress, like what's that going to be? What's that? Do you like listening to music? Do you have shows, books? Where do you find that sort of, where do you get that rejuvenation from?
I feel the best when I'm working on the case. If I have a dinner planned with someone, and inevitably the conversation at the dinner table always turns to the case, or someone comes over and wants to talk about the case. I do have shows. I try to make it a policy, Ted, unless something is really pressing that comes up at night. I try by 8 or 9 o'clock to put some thoughtless TV on, a reality show or a movie, something fictional that I've wanted to see, just to help me sleep. And, the first year, the first 6 months, a year of this hell, I had nightmares. I dreamed about John. I dreamed about finding him. I had this recurring dream that he survived, but didn't know what happened to him. I've not had that dream in a long time. But I found I've got to try to force my brain to shut off, and then it becomes muscle memory. Then by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, once you practice, in my experience anyway, once you practice a routine enough, it becomes easier.
When does the day start? If it ends around 8 o'clock at night, are you working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. typically?
Yeah, I mean, there's breaks. I'll take breaks. I'll do stuff. Until recently, I lived in my house. I would do projects. I'd wallpaper, or paint, or work in my yard. Just for health reasons, just to get fresh air, get sun on my face.
Do you ever running, or do you
Yeah, I actually sold my treadmill to my neighbor when I moved. So I don't really run anymore. I try to lift weights every day for at least, 20 or 30 minutes. Is
that also therapeutic?
Yeah, it is. It is. I listen to music all the time.
Who do you like?
U2 is my favorite.
Okay.
But I love anything. I love classic rock, alt rock. Seems all my friends are getting into country or have been.
Yeah.
And it's an acquired taste. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, I haven't jumped on that bandwagon yet.
I can't. I've been told my music all sounds the same, so I don't like telling other people that, but I kind of have to tell country music fans that this all sounds the same to me.
Have you been able to survive the last 3 years without falling into a depression, or have you and come out? Are you still in it?
No, I haven't, Ted. I felt grief at the loss of John, and I've never been with someone so intimately, and then they're just gone from the earth. It's not like other relationships I've had where at least they're there. You may pass them on the street, or you may text them. The day after he died on January 30th, David told me I needed to hire a private investigator, and I did right away. And on January 30th, he drove to my parents. It was still snowing the day after John John was killed. My PI picked me up and he said, we need to go retrace your steps.
You did that on the 30th?
I did it on the 30th. And it was one of the worst days of my life. No disrespect to my PI, who I love. And I'm sure he was equally uncomfortable, but I could barely even get ready to leave. I'd just cleaned up for the first time. I'd still, up until that point, still had John's blood in my hair. I didn't have any clothes because I didn't think I wasn't going back to John's house. And we retraced my steps, and I drove by John's house, and there had to have been 20 cars, maybe more, wrapped around the block. And I felt like I was looking in on my life from the sky. That window, all my things are in there. I was just in there with him, and now I'm gone, and he's gone, and he's never going back. And they're mourning him, and I'm not there. And so those first few months, I think I started to get my sea legs. My two best friends, my best friend and her husband came, and we rented an Airbnb in Newport for 3 days at the end of March. It was cold. It was raining the whole time. We had dinner, and then we just went back and talked about the case. And it was very emotional, just a lot of emotions from all of us. And they had spent a lot of time with John. And David reached out to me while I was down in Newport, and he said, we've got some discovery. And we hadn't gotten anything but the initial police report.
This is March 2020.
This is late March 2022. I was reading the discovery, and they were implying in this report from Michael Proctor that I had deleted ring footage from John's house. That was the first time. It almost jolted me, Ted, back to you've got to start fighting. They're coming for you. This is not a case of they misconstrued my behavior or were told things that weren't accurate about me that morning. This was, now they've got me deleting things. This is
an attack.
Nefarious. What they're accusing me of is nefarious behavior, and the way they're doing it is nefarious. And I realized then when they drove me back to my house in Mansfield, this is getting even more serious than it already was. And I had my routine dealing with the grief, and it was, I woke up every morning, I prayed. I missed the kids very much at first, and my dad would come.
John's niece and nephew.
My dad would come over almost every day, and the O'Keefes had taken out a stay away order almost immediately within like 48 or 72 hours. So it wasn't even an option to reach out to them. It was like.
Now that to me is unusual. Think about it. Within 48 hours of his passing, they already have her accused of unaliving him and got a stay away order, when they had all been a part of each other's lives. That to me is unusual.
They were gone too. And my dad picked up my rosary beads, which were on an end table in my living room. And he said, when you think about them and you feel helpless, that you can't reach out to, you just pray for them. That's all you can do. So that was part of my morning routine. I would read, I would pray, and because I was up very early. And then I started to get into this routine of working on the case from like 10 a.m. to whenever it started to get dark. And I'd call one of the attorneys, or I'd call someone in my family or one of my friends, like, this doesn't sound right. This doesn't look right. These times aren't right. These names aren't right. And then it's been a steady, I get really charged by, I feel like I'm fighting. I'm covering ground, and I'm doing something constructive. I can't litigate this. I don't know legally how to maneuver, but I can at least help provide my attorneys with the materials they need to put together a motion or a cross-examination. I can do that dirty work.
How much of the day-to-day decisions are Karen Reed?
I have a strong vote in the decisions. I will always defer to Alan and David and Liza. They know best. They have the experience. But the longer this goes, I have more confidence in my decisions. Things I've suspected were happening or that are going to happen have happened. And I think that's because this is my only experience in this arena, and it's been very negative. And the motives of players in this on behalf of law enforcement are disingenuous, to put it mildly. And I think David and Alan have a wider sample with wider outcomes than I do. They've worked with honest cops, honest DAs. So I'm much more pessimistic right now. And therefore, I just happen to be better calibrated than they are.
It sounds to me like maybe it wasn't a seminal moment, but there was a time that, the grief was so heavy, and it's almost like you felt you were getting backed into a corner by what you were seeing in like the filings and the accusations, that kind of...
I think I channeled the grief into something constructive. And then somewhere in the middle of it all, I think I know that the lowest point of this whole thing for me, apart from 6 a.m. on January 29th, was getting rearrested. And now I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't physically expecting it. I wasn't mentally or emotionally. And then legally, I didn't even know you could be upcharged. I didn't even know that was a thing. I was expecting to be indicted because of, ham sandwiches, but I wasn't expecting to be indicted for intentionally doing this now. And so somewhere in the middle of all that, there's no time. There's no space to mourn anymore. Think about your previous life. It's like they've held me back at the starting blocks, and they've had this massive head start. I've got to catch up, and I've just got to put my head down and work. And it's been like that ever since. I mean, even if I get away, if I go see friends in Florida, I stay and work on the case, and then they pick me up for dinner, and we go out for 3 hours. And then it's, I'm getting some vitamin D and some sunlight, but other than that, it's the case. And that's how I feel best. I'll be so happy when it's over, but until I'm acquitted, this is the only thing that calms me down. I feel good going to bed at night knowing I've put in a solid chunk of time, that if I have to sift through these lies and this knot of lies, I'll just undo it thread by thread, and I'll take whatever you want to dish out.
How many pieces of paper have you put your hands on in this case?
I've worked a lot online. A lot of it is in Dropbox, and that was necessitated by being in this car and getting a call from, like, the whole ride up here. I was talking to Liza, and we just got Discovery, and there's not time, and it's not really efficient to print out whatever we got today, 200 pages, and digest it. But I can flip through my phone or my laptop. So, but if I were to convert it to paper, Ted, at this point, it's probably around like 10,000, I'd say, on top of videos, hundreds of Ring videos, hours of video from the waterfall, from C.F. McCarthy's, voicemails, phone records, even that, we downloaded Jen McCabe's Gray Key Extraction, and we were in the physical analyzer for Celebrate. You don't even know where to start. Do I look at when was her phone unlocked? When was it vertical versus horizontal? Was there a temperature change in the phone? Was there an elevation change? When was the phone unlocked?
That's how granular you're getting?
Yeah, because you just don't know like John's phone, for example, when it was locked, when it was in, when the backlight was on, when did he read his last text? And Jen, for example, we went through all her location data. Well, Rick Green did, but then Rick gives us access to Celebrate, so I can go through it myself. It wasn't until trial started, the jury was impaneled, and Rick called us and said, on a whim, I started looking at Jen's location data for the days immediately following January 29th. And does this address mean anything to you? And it was Michael Lank's address.
I remember that came up in trial.
And that came up at trial. And then they tried to preempt it by this police report that we got after Jen took the stand, after she's already gone, saying, yeah, Jen was there. I don't know what her story was, trading cupcake recipes with Lank's wife. Once again, at a lead investigator's house on this case, but he wasn't there. She was talking to the wife, which is a story that
right, and she said she never got out of the car.
Said she never got out of the car. This was, I think, the date at Lank's house was January 30th. It was still snowing that day. It's freezing, but she doesn't get out. They sit, and she said, I think she said it could have been a half hour. They're just sitting in the driveway, which doesn't make much common sense. But that location data had to be parsed from all her location data that comes in latitude and longitude coordinates with like 6 decimal places. And if you see negative 42.87356, it doesn't mean anything to you. You've got to then translate it to a map using another software. And then a lot of it's all around her house. And then maybe it's at the grocery store. And
did that come from the feds?
That Jen's phone, Jen turned in herself. Okay. But it's so tedious. And that was a big data point that she was.
But here's the thing. If I am a mom, and my child was unalived, and I had known the significant other like her, and they came and said she did it, I'm not going to necessarily believe it so quickly. I guess because of my history and background, accused does not mean you did it. I think that getting a stay order in less than 48 hours is pretty drastic. I think that I don't know. It just seemed a little fast. That tells me, because remember in the testimony of Trooper Proctor, he said the first week or so they had her pegged from day one, but they were looking at all other avenues. But that's a lie, because if they had told his family that she had did it within 48 hours, they had a stay order. She was in jail. So wasn't she put in jail on day 2 after? That's 48 hours. So I think that they were talking to that family well before they even had enough evidence to say it was her. I'm just saying, I think they were talking to the family, and I think that that's inappropriate. I don't know. It just seems awfully fast for me.
At his house, and we didn't find it until 2 years.
When you have no hard evidence, like in the Sarah Boone trial, you have a video with her putting him in, with him in the suitcase and telling him, shh. But this situation, you didn't have anything hard proof.
2 years into this, there's always more to find. So it's not as if I'm retreading tracks, trying to find something I might have missed. There's always more ground to cover. And now that the case is so public and people are so supportive, now it's trying to digest these tips and which ones are fake, first of all.
So people send you tips.
We get tips constantly. A lot go directly to David and or Alan. Some come over Facebook. Some go to the administrators of the social media pages.
What is the normal procedure? Your attorneys will meet, several days, the night before?
Whatever they can afford to do.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's coming in tonight for a Friday hearing. And so are you essentially war rooming until that hearing?
Yeah, we'll war room. We have a few tips we want to follow up on. Alan tries to jam the schedule. If there's somebody that wants to meet with us that might tell something useful, we'll schedule. We'll cram in as much as we can get in.
So you're still developing information?
Yeah. We got information today about John's phone that is exculpatory.
But from outside sources as well, not from
outside. Yeah, no, from outside. But sometimes, Ted, it's the internal discovery that opens up another door, another rabbit hole we've got to go down that might make sense with something we've heard. It's constant triangulation of what do we know? What have we been given in discovery? Of that discovery, how much can we actually rely on? How much do we think is manufactured? And then does it dovetail with anything we've heard from people in the community?
Right.
I mean, if I could afford to, I would have the lawyers and I'd have more PIs. My PI is great, but we throw everything at him. And we'd be we'd be trying to follow leads
Is your
every
private
day.
does your private investigator work full time for you?
No.
So
no.
it's
He's
as
ad
it
hoc.
comes. So.
Yeah. Sometimes I won't speak to him for a month, but he's always following things, following the case, and just give him a heads up, day's notice, and he's going to meet us tomorrow in the afternoon to track down a few things. A lot of it ends up being nothing, or it's something that's not admissible. A ton of it is hearsay, which is something I didn't know anything about going into this. Well, someone heard from someone else that parts of the basement were replaced or something was broken in the house, and can't go anywhere with it.
So does Robert Alessi then, does he take part in like this sort of day-to-day stuff, or is he more focused on sort of, like he was critical in the Dr. Russell? So are portions of the case divvied up then to different people to work on?
Yeah. So ideally we would be full-time trial prep, or at least full-time for me. And when the lawyers are working on my case, it's trial prep. And now we've gotten this curveball for these job requests that it's, and we're expecting more. So we've gone through Dr. Russell on the dog bites, now Rick Green on the Google search.
So for people who don't understand this, so you only had 6 people testify in the first trial, and for the second trial, the prosecution is trying to prevent
most of them.
How many experts are they trying to prevent right now?
I don't know where they're going to go with ARCA, but I think
so they did file a motion about the ARCA guy.
They did file a motion. They actually filed an intent to file the motion. About ARCA. They're trying to accuse us of a discovery violation, that they don't have all the available information on ARCA. I didn't hire ARCA.
Right. And that information could only come from the feds.
That information can only come from the feds. So that's 4. We're not calling back Frank Sheridan, and that just leaves Lucky Loughran. He's the 6th one.
Okay.
So there's no other. If there were more witnesses, I'd probably have more of these hearings.
And Lucky's still.
Lucky still didn't see a body, Ted. Okay. I picture every day that they're working on framing me, and every day that they do that, and I'm taking the day off, they're getting one day ahead of me. So I only feel relaxed as I can be if I'm working on the case.
Do you think there's a greater purpose in all of this?
I am not the first person this has happened to. I'm not going to be the last, sadly, but maybe there'll be fewer after me because of this. I think it's happening to people in this, I know it is, in this county, in Essex, in Norfolk, and Suffolk, in Bristol. It's happened too easily.
Were you surprised when a new prosecutor was appointed, and an outside prosecutor?
Nothing surprises me anymore. What troubles me is how evil people are. And you don't need to have a strong opinion about my guilt or innocence, but you can't be an attorney in the Boston area and not see this case for what it is, and then to want to thrust yourself in it and think you can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt.
And you said you're still receiving discovery or evidence from the state. How does that make sense after you already had a trial?
The state told us, and Canoni has echoed this, that this is a whole new trial. It's almost like a whole new case. We started getting discovery from Bates Stamp 1, page 1. Some of it is duplicative, and a lot of it's new. We've gotten brand new reports from Ian Whiffen, data that we've never seen before. From Jessica Hyde, there's a doctor now, not a medical doctor, but like a veterinarian expert. We just found out today, measured supposedly Chloe's teeth. No address, no contact phone number.
Did they take molds?
Wow,
of the
that's
teeth?
weird.
They measured the teeth, yeah.
Wow. Well, guess what, guys? Look what just dropped. I kid you not. I got it first thing this morning. Thank you, As the Gavel Drops. You are fabulous. Toxic over the As the Gavel Drops is simply amazing. And I want to thank you for your partnership with us and your willingness to share documents. If you would like to read the documents for yourself, go to As the Gavel Drops, where? In Discord. And make sure that you register and validate your account so YouTube can have access to these documents. So let's start reading. I haven't even looked at it. Motion for admission to appear pro Havix. I don't know, for Alan Jackson. I'm Martin, I'm a member of the Bar Court Council. We're here by the pursuant. Oh, we've already read this. Okay, this is his basically putting forth a motion before the court for this trial for Mr. Jackson to be a practicing attorney out of state. And the judge, I think they're doing this because they're afraid that the judge is going to try to prevent it. So they are, my lipstick's bothering me. They are trying to get him approved for this trial. My lips are bothering me. Red shows everything. There we go. More balance. So what's happening is we are now waiting for the Sementilli trial. 11:30 our time, an hour away. Wow. So I think what I'll do is change the title and everything of this particular live. Good morning. How are you doing, Carmen? Oh my gosh, haven't seen you in ages. Thanks for hopping in. So, one of the takeaways I got from this was that they have proof, scientific proof, that the glass fragments that they said, they being the prosecution, the Commonwealth, found on the back of Karen Reed's car does not match the cocktail glass. Ah! And they couldn't get it in. Why not? Why could you not get that in? I don't understand it. That to me is asinine. And I'm not happy about it. In the least, I know. Yep. That is so I'm speechless. You sit there and say all this stuff. Anyway. Okay. So, with that, we are in the position of the Commonwealth playing more games. Carmen, I would love your comments on what's happened in the last 2 or 3 days. And the biggest comment I want to know about from you is the fact that everybody is saying that the feds have announced that they we're going to go over to Donna Adelson in a second, that they have the feds have announced that they are not going to continue an investigation and that nobody from Canton PD is going to be charged with anything. I have never heard of the feds making that kind of an announcement. And I hear it from a lot of people, but I haven't heard it from the feds themselves. So, what is going on? Have they really stopped the investigation? Would they say that? Would they sit there and say, "We're not gonna investigate anymore, we're done"? I just struggle with that. I I've never known the feds to behave that way. Um, but I could see them taking a break until this is all done and over with. I'm so sorry. Okay, but I am so sorry. We will be praying for your grandfather. I know I remember someone yesterday hearing something about that. And my heart and prayers are with you, beloved. I am so sorry that you are and your family are going through that. That is always a difficult time. Always a difficult time. Okay, we're going to go over to the Adelson hearing that just started. So let's get that up and going.
But I know the inmate.
This is where it starts.
Investigator Merlin, you come up to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
So you're sworn law enforcement?
Yes, 21 something years.
And as part of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, have you been trained in reviewing calls made from the Leon County Detention Center? Yes. And is that through Securus?
It is now, yes.
How does that system record inmate calls?
How does it record? That's usually proprietary stuff. But I know the inmate they register an account, they set up a password, and then to complete a phone call, they have to go through a process of using their PIN, calling the number. Each party is advised the phone call will be recorded, subject to monitoring, and then the called party has to accept a phone call before it's completed. Before the call can be connected between the two parties? Correct.
And you indicated that they're given, the inmates are given, it's a PIN number?
The inmates pick their own PIN number.
Okay. And the inmate has to enter that PIN
At some point during the process, yeah.
And is that intended to ensure that the calls are tracked by the inmate making the call?
That's the intent.
Do you know whether or not an inmate's PIN can be used more than once simultaneously for calls? So if an inmate is using their PIN to make a call, that call goes through, can someone else use that PIN?
I do not.
And the secure system, its digital system is the quality is very clear, correct?
Sometimes it's rough.
That depends on the inmate and the called party.
And the device used, you have the tablets and you also have the phone booths themselves.
Now this system, it's designed to intentionally record these calls, correct?
Yes.
And it records those calls from call acceptance to termination.
Correct.
When does the call terminate?
Usually when both parties hang up.
Now, are you familiar with the Securus Call Platform, SCP?
I'm familiar with how we access it. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Securus, though, no.
Right, but you've been trained on accessing that in order to collect the calls.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with a feature that Securus offers that they call covert alerts?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you create any covert alerts concerning Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, or any other individual that Charlie Adelson called?
I've never created one for any case.
Now, subsequent to Charlie Adelson's conviction, did you create a report that's 24 pages in length based on the calls that Mr. Adelson was making from the jail?
I did what's I refer to as an extraction of the Securus information for a specific time period, and it produced a report.
Aaron, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as, for identification as defense 1. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay.
Yes,
Full 24 page report. That's an excerpt of that, correct?
correct.
Aside from it being reduced in size to reflect what is relevant for the proceedings today, is that an accurate reflection of the report that you generated?
I believe it is, yes. If this is going to be the same one we've had prior communication about.
Yeah, this is, I emailed you 2 different excerpts, one last week and one, I believe, 2 days ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move that into evidence as defense 1.
Is there an objection to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted at this time.
If you can give that to the judge, I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Now, there is a phone call that colloquially has been referred to as the open line call, correct?
There is, yes.
And that's a call that was made July 7th, 2023 at 14:57:01. I believe it's call 562 on that report. You familiar with that call?
Yes, I am.
You have an opportunity to listen to that call.
Recently, I glazed over it a couple days ago, but not the entirety of the call. I just wanted to make sure I had the same call again.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry, Your Honor, let me correct myself. It's not July, but November 7th, 2023. The second file on this flash drive labeled jail call enhancement for assessment. You recognize that to be the jail call at issue?
With this, I believe we sent this to Keith McElveen to see if he could enhance the open portion, yes.
And then the second call, one I identified for you on Monday. Number 547. It's 6:38 a.m. on November 8th of 2023.
Yes,
Had a chance to review that call as well.
that one I did review.
I'd like to start with the open line call, which is call 562. Would you agree? Thank you. Would you agree that that call, according to this report, Exhibit 1, is 26.12 minutes length.
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence call number 562 as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'd like to just play approximately 8 minutes of that call. May I publish?
You may.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recording, press 1. To respect these ridiculous security, you may start the conversation now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Now, let's
Investigator Newland, that recording that was just, the recorded voice that was just heard, is that the recording that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
The notification to both parties
Yes.
that you're being recorded, yes.
I heard what you said, and the chief of the business was.
He was supposed to buy the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back, but I forgot he was going to call him back. But chief's back, and the chief of the whole jail was come on and check me out. So what's that? He has not been there yet. He has not, but the psychologist, PhD, whatever, she came by, and I said, sure, like, looking outside the window, you know, it just happens to odd, it's like, you're sitting in like a what? One, yeah, like a big, I sat on a happy form, but I could look out the window, and it's odd. Here, it's like a box. So you can't see it, it's a mirror, they can see in and you can't see out.
Is it a chance to get this guy to come sooner? Would that be a
She's back once a month, you know, I don't care about what her call is. Hey, come tomorrow.
And I'm sure the psychologist that you were fine, so it's just a matter of waiting for that. I think it's the chief.
Yeah, they get the recording for her and then, yeah, all the Navy, all. I got 33% off on my phone. In the afternoon. It's okay, once it's 15%, if you switch the little battery and take her off, and then it's like, you know, you just isolate them, you see it, yeah, move around, of course, yeah, and that's how, it's like, if you do the opposite of what I would do, that's all. Right, in the situation.
I know, but all right, it sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, you know, but hopefully today. But then I'm in a rush, you know, you're in a rush, they're in a rush.
And I was like, yeah, this standing up all this happens now, like, take it out and rolls around and all.
I know.
So, like, the solitary, I mean, I get why to do it, but this is like, you know, the company, a bed, on like a plastic box. I roll up my mattress upstairs and brought it down here, and my bed sitting in a box. And, 3 feet by 6 foot long. For all the center of the room, where I used to walk back and forth, little odd, I could like walk up and then around the bed and back.
And it's the same story with like, I was on the phone before, not till 6:30, that's all, is that every day?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
And I'm like,
Just checking in, okay, Free just checking in with me, okay.
I thought there.
You okay, Carmen? My daughter called.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, I think for a moment, he throws down at me. I thought he had left. thank you very much for your day. You know, so whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, ask the judge, okay, if they investigate, and you know, this is maybe the kind of thing, yeah, 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid, why, and they investigate, and they find out, like, and then they find out something, and then you open it, and then it gets possibly to an appeal, you know, I mean, it's really not, the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case, and he did that because he didn't want it to be appealed. You know, you can't, you know, the judge rules, I guess there's multiple other issues that can come up, like a guy, Hank, Anderson or whatever, you know, it gets harder to judge rules on the issues that are in the trial, the more likely there's to have a television. Here the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there's to have a television. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if, you know, if anything, he gave the guy the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want to be the television. Is that what you're saying? Well, I mean, he made that comment to me that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. You know, he let us bring stuff in. I either said or I heard it that he meant it that there's not going to be, you know, let things say that we're not all. You have to either say that the judge or something, then you your due process. You know, if you're going to do anything improper, things improper, like, what's the reason for wanting to trial? If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee? If you move it? I don't understand why they would let you move things. It doesn't. It was blatantly, I mean, look, I have, and it's said this to you before, I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Robert, taking care of some things through Steinberg, which has been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her she's going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us. We got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Robert. So, working on that, and let's see. You're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Joey? Shit. You can't hear me again, right?
Let's get a new one. At that point, according to recording, Mrs. Adelson realized that Charlie is no longer on the call. Correct?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Now, referring back to defense one, that was call 562. At 15:07 or 3:07 and 7 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother back in call number 561?
He does.
And then at 15:08, 3:08 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mom again in call number 560?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 25 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fourth time in call number 559?
He does.
And then At 15:13, or 3:13 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fifth time and call number 558?
He does.
And then again, at 15:22 or 3:22 and 33 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt for a second to call his mother back and call number 557?
He does.
Were calls number 557, 558, 559, 560, or 561 successful?
They were not.
And why is that?
I do not know.
Is that because his PIN was already in use?
Don't know the answer.
But does that indicate to you that Charlie Adelson had been disconnected by 15:07 and 7 seconds, or 3:07 and 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, call number 547. According to Defense 1, that call was made at 6:38 in the morning.
Yes, it is.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you listened to that call recently.
I skimmed through the initial 60 plus minutes to the portion where we had a situation as the call we just listened to.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit 3 and publish. And I'm only going to publish very briefly.
Any objection from the state?
No, sir.
Defense 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using.
Again, in Defense 3, did we just hear that recording saying that it was going to be a recorded call?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward and I'll start this at 57 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yes, like that was done, I'm getting other things. What else can we have done? Anything else that we could possibly have do? And so that we had the best. So we had to show ourselves we had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And I didn't listen. Listen. Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? It's close, it's an hour.
So at that point in time, approximately 58 minutes, a little bit past that, do we hear Donna realize that Charlie's no longer on call?
It appears, yes.
I'll call you later. Is happening involved, and yes. Should I can't, so I'm supposed to call Dad?
But that's why.
What we're listening to now, Detective Investigator Newland, is approximately an hour, 2 minutes and 50 seconds is when that portion of the recording started. At this point, we're at 55 seconds.
I don't have a private line. So they need to hear me tell Dad to call Annie, or they're gonna hear me tell Ed? They might as well do this. I mean, what's the option? Or are they cutting him? No? No, nothing to that. But, counsel that there's business and the public wants to talk to us about, and they can call.
I think I got the wrong timestamp there. Just give me a moment.
Or listen to pull that.
I'll call you when I get off, so I'm gonna call. Maybe I'll call her before Wendy comes. I'll call her, tell the call her, I'm gonna get off, so, yeah. So the things that we wanted to him, we'll talk about in more detail later. So our phone first, you needed to come here, but I realized that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell them, we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are,
They're not recording my phone. That's what you just said on the recording, correct?
Followed by something if they are something.
Now, as with the calls on November 7th, after disconnected at about 58 minutes into that call, did he attempt to call back in call number 546 at 7:38 in the morning?
I gotta catch up with you here. So that call was the call on November 8th.
Correct. So we were talking about call 547. That's the one that was just
Right.
introduced.
Okay, so 6:38, that call was made.
So 546 did,
Yes.
and that would be on July 8th.
November 8th.
I'm sorry, November 8th, 2023 at 7:38 in the morning.
Yes.
And did that call connect?
Does not appear.
Call number 545 on November 8th, 23 at 7:40 in the morning. That call connect.
Does not appear to.
And these are call number 546, 545, 544. Those are from Charlie to his mother.
Correct.
Call number 543, November 8th, 2023 at 7:44 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Three is, it was 7:44, 7:45. Neither one of those connected.
Okay, so 544, 543, those did not connect.
They did not.
And those were from Charlie to his mother.
Yes.
And then call number 542 at 7:52 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Call number 541 at 7:54 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Now I want to take a step back. The call that Charlie Adelson made was to his mother's cell phone, correct?
That is. Yes, that's what it appears to be.
And you've been on your cell phone when the call drops, correct?
Yes.
Now, there could be a number of reasons for that, right?
Yes.
It could be because of tower issues. Could be because of battery issues.
It could be numerous issues, yes.
Or it could be that the person on the other end just hangs up.
Could be.
Those are termination of those calls, correct?
For one end of it, at least.
And when that happens to you, does the call continue or is it just a stop?
A little too technical for me, to be honest.
Well, you've been on the phone and realize that somebody's not there. You look at your phone, it says call failed.
Yes.
Okay. Or there's just nothing on your screen.
Usually when the call fails, you get a beep beep and it's done.
But that's if it fails on your end, correct?
Yes.
So you've been on the phone, on your cell phone, talking with somebody. You didn't realize that they got disconnected. You're still talking, right?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I'm telling Diane how beautiful she looks today. Diane, what's your sign name? I forgot.
So with calls 561, 560,
I'm the
559,
lawyer.
558, 557, as well as calls 546, 545, 544, 543, 542, and 541. Those don't connect with Donna Adelson because Securus is still recording, correct?
That's too technical for me. I don't know why they don't connect.
Is Securus still recording?
It is, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
So when a call is made from Leon County Jail to a person receiving that call, both parties are alerted that that call is being recorded before that the person receiving the call can accept the call and talk to the inmate. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also lets the receiver of that call know that they need to hang up in order to not be recorded, right?
Correct.
Are there hundreds of calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson while Charlie Adelson was in custody at Leon County Jail?
I would say there's thousands.
I know that you haven't heard all of the thousands, but in most of the calls that you've heard, besides the two we've heard today, does Donna Adelson properly hang up the phone at the end of the call?
Yes, the ones that ended properly, yes.
Okay. And the defense showed you while Donna Adelson was still on the line on her and Charlie's previous call, on these over the line calls, that there appear to be several attempts by Charlie Adelson to try to call her back.
Correct.
If her phone is still on the previous call, and she's not looking at her phone, could it be that she doesn't see that the Leon County Jail is calling her, is attempting to call her back, but she doesn't see her call waiting, or she's not looking at her phone?
That's a possibility.
And in one of the recordings the defense plays, she says she seems to be not sure that they are recording her. She says, they're not recording my phone. If they are, and then it was cut off.
No, there's more to that conversation.
Okay.
We didn't hear.
In that part that we heard, does it just that she seemed to be unsure whether her phone can be recorded or not? When she says they're not recording on my phone, if they are.
Yeah, I'm not following the question here.
Okay.
I would object to calls for speculation.
I'll allow Ms. Dugan to clarify her question before an objection or answer is given.
let me just ask then, the portion that you were played by defense counsel, in that portion, did Donna Adelson say, they're not recording my phone if they are?
Yes.
On the open line call, that the first one that the defense moved in, that where Donna Adelson talks about fleeing to a non-extraditable country, and other information in this case from November 7th. If Donna Adelson had properly hung up, would the recording have stopped?
Yes.
And we would not be able to then hear the conversation that occurred in her home?
No.
Did law enforcement, or did law enforcement do anything to keep her from hanging up?
No.
And when I say law enforcement, I mean the state?
No.
Have you ever had a call with a friend where all of a sudden you can't hear the person and they no longer are able to hear you?
Yes.
And the call has still been pending there on your phone, it wasn't call failed?
Yes.
Would you then need to hang up the phone to ensure that the person on the other end wasn't just hearing your conversations as you went about your day?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we move into redirect, Mr. Zellman, I do have a question. I'll allow both parties to follow up. Investigator Newland, based on the records that you have in front of you, are there any instances or do you have any knowledge of there being disconnected calls prior to November 7th of 2023?
Not at this moment. I would have to go back and look.
Both parties may follow up as the court's question if you desire to do so.
No follow-up.
Briefly. And so, as you sit here today, you're not aware of any other similar situations happening in the thousands of calls?
I'm not in the ones that I've listened to now.
But you could pull a report that may or may not show calls consistent with what we presented here this morning.
Yes, I can go pull a report. Yes,
And if that's what the court is asking, you could do that.
I can.
Okay. Now, when an individual such as Charlie, an inmate makes that call, makes a call, he's using his PIN as we established earlier, correct?
Yes, he's using his PIN when he makes a call. Yes.
Now I'm going to show you, are you familiar with the Next Gen Secure Communications Platform?
Next Gen Secure. I
So
guess
when-
not.
When you download the calls and it goes into a folder on a drive or your computer, you have to click on the Show CD icon, and that pulls up a web browser, correct?
So you're talking about when I extract a
Yes.
set of calls, it gives us an email, it gives us a download, and the download has 3 or 4 folders in it.
Yes.
And those folders contain all kinds of stuff. So yes.
Mayor, may I approach?
You may.
This is not marked. You familiar with that?
I've actually never looked at this.
Now, earlier we talked about call numbers 547, 546, 544, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to show you call number 562 on this document. Take a look at defense 1. Is the information consistent with what is on defense 1?
This one indicates call part. So there's a little bit more details in here.
So
And it's-
call number 561, 560, 559, did that indicate account in use?
It does.
Now, during the portion of Defense Exhibit 2 that we listened to, prior to Mrs. Adelson realizing that Charlie is no longer on the call, is there any discussion about the phrase non-extraditable country?
In the 11-7 or the 11-8 call?
11-7.
Oh, I'd have to go back and listen to it again. I know it was talking about getting out of the country and stuff like that, but I'd have to go listen to it again.
At any point in any of those calls, and this is probably more relevant for the bond, does Mrs. Adelson indicate she's not returning? Does she say she's not coming back?
No, but the 11-8 call, she did say that she's going to have to tell Wendy we are leaving the country. There was no indication of coming back from that.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down. To accommodate Mr. Toomey, we will take the one witness as to the Arthur aspect of this at this point. His
name was Mike Hayden.
Should invoke the rule for any witnesses that are here for the bond hearing.
That's fine. Please step outside and do not discuss your testimony with any other party if you are here for the bond portion of the hearings today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly, Mr. Hayden. You may examine Ms. Dugan when you're ready.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Yes, Mike Hayden, MikeHayden.
And where do you work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the health service administrator.
How long have you been health service administrator there?
Since January of 24.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training and experience for your position?
So I'm a registered nurse. Corrections. I've had 5 years of experience in healthcare administration. So starting progressively from director of nursing up to health administrator. I'm currently a travel health service administrator for the company.
Okay. What type of medical treatment can be provided at Leon County Jail?
So we are basic life-saving, so we are limited to advanced life-saving, but anywhere from wound care, chronic care medications to emergency management.
Are there people
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Oh, I apologize.
Mr. Toomey, I'm just going to mute you for now. If you need to get involved in some way or make an objection of some sort, at that point, you may unmute. Please continue, Ms. Dugan.
are there people with very serious medical conditions in Leon County Jail or who have been in Leon County Jail, even as serious as cancer? Okay, and with the medical staff, does Leon County Jail have there on site?
So we have dental assistants, we have dentists, LPNs, CNAs, RNs, we have mental health professionals, psychiatrists, mid-level, so a nurse practitioner and a doctor, medical doctor.
Is there a nurse on site 24/7?
Yes.
The doctor and the ARNP, those would be the folks that can prescribe medications or refer a person to a specialist. What are their hours there?
So they're Monday through Friday.
Okay, like a normal business hours,
Normal
8 to
business
5.
hours.
Are they on call though, other than those hours?
Yes.
Okay, what about if an inmate's having a medical emergency? They're unconscious, heart attack, stroke, uncontrolled bleeding, what happens then?
So we refer to the outside emergency room. So we're basic life-saving. So CPR, we can do CPR and things like that until EMS can arrive and take to stabilize.
Okay, but anyone can say this person needs to go to the hospital,
Yes.
not even if a doctor isn't there on site?
Correct.
Okay. Do inmates have like a call button in their room where they can alert COs if they are having a medical emergency?
In some of the cells in the medical unit, yes, they do.
What about non-emergency requests? How does an inmate make a request for a non-emergency treatment?
So they have paper forms, and it's healthcare request forms, and they fill those out and they hand them to the nurse during med pass.
And the nurses are then the people who review those?
Yes,
If the nurse decides that an inmate needs to see the ARNP or a doctor, will they facilitate that?
yes.
If the nurse decides the inmate needs to see a doctor, are the inmates then able to see the doctor, usually within a day or two?
Yes,
Okay, even if it's on a Saturday, they might wait to see the doctor on Monday unless it's an emergency?
correct.
Okay. I guess that's obviously depending on the nature of the request. Okay. In your experience, is that turnaround as far as I have this issue and I'd like to see a doctor, is that typically faster than people out of custody are able to get an appointment with their doctor?
Yes.
Does Leon County Jail provide treatment for elective procedures or things that an inmate would like to have treatment for?
So what we do call, and that will be, it's a system of showing medical necessity. So if there's a request, if the patient requests anything, you will see the provider, they'll assess the need, and they push it up to our utilization management team. If there is a need, then they will facilitate.
So a medical necessity?
Yes.
Okay. If Donna Adelson was seen by medical staff or is seen by medical staff for a medical necessity that they can treat, will they treat it?
Absolutely.
If it's not something that the medical staff at Leon County Jail can treat, will they get her care from a specialist for that necessity or take her to the hospital for that necessity?
Yes.
Have the medical staff evaluated her ailments listed in her motion to determine whether those are necessities or not?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review her medical records before court today?
I have.
Has medical staff observed, and through any of her appointments, any hearing loss that is that was noted in the medical records?
Nothing noted in the medical records, no.
Have they noted any sort of medical necessity when it comes to having her needing to see a specialist for ear wax removal several times a year?
No.
If for some reason that was deemed a necessity in the future, would they facilitate that?
Absolutely.
But at this point, they've said they don't notice any hearing loss.
Correct.
Was after Donna Adelson complained of shortness of breath, was a chest X-ray done?
Yes.
And did it show that her lungs were clear, so to speak, nothing abnormal?
Yes, it did.
A negative X-ray. Was she given an inhaler treatment of albuterol, though, because of her complaints of shortness of breath?
Yes. So she's had available. They had ordered the albuterol treatment since 2023, but recently she reported that she has kind of an exacerbation or worsening of that. So the provider, when she listened to the lungs and none were cleared, she did order a scheduled breathing treatment for a few days. I think it was 5 days total.
Okay. The breathing treatment being the albuterol medication
Yes, to
that you
help
inhale.
open.
Okay. But they did do a chest X-ray to see if maybe something more was at play here, and nothing was there.
Clear. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna Adelson complained of pain in her left shoulder arm area. Was an X-ray done of that area as well to see whether there was any fractures, dislocations, something that she needed further treatment for?
Yes.
And was there any fracture or dislocation seen on the X-ray? Was that a no?
No.
Did medical staff give her some range of motion exercises she could do to possibly help with her pain in her shoulder?
Based on notes, I think the limited range of motion was the provider's assessment of it. So there was noted that she had limited range of motion. And that's what indicated the need for the X-ray, just to see, where we were at.
Okay. So they did notice the limited range of motion. They did the X-ray, and the X-ray was negative.
Yes.
Okay. And did Donna Adelson report mild pain to the provider on February 3rd, 2025, regarding her left upper extremity with the limited range of motion?
Yes.
If either of these X-rays, be it the left upper extremity or the chest, showed need for further treatment, that showed that she does have this necessity that needs to be addressed, would the jail have gotten the treatment that she needed?
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of other things. Throughout her medical records.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
What is the basis?
The basis of the objection is we were provided late last week, with a stack of medical records that are from the jail facility regarding Mrs. Adelson. We inquired as to what the lawful process was used in order to obtain those medical records, and we never got a response from the state. And before this hearing started this morning, I asked if they were going to introduce the medical records, and they're not. But it's clear that they've had discussions with this witness about Mrs. Adelson's medical records. They did not give notice of issuance of a subpoena so that we could object. We're not aware of any search warrant that's been given. Our client certainly didn't sign a waiver anyway, so it appears that they have unlawfully obtained the medical records of our client, and this witness's testimony should be stricken from the record and no further testimony allowed.
Statement in response.
I was not aware that they did not get a response from Mr. Newland about how these were obtained. I can ask Mr. Newland what exactly his subpoena issuance entailed to get the records. I reviewed them this week since I was in trial last week, and the witness has obviously reviewed them because he's the medical administrator and would have access to them regardless. I am not moving them into evidence because I know if they're moved into evidence, then they're obviously going to be all of her medical records into evidence. I just plan to ask the witnesses about them as far as the certain things that are relevant to the motion.
So we do not have to prolong this. Mr. Hayden, if you can step down for a moment to determine how the records were obtained. As part of the motion for setting bond does go to sufficiency of medical care. In that way, if Mr. Hayden has knowledge of the care that has been given and what has taken place concerning your client, he is permitted to testify to that. As to any other records, if there's a lawful objection that you wish to make, that will be addressed. Please bring in Mr. Hayden.
Thank you. Could I have a couple of questions I could ask Mr. Hayden while he's on his way down that don't pertain to the medical records?
That's fine.
Okay.
Please take the stand again, Mr. Hayden.
Just because I know we're on a time crunch with the witness on Zoom. Does the medical staff at Leon County Jail practice evidence-based medicine?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So for medicine, evidence-based is all the peer review, so past studies, it's what every medical professional should be using in the community. It's just based on prior trial and error resources, studies, research.
Do they, does that mean that the doctors not only aren't just listening to what the inmate is telling them is wrong, but they're also looking at ordering tests, looking at x-rays, observing the patient to see if they also have any other evidence besides what the inmate is saying is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Why might that be important to do at a jail?
Well, the majority of our patients lack the knowledge or education about their personal health. Many of them have never been diagnosed with things, especially mental health disorders. We found people have cancer and never realized it. So it's important that the providers use the community standards and evidence-based to make sure we're providing the appropriate care.
Do inmates at the jail, could inmates at the jail also have a secondary reason or gain as to saying that they have some sort of medical issue that they may not really have?
Absolutely.
Is that as far as being able to get out of custody, being able to go stay in a hospital or a treatment center as opposed to being in custody at a jail?
Or attempt escape, yes.
Okay. And so is that an important reason why the jail staff turns to X-rays, their physical observations, through their evaluation of the patient, or any other evidence that they can point to see that there is some medical treatment or medical necessity there.
I can't speak for the jail staff, but as far as the healthcare staff, we use evidence-based to ensure that we're providing adequate care.
Okay. And does the jail prescribe narcotic pain medication?
No.
Okay. So the pain medication that Donna Adelson and other inmates receive for pain is over-the-counter type medication.
Correct.
Jail not prescribe narcotic pain medication.
So that is something that usually most jails and facilities don't because it's a currency. It's highly abused and it can cause safety issues within the facility.
So someone could say they need it and they don't really need it to support some type of addiction to it.
Correct.
Or even if they do really need it, it could cause other inmates, they could cause them to be a target by other inmates. I think that's all I have.
Are you planning to go any further examination on the line that you were inquiring of before, Ms. Dugan?
No, sir.
Step down, Mr. Hayden. Oh, I'm sorry, before you do, please, cross-examination by the defense.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You coming here today, did you have an opportunity to discuss the medical condition of Mrs. Adelson with anyone in the state?
Outside, right here.
Okay, and who did you speak with here?
You can
Female
say it.
prosecutor was just
prosecutor,
questioning you? Okay, and the medical records that were provided to the state attorney's office, did you review all of those?
I did.
You did. When did you review those?
Over the course of, just knowing she's a patient of ours.
Okay. You testified, I want to make sure I understand correctly, Mrs., the prosecutor just asked you about the button being in some units where if there was a medical emergency that the inmates could alert the staff that they were having a medical emergency. Did I understand your answer to be that those are in some of the cells in the medical unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in the other units?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the way that an inmate is supposed to request medical care is there's a form that they're supposed to complete, correct?
For non-emergent healthcare.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how within the staff at the jail those are given to the inmates?
Yes, they're provided by custody staff and the nurses also carry them.
Okay. Are you aware from the records that you reviewed that Mrs. Adelson actually requested most recently on February the 1st when she was cut on the metal of a washing machine in the unit that she actually requested the nurse who was present inside the pod in the annex where she was, she requested a form so she could make a request for a Band-Aid and they said they didn't have any? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I do see that she placed a sick call request and she was seen.
Ms. Fulford, before you continue, I believe you just objected to the state in any way referencing the records that you appear to be cross-examining on now.
I thought you were asking me to do my cross, Judge.
I am asking you to do your cross. However, if you are going to examine the witness concerning the records you're objecting to the state using, the state, that will be available to the state, all topics that are raised.
I got to explain that. She objected to the state referencing medical records because she wasn't sure how they obtained the medical records. So now she's cross-examining him about the medical records that she objected to. And the judge is saying, if you want to ask any questions in cross about the medical records, you have opened the door for the prosecution to ask about the medical records. So pick your battle. Either you do want to know about medical record information or you do not want that known in court. But you can't sit there and not permit the prosecution to allude or to reference medical records, and you can. So where's your line? Your objection was on the medical records. So if you want to ask about them, you need to remove the objection.
Then I don't want to cross until we find out how they got the records, because my cross is all about that.
Please bring in Investigator Nolan. Mr. Hayden, you may step down. Not yet. Please step down for now.
getting a little spicy, are we?
Investigator, you remain under oath. Ms. Dugan, you may inquire as to how the records of the defendant were obtained as to her medical records.
How were the medical records of the defendant obtained?
By subpoena.
Let me go to the microphone. Who did you subpoena?
Yes Care.
Is that a company who maintains the medical records for the jail?
I believe it's the medical oversight for the Leon County Detention Facility.
And what, do you remember the day that occurred?
So there's been twice that this occurred. We had a hearing previously, several months back, a while ago, after transport, where we had to subpoena the records, and yes, I brought those with them then. And then last week, I got asked to draft another subpoena for records for this hearing, and that was the extent.
Was that by Ms. Kappelman or Mr.
Yes.
Toomey?
My understanding is Mr. Toomey advised Ms. Kappelman to have a subpoena drafted.
Okay, so she's asking him questions and he says, I need a subpoena, and so then you did the subpoena.
Correct.
Okay, and then was the subpoena sent to Mr. Toomey or to Yes Care?
To Yes Care, yeah, which he's the representative.
How long did it take to get the records back after the subpoena was sent?
I honestly don't know if we have them back. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
Any other information you can give us about the subpoena process?
That's it.
Okay. Do you know if the defense, if we did receive a copy of the records, would they have been sent to by Ms. Kappelman's assistant?
That's standard. Once we receive it, we'll put it in discovery and provide it, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any conversations in the last week or two with the defense about the subpoena process?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the court?
I have no other questions concerning this. Does the defense have any questions as to the subpoena?
Yes, could I have just a moment, Judge? Prior to obtaining the subpoena, did you give any notice to defense attorneys on behalf of Ms. Adelson that you were going to seek her medical records?
No.
Were you instructed to do that by anyone in the state attorney's office?
No.
Is this just typically the practice that you use to obtaining medical records without giving notice to the defense?
No, my understanding was Mr. Toomey said, please provide me a subpoena and I will bring the records with me to the hearing. That's the extent of what I understood to occur.
I don't have anything further at this point.
Ms. Dugan, do you have any other examination as to the subpoena or the obtaining of records?
No, sir.
You may step down, investigator. Mr. Hayden, if you can take the witness stand once again.
They're ready for this to be over.
Concerning the examination of Mr. Hayden, I will rule the following. Any knowledge that he has based on his independent review of the records as a member of the jail staff providing medical care to the inmates, if he has knowledge of the defendant's records, he certainly may testify on that basis. If the defense is continuing to object to any use of the records by the state today, that will be handled as a separate matter. However, as well, if there is going to be cross-examination as to the specifically objected to records, that is going to open the door on any redirect topics raised. You may continue your cross-examination at this point.
Thank you, Judge. You indicated in your testimony that you, at the jail, the health care that's provided would be for basic life-saving techniques. Is that it?
As far as emergency, yes, ma'am.
Just for emergencies?
Emergencies, yes. We
Okay.
don't have advanced life-saving medications there. They have to be sent to the emergency room.
Okay, and you also indicated in your testimony that the medical care provider, the doctor, I guess, who it is, who may be treating an inmate who's requested medical care, makes their decision based on evidence. Is that right?
Evidence-based practice.
Okay, and your evidence-based practice, your testimony could be what they observed with the particular inmate and other evidence as well. Is that right?
So evidence-based practices, we use a standard like community, the same level of care that you would get in the community is what we provide.
I'm sorry?
Use community-based practice. So the evidence is based on evidence-based practice.
And the evidence that you would have is whatever the inmate is providing to you, correct?
Well, so basically what it is if someone has heart failure, there's a system that we use to make sure that that patient is being cared for appropriately based on the indications, what the illness does to the body, things like that. So it's a standard way of practicing medicine.
And based on that practice, then the standard way of practicing medicine, if someone tells you they're experiencing shortness of breath, you said an x-ray was done because she made that complaint, correct?
She was assessed, and then the provider also added the x-ray to that, yes.
Okay, and that's something that should be done as part of the normal, right? If someone says, I've got shortness of breath, you should get them for an x-ray. That's part of what should take place,
Yes,
correct? Okay. As part of the medical care that's provided by your company, the Leon County Detention Facility, do you all do steroid injections in the spine?
No, that would be something that would be sent out for a consult to a specialist.
And do you do that without court order?
To provide care?
Yes,
Yes, we can provide care without a court order.
you do. That's the policy at the Leon County Detention Facility, that if a specialist is required, you all send the inmate out without a required court order if it's a non-emergency
We
situation.
send people out for non-emergency consults
Okay, great.
almost daily. Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
And as far as the hearing issue goes, you said that the decision about not doing the procedure within her ear, that's because you all don't provide it.
Currently, we just got this request, and this is something that is new to us. We never had any history or any records of that. When she made the issue, when she put the request in, she was assessed by the provider, and the provider saw nothing on her assessment. Not to say that if there is an actual need, we can accommodate that. We can coordinate her care.
So that was a recent request as far as you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Recent as in the request as to the ears occurred in February
Correct.
of 2025.
So recent is, based on her medical history that she reported at the time she was looked in.
Okay. And the doctor did not notice any hearing loss at that time? Or didn't
Based
note
on
any hearing loss?
Right, based on the report, on her assessment.
Okay. And every time the doctors have reported that her respiratory system appeared clear, she appeared to have no issue receiving air.
Correct.
And her oxygen levels, her pulse oxygen levels were always around about 98. Is that normal to be like between 96 and 100?
So in normal ranges.
Okay. For the cut that she received on Saturday, February 1st, she ended up receiving Neosporin and a Band-Aid for her cut.
Yes, and then they followed up, I believe it was a week after, about 7 days after the initial assessment, the skin protocol was initiated, and they found that there was no signs and symptoms of infection. And at that time, she was educated to report any signs or any worsening of the condition.
And she did receive a tetanus shot?
Yes.
Just in case. That's all.
You may step down, Mr. Hayden. Let's resume with the suppression aspect of this at this time.
Judge, may we be excused?
You're excused. May have a good day.
Thank you.
Let's resume with the suppression portion at this time. Does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence it wishes to present as it relates to the burden in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense will call Donna Adelson.
Please come up to the witness stand, Ms. Adelson. Witness stand.
Y'all, she ain't that old, but it is hard to walk backward.
Please raise your right hand as best as you can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take the seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a moment.
Y'all, I think she's exaggerating that disability, difficulties in walking.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and make sure you speak in the microphone?
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in my apartment in my living room.
Do you remember who was present when you got the call?
Yes, my husband Harvey, and friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman, and her husband, Richard Chevron.
You said your attorney, what kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And you remember receiving the call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in the jail?
He was in jail.
Okay. What did you do when you saw that Charlie was calling?
Answered the phone.
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agreed for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, "Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie?" And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond anymore. And I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times when you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on the call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice on that first call number 562, when you repeated, "Charlie, Charlie, are you there?"
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
What would you do with your phone?
I'd hang up.
Now, same thing with the call on November 8th of 2023, the one at 6:30 in the morning. Do you know at what point your son was no longer on the phone?
I don't. I don't remember though.
In either one of those situations, or in both of those situations, did you believe the call was over?
Yeah, the call was over. He was gone.
And you went about your business?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the November 7th, 2023 phone call when your attorney, her husband, and your husband were present at your apartment, did you agree for your attorney-client conversation to be recorded?
No,
Did you agree for your conversation with your husband to be recorded?
no, of course not.
Now, the following day, did you agree for your subsequent conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No.
Now, you heard the recording. To consent to this call, press 1, or recording of this call, press 1, correct?
Correct.
And you hung up the phone after those calls were over.
Thought I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
So there in the room with you during this call was, you said your one of your attorneys, Susan Brotman, your husband, and then also Susan Brotman's husband.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And he was not your attorney?
He was not.
Your attorney?
No, he's not an attorney.
Okay. You were informed at the beginning of that call, this is the one on November 7th that recorded you while they were all in the room. You were informed that you were being recorded if you accepted that call.
Yes.
Okay. And that if you do not want to be on that recorded call, that you needed to hang up the call. Is that right?
Are you saying, does the recording say?
Right. If you do not want to accept that recorded call, you should hang up.
If you do not, yeah, no, I accepted the recorded call.
Okay. And you typically do hang up your calls, you said, after
I mean, I think I
your
did,
calls with
yeah.
Charlie Adelson when he was in custody. All right. But this particular call that day, evidently you did not properly hang up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
I mean, it may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody.
Pocket dialed?
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if your phone is in your pocket or in your purse and it accidentally calls someone you didn't mean it to?
I mean, it could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. The consent that you gave for the call to be recorded, when did that end?
It ended when Charlie hung up, or when whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Hello, Tat. Hello, lovely. Hello, everyone.
As to the burden at this under the precedent established by Smiley versus State, in order to exclude what are complained of wiretapped interceptions, the movement has a need to show there was a subjective expectation of privacy in their statements, and the expectation is one that society would accept as reasonable. As to the subjective expectation showing the defendant has met that burden, it now shifts to the state as to whether this is one that is reasonable. Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir. I have argument.
you may proceed.
May I provide the court with some case law?
You may.
I've got some argument, and then I'll kind of go through each one of these cases. I provided a defense copy of these earlier this morning.
Yes, Tat, he's a good judge.
So in defendant's motion, they first argued that this was, a warrantless search. However, the state's argument is that this is not subject to Fourth Amendment. So there's no wrongful state action that caused this defendant to be reported after the inmate was no longer on the call. The only conceivable state action here was the state having this service that allows inmates to make recorded calls. But on those calls, both parties have to consent to be recorded for the call to begin. And if they do not want to be recorded or need to hang up, the state didn't intend to record this defendant's conversation in her home with her husband and friends. And it was the fact that she was recorded was not caused by the state's actions. It was caused by the defendant's actions. The defendant argues that they have a reasonable expectation of.
Okay, I think I have a full understanding now. Let me explain this from personal experience. Miss Diane, if you want to interpret, I'm sorry. When my ex would call me, the call says, "Hello, you have an inmate call from blah, 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 blah." They would state their name. If you choose to accept this call, it will be recorded. Press 1 to accept the call. If you choose not to accept a call or do not wish to be recorded, please hang up. So you press 1 to accept the call. From that moment forward until both parties hang up the phone, that call is being recorded. When the time is up, usually it's a 15-minute phone call at any time. When that time is up, it will say, "We're sorry, time has expired." It goes dead. Their end cuts off. As long as your phone is not hung up, that recording continues. Once you hang up your phone, the call is totally disconnected. Anything that is said while your phone is still connected to their system is recorded. How do I know this? Because it happened to me. And he tried to use something that he heard me say, or the lawyers got. They got copies of the phone calls. And I said, "That sorry son of a," because I was mad at him. And he tried to use that to say that I was defaming him in front of the children, where the children wasn't in the room. My friend was. So I've experienced this. So what apparently happened here is she was in her home, in her living room with her attorney, her husband, other people, and she got a call from her child who was found guilty of murdering her son-in-law. And the call on his end disconnected, but she did not disconnect her phone. So as long as that phone line is open, it's recording. And they're fighting that part of the recording, saying it's an invasion of privacy, that they did not have a warrant for that. And that's a risk you take when you call a jail, and you should know that. So if you have anybody that you call in a jail, you don't want anybody to have a recording after that side hangs up. You hang up quick. So what did I do? I learned when you heard the 2-minute warning I heard that warning, you have so many seconds left or whatever, I would say, well, I'm going to go ahead and hang up now. We'll talk again later. Bye. Click. I would hang up first because that would terminate the recording. Okay. So now you have a little background of what's going to be talked about. Miss Diane, let's go.
The privacy in the call, but that would only start once this defendant actually.
Sorry, Carmen. I have a friend named Cameron. Carmen, you're right. She accepted the recording by pressing 1. It's not the jail to make sure someone hangs out, in my opinion. You're correct. The moment you press 1, you're accepting the call and the recording. But she thought that when her son's part of the call hung up, that it was done. No. Diane, I'll interpret till you can get back in.
Hangs up. And the defendant is the one responsible for hanging up, not the state. The defendant was responsible for the interception of the phone call. It was her failure to hang up that caused that rest of that call to be recorded. It was her action and not the state action that made that happen. The state did nothing to keep her from hanging up the phone or prevent her from hanging up the phone. I think an analogy here would be if someone were to say something incriminating in earshot of a law enforcement officer because they think the law enforcement officer can't hear them. If they can actually hear them, then that's on the speaker because the speaker didn't walk away to talk. That was the speaker's carelessness. The defense also cites Florida Statute 934 and says that the good faith exception doesn't apply because this call was in violation of that statute. But when you look at 934.03, every single subsection of that statute applies to intentional intercepts, not general. I provided several cases to the court. There's nothing directly on point here of this situation having happened just like this in the past, but there are a lot of cases that deal with inadvertent recordings. One of the first cases I gave to you is Baranek. This is a U.S. Court of Appeals case from the Sixth Circuit that held that police interception, conversations between the defendants that was overheard when telephone that was subject to a court-authorized wiretap was inadvertently left off the hook by the defendant. That was authorized under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. In that case, the state had an actual Title III wire on the defendant's phone. The defendant was on a call and then didn't properly hang up the call. They left the phone off the hook accidentally. And then law enforcement was able to hear the conversation in the room where that phone was located. So when you compare that to our case, there's obviously, a much different type of state action in that case with a wire. But regardless, this was a recorded line. It was a legally recorded line where they consented to be recorded. Just like in our case, though, the defendant in that case failed to properly hang up, and that allowed law enforcement to hear the conversation in the room. And that was able to be authorized because of the inadvertent nature of the recording. Another was Otero versus State. This is a third DCA case from Florida where a child accidentally activated an answering machine of a home that she was staying at. And that answering machine recorded the conversation of the mother and the child unbeknownst to either of them. The third DCA found that admission of that tape into evidence did not violate the statutory exclusionary rule found in 934 because 934 prohibits intentional interception of wire communication. And that taping in that case was accidental, not intentional, just like in our case. There's another case that I provided to the court, Bell versus State. In that case, a girlfriend began to record her conversation with her boyfriend, who was the appellant. And that conversation that she wanted to record was about money, an argument about money between them. The appellant, Bell, then took the phone from her and kept the phone after the argument ended and the girlfriend left the house. the girlfriend's young daughter was still at the house, and after the girlfriend left, the defendant was intoxicated and forgot to turn off the audio recording. There was then a recording, as the recording kept going, it recorded him molesting the girlfriend's young daughter after the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend then discovered the audio recording next day and handed it over to police. The defendant was charged with L&L molestation. In that case, the recording of this molestation was obviously inadvertent, and the defendant agreed with that. Only the first conversation about money was what the girlfriend was trying to intend before the phone was taken from her. And that phone was in the appellant's custody and control at the time of this recording of the L&L molestation. The DCA in that case said that the trial court did not err in concluding that Mr. Bell failed to prove that his girlfriend intentionally intercepted the portion of the recording that took place while she was gone. Unless his girlfriend intentionally violated the statute, he was not entitled to the benefit of the statutory exclusionary rule. Because the recording was suspicious, but after she warned him she was going to record him, he took possession of the device that recorded his words and actions. And so the court found that the appellant did not establish that the communications were intercepted under any circumstances justifying an expectation of privacy. I have one more case that concerns the reasonable expectation of privacy. This is the Huff case that I provided to the court, which is a federal case where the plaintiff, a federal civil case, where the plaintiff inadvertently pocket dialed the defendant, which is something that, has happened to us all. And the defendant listened to and recorded the conversation she overheard while on the pocket dial call. The plaintiff then brought suit for the defendant intentionally intercepting this private conversation. And in that conversation, the plaintiff was basically having a discussion with his wife and with other people as well in the room. The court ruled that the plaintiff's statements did not qualify under Title III because he exposed them to the defendant when he pocket dialed her. But the plaintiff's wife's statements did qualify. She can't be held responsible for her husband's pocket dial. But the thing that I think is most important about that case is the court's whole.
She's being polite and saying pocket dial, but in the Karen Reed, they said butt dialed. Same thing.
That a person who knowingly operates a device that is capable of inadvertently exposing his conversation to third-party listeners and fails to take simple precautions to prevent such exposure does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy with respect to statements that are exposed to an outsider by the inadvertent operation of that device. So in that case, the statements didn't qualify under that were as ones that were protected under the U.S. Code. And that's what we have here. We have the defendant failing to take simple precautions of properly hanging up what she knows is a recorded call. So the state would ask that the defense motion be denied.
Final argument on the motion to suppress from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. There are two cases, I cited a number of cases, and I know Your Honor's practices review those in addition. There are two additional cases I provided copies to the state that I am relying on. First is Hentz versus State, 62 Southern 3rd, 1184, State versus Mozo, 655 Southern 2nd, 1115. May I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, I want to start with a very general proposition that's important for us to remember. Right to privacy is enshrined in the Florida Constitution. Article 1, Section 23 provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures and against the unreasonable interception of private communications by any means shall not be violated. Article 1, Section 23, Florida Constitution also provides that every natural person has the right to be let alone and free of governmental intrusion into the person's private life. Fourth Amendment includes similar protections. 934.02 defines an oral communication as any oral communication uttered by a person exhibiting an expectation that such communication is not subject to interception under circumstances justifying such expectation. The courts have held in Florida, as cited in my motion, for an oral conversation to be protected, the speaker must have an objective expectation of privacy, along with a societal recognition that the expectation is reasonable. Your Honor, State versus Mozo, almost 20 years ago, courts have held that conversations, oral communications taking place in one's home are protected by Chapter 934.
I don't think this point is reasonably in dispute, but go ahead.
Now, the question, obviously, is the objective portion of this test. And Hence versus State, 4th DCA, and Hence is a situation, Your Honor, where an individual was in an interview room at the police department. He placed a call to essentially a co-conspirator, co-defendant, and the recording equipment was powerful enough in that interview room to pick up the other end of the call that is made to Hence. Based on what law enforcement heard from the individual's call, the individual who was calling Mr. Hence, they obtained a search warrant for his cell phone. And on that cell phone, they found images that are illegal to possess, as well as other evidence of a crime that the two of them engaged in. The Hence court held that, and another important factor, Your Honor, Mr. Hence was aware that the individual on the other end of the phone was at the police department waiting to speak to law enforcement. Court held that Hence had a subjective expectation of privacy, and his expectation was one society accepts as reasonable. Now, one distinguishing factor, I need to acknowledge that, but I submit it's not just positive, is that while Hence did not know that the individual was sitting in a police interview room, whereas Mrs. Adelson knew that Charlie was in jail and had consented to her call with Charlie being recorded. But the oral communication that is protected by Chapter 934 that is at issue here are the conversations that Mrs. Adelson had after Charlie dropped off the call, when she believed the call was no longer being recorded. Conversation, at least with respect to the November 7th, is with her attorney and her husband. Both are confidential relationships.
Doesn't the warning, though, about the recording almost directly speak to that issue where, I'll read the case that you've given me about Hence. Although he knew his friend was at the police station, he never received an explicit warning about you may be recorded if you continue on this conversation.
Correct, and I'm going to get to that, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The testimony, uncontroverted testimony, is that Mrs. Adelson believes she hung the phone up once she realized Charlie was no longer on the call. There's no evidence otherwise. And I don't think it is reasonable to require an individual in a situation like that, oh, I just had a recorded phone call, let me repeatedly hit the end button. Hit it once, that should be enough. She believed that she ended the phone call. Now, Hence also addressed something else that I think is important. Chapter 934.03 is a general intent statute. It does not require that the state intentionally recorded after one party of this jail call drops off. It's not required. Was the system designed to intentionally record? The answer has to be yes. Investigator Newland testified, yes, intentionally designed to record. Now, the state, I anticipated that they would argue accident or inadvertence. This is not an accident. An accident is something that doesn't happen frequently. Mrs. Adelson testified this happened. The call, Charlie dropping off the call would happen frequently. And as Investigator Newland acknowledged in Defense Exhibit 3 and Defense Exhibit 1 established this was not an isolated issue. This happened. The system is intentionally designed to continue recording. Under Chapter 934, I submit that when either side of the call is no longer on the call, that the system has to stop recording, and any additional recording is a violation. And that's what we have here. This is not an accident. This is not inadvertent. Securus Technologies system is designed to continue to record after either one of those parties drops off the call. Investigator Newland said that it terminates when both parties hang up. Well, I submit, Your Honor, that that's not what happens. It continues to record, and it is not reasonable. And society is not expecting that somebody sit there with their phone and continue to hit the end button to make sure that the call stops on their end. I think that's
But do you have to continue to hit the end button, or you hit it once, it's disconnected?
Testimony is that she believes she did.
Go ahead.
So because this is not a specific intent statute, is the system designed to intend to record? Yes. And there's no evidence that this was accidental or inadvertent. This is not a pocket dial, as the state argued. We know that Charlie intentionally called his mom. We know that the system intentionally recorded the call. The state has not presented sufficient evidence to establish this is not a communication that society is, that there's a reasonable expectation that society would accept that this call is anything other than something that is entitled to the protection of 934 and the Florida Constitution.
And we'll review the cases that were presented by both parties before making any ruling. I'll reserve on the ruling as to today. We'll take a brief 5-minute break before we get into the Arthur and Bond motion. We'll be in recess.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a minimal break because Miss Diane and I have been flapping our arms around, as some people call it. Yeah, they do. I'm all like, arm flapping would be easier than this.
It really would. Arm flapping doesn't require your brain.
Everyone can be seated.
Arm flapping doesn't require both sides of your brain working at the same time. Somebody argued me. They said, there's no way both sides of your brain can be working at one time doing what you're doing. And I said, they put an interpreter in an MRI machine and had her to interpret what she was, she's laying there interpreting like this. And they watched her brain, and sure enough, both sides are almost equally engaged.
Yeah.
What are you eating?
Chocolate. Okay. I'll go. I'm going to go piece of chocolate. I go. Does not go well with cough syrup. Not that yeah.
So I don't think they're going to win this because,
What's
trying to record until both sides hang up.
What what did they have her on for? What's she on trial for?
Okay. Her daughter and ex-son-in-law had a custody battle, I believe. I don't know all the details. And so the mother and the family, not the daughter that so far, but the mother and the son, not the husband, conspired to unalive the ex-husband.
How stupid can some people be and still breathe? You know?
I'm going to share something right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second. I got to share it differently than the way I'm sharing this. All right, this just hit us, folks. The Commonwealth moves in pursuant to trial court rule 8 uniform rules of impoundment procedures that exhibits A and B to the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA LLC to be under the seal and impounded. The letters contained in the Commonwealth's written request for discovery materials from the U.S. Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's response pursuant to 28 CFR 16.21 at Square Timothy to the request in consideration of the protective endorsed by the Honorable Denise Casper of the United States District Court of Massachusetts. These letters could be considered confidential and not subject to public disclosure. Hank Brennan. Huh?
Well, somebody's busy.
Yeah, that's the Fed stuff. So what they're saying is the Commonwealth is moving the trial court rule, uniform rules, impoundment procedures, Commonwealth motion to exclude employees of ARCA. So they're trying to keep ARCA from testifying is what they're doing.
Oh, gee.
All right, Miss Angela, thank you for sending this to me. Would be considered confidential and not subject to public disclosure. So if they can keep those letters out, it might help Karen Reed. I mean, not Karen Reed, but the district attorney's office. I don't know. We'll see what happens. At this point, my mind is starting to cramp like crazy over all of this.
Yeah.
It's just getting to be too much. I can't imagine how she feels, but that is what it is. Okay, Miss Diane, you're back on.
Is he back yet?
Yeah, I'll do Donna.
To set bond and also for Arthur hearing.
Thank you, Judge. May I
The motion, let's move on with the second part of the hearing this morning. The motion to set bond and also for Arthur hearing.
Thank you, Judge. May I put one more thing on the record for the suppression that I had in my notes and I forgot to say it?
Only one?
One.
Just one.
Just one.
Go ahead.
So in the call that the defense moved into evidence, the call from November 7th, that's in dispute here. At the end of the call, Harvey Adelson says something along the lines of, it's the last thing that you hear, something along the lines of, what's this? A call that didn't end. The implication being he must have picked up the phone and saw that the call didn't end. I think this is important to note because had Donna Adelson looked at her phone, she would have seen the same thing. That's all.
Right.
May I have a equally brief response?
59 seconds exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the system, the secure system is intentionally designed to continue recording after the inmate disconnects. And the system knew that Charlie had been disconnected because he tried calling back, and the system reflected, as Investigator Newell testified, account in use.
Let's move on to the Arthur hearing at this portion. Is the defense wishing to present its argument as to bond, or is the state going to present first as to proof of guilt evident or presumption grade?
I'd prefer we do bond first, if that's okay with the defense, just because the state does have a couple of witnesses as to the things they brought up in their motion. And then I'm not calling any witnesses for Arthur. I'll just be moving some things into evidence, so maybe we could do that last.
Mr. Zellman, as to the bond portion of this, do you have witnesses?
We do, Your Honor. State would call Donna Adelson.
So Adelson, you can retake the stand. Once again, you remain under oath. You are sworn to tell the truth.
Don and Rachel.
I got to get more water. I need you to hold down the fort for about a minute.
You may examine when you're ready, Ms. Wolford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress, you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses?
Never.
And how long incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay, and where did you go following solitary?
To the N pod, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So I was with 60 some odd other inmates, all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the in like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the in like Nancy pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next. There's no separation at all.
So one big open room.
One big open room with 66 beds. Yes.
Okay. And how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the N pod?
No.
Was there one in the annex?
No.
Okay. I'd like to start the motion for a bond that we filed in this case, as the court indicated earlier. One of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area. Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past. You mean prior to becoming incarcerated at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before you were incarcerated at the Leon County Jail, did you seek treatment for that condition?
Yes, I did.
And what type of treatment did you obtain for that?
So I saw my orthopedist, and he gave me a steroid injection in my spine.
Okay. How long were you suffering from the sciatic condition prior to becoming incarcerated?
How long the last episode?
Before you were incarcerated in jail, for how many years had you been suffering with the sciatic issue?
So no, I had it last about 10 years ago. I haven't had it all this time.
Okay.
But then it recurred a few months ago.
Okay. And what was the treatment that you were provided prior to your incarceration for your sciatic condition?
It was the steroid injection, and within 48 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. It was amazing.
And where did they do the steroid injection? Where's that in your body?
In my spine.
Spine. Okay. Is that an outpatient procedure, inpatient?
Yes, outpatient.
Outpatient. Okay. All right. And during the course of time that you've been in the Leon County Jail, did you start to experience the sciatic pain again?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do when you started to experience that pain?
I wrote a sick call, and I went to see the doctor.
Okay. Where do you get these sick call forms from?
From the nurse.
Okay. And when do you have the opportunity to see a nurse with sick call forms?
Well, they come twice a day. They come in the morning and they come in the evening.
Okay. And we'll get to what those times are at a later point. But if you don't get a form from a nurse, is there another way to obtain it that you're aware of?
No, that's the only way I've ever gotten it is from a nurse.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how far into your incarceration you started having the sciatic issues again?
I didn't have it until I was in the annex. So that was sometime over the last, I've been there 6 months. I don't remember the specific date, but I didn't have it before the annex.
Okay. And once you started experiencing it in the annex, did you complete a form to see medical attention?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as a result of completing that form, did you have an opportunity to meet with someone in the medical center at the Leon County Jail?
I saw the doctor there.
And
Yes.
what happened?
And I explained what I had, and she said, we do not treat that type of problem. We could offer you some Tylenol.
And did they provide you with Tylenol?
They did.
And has that relieved you of the pain that you suffer?
No, it's Tylenol. It's not gonna do what I need to have done. No.
Okay. So sometime since you've been in the annex, you made your request for treatment for the sciatic issue. Have you requested treatment more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any additional opportunities to meet with any of the medical staff regarding this pain?
No.
Okay. What happens when you request treatment and you don't get to see them? Do they tell you that you're not going to be allowed to see them again? What happens?
No. I usually wait a week, and if I don't hear anything, then I'll write another one, and I'll write, this is a second request, or this is a third request. And then I think they said I think I got an answer. They sometimes just answer it and give it to the pod officer, and she'll hand out papers at night, which is the response to your requests. And on that one, they said, you're already getting pain medication for this. That was the Tylenol.
And the pain medication is just regular Tylenol?
Regular Tylenol.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to speak to someone in medical care regarding a way to resolve some of the pressure in your leg for use of a medical mattress?
Yes. While I was down with the doctor during one visit, she said, you know what might be helpful, because you're sleeping on metal and the mattress is maybe a ½ inch thick, maybe. She said, what would help is if I could get a medical mattress for you. I had never heard that term before, but I said, okay, if you think it'll help, that would be great. And she left the room, she went into another room, and then she came back in and said, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea, but they don't have it here. So my best thoughts for you would be to get a second mattress, so it'll thicken it a little bit, and that might give you some relief at night.
Okay. And did you obtain a second mattress?
I did.
And this is while you were in the annex?
Well,
how did you get the additional mattress?
So the pod officer asked one of the inmates to go where they have extra mattresses. There are piles of 20, 30 mattresses there, to go get one of the extra mattresses and put it on my bed so that I had the extra mattress.
Okay. And during the time that you were allowed to have the additional mattress, did you get any relief?
Yes, at night, because I used to get the pains even if I was just lying down. And that definitely relieved some of the pain at night, so that was good.
Okay. And at some point, did they take the additional mattress away?
Yes, so on February 3rd, I was moved out of the annex to protective custody in the main jail building. And since I've been there, the officer removed the second mattress.
Okay.
She said, "Why do you have this?" And I told her why. And she said, "Well, you have this."
And
so they took it away.
Okay. And since the additional mattress has been taken away, have you started to experience worsened pain?
Yeah, it's worse.
Okay. And have you requested any medical treatment for that?
Well, I spoke to the doctor. I don't remember the date. Shortly after it was taken away, I was down for a different reason, and she said, "Yeah, I thought it was a good idea, but if you can't have it, you can't have it."
Okay. All right. Now, the relief that you got when you were able to have the additional mattress, did that completely take away the pain?
No.
Okay.
No.
And do you experience this pain when you're walking, sitting? What?
So beginning, I was just getting it when I was walking. So it limited the amounts of walking I could do, but I get it when I'm sitting, I get it lying down, I get it all the time now. So it's not like I have it all the time. It comes and goes, but when it just comes, I could be sitting, I could be standing, it just happens.
Okay. We're going to go into more details about how it took place in a few more minutes, but for now I'd like to talk about, are there any other areas that you are experiencing any pain?
Yes, I have a problem with my left arm.
And describe to the court what that problem is, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing.
So I have like shooting pain from the top here of my shoulder down the outside of my arm into my forearm.
Okay, and you're pointing to your left arm. Is that the one you're referring to?
It's my left arm.
Okay, and so shooting pain down the arm, anything into your hands?
Yeah, the pain is like, it's like hot. It's like a burning pain, and my thumb, index, and middle finger have gotten like tingling. It almost feels like ants are crawling on them. It's like a numbness of those fingers.
Okay, and is this pain that you were experiencing prior to your incarceration at Leon County Jail?
No.
Okay, about when did this pain begin?
So I was assaulted by another inmate while I was here at the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes.
And when you say the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes.
And what has the response been?
They said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime, I could have Tylenol.
Okay. And you said that was in approximately October of 2024. Have you been requesting treatment for that pain since October of 2024?
Several times.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of the gentleman previously. At some point, did they do an x-ray on your arm?
Yes.
And when was that?
It might have been February 3rd. No, that's the day I moved. Shortly after February 3rd. I don't know the date.
Was it after you were removed and placed in protective custody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is the Tylenol helped with the pain that you're experiencing?
No.
After getting old in jail, you shouldn't have your son-in-law killed.
After they performed the x-ray, you called back into the medical unit?
It was for another reason, but they did call me and they told me that the x-ray showed no fracture.
Okay, no fracture. That's what they were looking for.
That's what they were looking for.
Did they offer any type of physical therapy for your shoulder, anything at all?
No, I asked if they could do anything for it. And they said, no, Tylenol.
All right. Do you have any other medical conditions that you wanted us to address in the bond hearing that you're suffering from?
So I have a hearing issue.
Okay.
I have a problem. I evidently have very narrow ear canals, and so get the wax builds up in my ears to the point that, I mean, I have officers that say to me, "Are you deaf, Adelson?" When I don't respond to them, it's because I don't hear them. And so I did ask for help in the, I asked the doctor if there was anything they could do for me, and I told her what's normally done, and she said, we use Debrox to soften the wax, and then you come down 3 or 4 days later, and we use a bulb syringe to remove it. And I said, that doesn't work. I need a different procedure. And she said, that's all we can do for you.
Okay. And did you know, based on your prior treatment before you came into the Leon County Jail, that it required something other than the flushing system?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the name of the doctor that you saw for this condition?
Yes, I've seen him for years. Dr. Molina.
Okay. And Dr. Molina, how long do you think that you saw him for this condition prior to your incarceration?
I mean, several years.
Okay.
4 years, 5 years, I don't know.
Okay, and during the course of his treatment for you, how often would you go to have the wax removed from your small ear canals?
Yeah, every 3 to 4 months. If I waited longer than that, I couldn't hear.
Okay, and did he use this method or did he do something different?
No.
What did he do?
He used some kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's some kind of an electronic device that he puts one end in my ear, and he's able to remove the wax using that device, that medical device.
And in your experience prior to incarceration, when you were having that procedure done, did your hearing improve?
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, push switch on.
You may.
Mrs. Adelson, I've shown you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing, and it's a report from Dr. Molina, your doctor. Could you review that just to yourself for a moment? Okay. Does that describe the?
Okay, I'm going to explain some of this because I actually know about what she's talking about. I am not going to say that what she's saying about her ear canals are not true because that is quite common. And as we age, or let me back up, as we gain and lose weight, believe it or not, your ear canals will become bigger and smaller because fat doesn't settle just in one area. It's all over your body. But I've noticed with my hearing aids, because I have these big mamas, when I am heavier, they fit tighter. When I lose weight, they fit looser. So that can affect the size of your ear canals, believe it or not. But some people inherently have thin canals. And it is true that you can build wax up a whole lot faster. And the more older you are, the more that tends to happen. Am I not right, Diane?
The more older you are?
The older you are, sometimes that happens more. I saw it.
But you said the more elder you are.
I will boot your butt out of here. I'm redneck talking it now.
You're going to boot me out at 2:00 anyway.
You're going to boot yourself out at 2:00.
I am.
But anyway, I guess what I'm saying though is what she's saying actually is legit.
It's true.
People didn't believe it.
I sound like the Snuffles, the dog that liked dog biscuits.
Now you're going to get off and I'm going to mute you because you're going to start coughing. There it goes. So anyway, this is real. And the sciatic pain is something that more mature, seasoned people do deal with a lot. And so I'm not saying she's not uncomfortable and she's struggling with hearing. But honey boo, you do the crime, you suffer the consequences. And that sometimes is you don't get the best of medical care because it's free. We're paying for it, not her. Ain't that the truth? Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to need you to do both sides for a minute. I'll wave when I need to come back in. I got to take care of something real quick. Business.
The treatment that he was providing to you.
Yes.
Okay, and it includes a recommendation that you continue to receive the same treatment, potentially with another ENT in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This time the defense would offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted.
Yeah.
You may. Thank you.
During the time that you have, without disclosing any of the conversations, of course, but during the course of the time that you have met with counsel at the jail, have you had difficulty hearing us while we're trying to discuss your case with us?
Yes.
And what about over the telephone? Are you experiencing difficulty hearing us in that way?
Yeah, the telephone is a problem.
Okay. Have you actually gotten in trouble by some of the guards at the jail because they've instructed you to do something and you weren't able?
Yes.
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
It happens on several occasions.
Okay. And have you experienced over the course of your incarceration that your hearing is getting worse and worse?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. This is not a significant, I'm going to move on to something else now, and this is not a significant injury, but I did want to address this with respect to the type of medical care that you are getting at the jail. Did something happen to you recently where you cut your arm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the court what happened, please.
So I was walking past the washing machine on my way to the restroom, and I bumped into the there's like a metal bracket that holds the washing machine in place, I guess, and it was my fault. I bumped into it.
And what happened?
So I cut my arm pretty badly.
So what did you do after you cut your arm?
So timing was it's kind of interesting because the med nurse was there doing morning meds. So I got onto the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was just pouring out. And so I figured I'll get on the line with the other girls and I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn and I got to the med nurse and she says, "Whoa, what happened to you?" And I said, "My fault. I just bumped into the machine and I cut myself." So she looked at it and she said, "Yeah, that's a problem." I said, "Yeah, can I get a Band-Aid or gauze or something, some antibiotic cream?" She said, "Yeah, I don't have any antibiotic cream and I don't have a Band-Aid." So I looked at her and I said, "Well, what should I do?" She says, "Well, why don't you use your toilet paper and put it on there?" I said, "But it's gushing. I can't put toilet paper on there." So one of the girls saw me and she said, "Oh my God." And she came running over and she opens up a sanitary napkin and she put it on there so that it was filling the sanitary napkin with blood. And so another girl came over, she took the bloodied one away and she gave me hers too. And I was applying that. I said to the nurse again, "I'm not going to be able to stop it holding this. Isn't there something you can do?" She says, "The best I could offer you would be to fill out a medical request form." So I said, "You want me to do that now?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, can I have a medical request form?" She says, "Oh, I don't have any." I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" And she said, "I don't know what to tell you." She's maybe the night nurse.
Okay, so this was just a couple of days before you were transferred to protective custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but do you recall that it was on Saturday the 1st? of February?
It was a Saturday morning, yes.
Okay. And so about what time of morning would this have been if this was the morning med nurse?
It could have been 9 or 10,
Okay.
somewhere in the morning.
Okay, and when she told you that she didn't have any sick call forms for you to request a Band-Aid and you would need to get it from the night nurse, approximately what time does the night nurse come?
So the night nurse comes anywhere from 11:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
11:30 p.m. to
PM.
to what time?
2:30 a.m.
30 a.m.
Right.
And in the meantime, you were supposed to use the feminine pads?
I called my husband. He told me to elevate my arm, to wash it, to try to wash it frequently, just to keep my arm up. And that's what I did. And one girl brought over toilet paper, but that was sticking to the wound, so that wasn't good. So I kept borrowing sanitary pads to hold it.
Okay, and at some point, did the night nurse come?
Yes, she came that night.
Okay, and what happened when she got there?
She didn't have a Band-Aid either.
Okay.
She didn't have antibiotic ointment either. And I said, this has been going on since early this morning.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just turned around and noticed that some of the state's witnesses have re-entered the courtroom. We had previously invoked the rule for the bond proceeding.
All right. And for anyone who is here to testify concerning bond, please step outside the courtroom. Ms. Dugan, is any witness you're intending to call currently in the courtroom?
I don't see any. I'm calling Miss Wilson and Deputy Collins.
Please continue with your examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So the night nurse came and the night nurse didn't have a Band-Aid either?
No antibiotic, no Band-Aid, and no the form that I was told to ask her for, the sick call form. She said, I don't have them. We haven't had them in a while.
The night nurse?
The night nurse.
So how are you supposed to request, according to the night nurse then, how are you supposed to request assistance?
So I was actually fortunate because there was a sergeant with the night nurse. She accompanies the nurse when she comes there. And she took a look at what I looked like, and the night nurse said, yeah, that's a problem. And so the sergeant said, I'm going to make sure you get a Band-Aid, and I'm going to make sure you get a form. You'll get it by tomorrow. When I go back with the night nurse, she said, I'll run some off on the machine, some copies, and I'm going to make sure that you get it.
Did she?
The next morning.
Okay.
The next morning I got it.
From the sergeant?
From the sergeant, yes.
Okay. You got the Band-Aid and the call nurse?
Yes.
Call form?
The call form.
Okay. You approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Adelson, I'm showing you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah.
And what is that?
That's a few days after I got cut, and that's the clear Band-Aid that they gave me to put on top.
Okay. After you got the bandage to put on over your wound, did you get additional medical treatment for the wound?
So no, not then. About, I don't know how many days later, but when I went down to medical a few days later, they said, how long are you wearing this bandage? And I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, whatever it had been. And they said, this should have been cleaned and changed every day. Why didn't you have that done? I said, I don't know. This is what they gave me to put on, and that's what I did.
Okay. The photograph, does that truly and accurately depict what your injury looked like the few days after it occurred with the bandage on it?
That's what it looked like.
The defense would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence?
An objection to defense 2.
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
And at this follow-up visit, then did they change your bandage and clean the wound?
They cleaned it and they put antibiotic cream on it, and they changed it, yes.
And did you get any additional treatment for the wound?
No.
Did you request that you get a tetanus shot?
My husband said, Donna, there was if rust on that metal, which there was, he said, you should ask for a tetanus shot.
And so did you request
So
it?
I requested it, and they did give it to me.
Okay. And then as far as your medical conditions go, the last thing I want to talk about is something that I would give two different descriptions of, but I'm just asking the questions. You're the one providing the information to the court in your testimony.
Okay.
So this shortness of breath or heavy breathing that you're experiencing, how long has that been going on?
It's been going on several months, probably at least 3 months, I would think.
Okay, and you're experiencing it then during your incarceration, did you have it prior to being incarcerated?
No, I did not.
Okay, what have you noticed about the breathing and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
I know, I guess it sounds like heavy breathing, it's shortness of breath. I've never had that before. I'm not a doctor, I don't know, I've gained more than a third of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein, and when you get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread, that's your dinner. That's very typical of what we get. And we have had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds. But otherwise, there's no, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to do stretches or wall push-ups or anything, she says, this is not an exercise room, there's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop you. One of these issues at a time. So with respect to the time period when you've been in the annex, which was from August of 24 until recently February of 2025, was it your understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times?
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day. Per week.
Okay, and during your time in the annex, did you experience a week where you got 3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
Okay. How many times did you go outside while you were in the annex?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
We have 30 minutes left in the hearing, Ms. Fulford. I understand your client is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Okay. We're going to move off of that then. I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower. And we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. So the first incident that took place in the shower, could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yes, so I always, there's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you have at the other ones. And so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower and I was washing my hair, and I was the only one in the shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy. And so I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I felt a hand go up my back, like from the top of my butt up my back, and I yelled, "Stop it!" and I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here!" And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there, what was this? Which pod was this in?
It's in the annex.
In the annex. Okay. In the annex, are there guards positioned inside the area where you shower?
No.
Inside the area where you use the restroom?
No.
Okay. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is what transpired in October of, thank you, October of 2024, where you had said previously you were attacked. What were you doing? Where were you at, first of all, at the place?
In October. So I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth.
Okay.
there's, there are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks. And I was at the center station with my back to the door. And I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand. And I was balancing myself with my left hand on the sink. I was just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she's in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said, "You're going to buy me commissary." I said, "I'm going to what?" And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." So I said, okay. And then she named a package. I said,
I gotta see what she said.
And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. She was gone. She's just that fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk and I got under the covers and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. I didn't come out.
Okay. During your entire time in the annex, did this particular inmate remain confined in that area with you?
She was in the annex the whole time.
Okay. And I know that you don't want to talk about who did this to you, because why? Why don't you want to disclose who it was?
There's one thing I've learned since I'm there is you don't, the word is snitch. You don't snitch, you don't tell on anyone because you'll be sorry you did. And I've seen that. And so I didn't even tell you for a while. I wasn't going to tell anybody. I didn't want to tell anybody. I didn't want, she's a big woman, and I was afraid of her.
Okay. Approximately how tall would you say she is compared to you?
She's over 6 feet,
Okay.
over 200 pounds. She's a very large woman.
Okay. Were you afraid of her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was after that.
Okay. And you said that she demanded that you were going to start getting her weekly commissary. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me, can I have just one moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
Weekly commissary. So what it is they're forced to purchase things for other people out of their own private commissary. There are limits usually to how much you can spend per month or week. It is very terrifying. It is very manipulating, especially for somebody like her with her age, never being in the system before. I understand this fear. I'm not saying or negating any of it, but honey boo, that's what happens when you break the law. You end up in jail with other criminals. But when she put that package down, that meant that she's supposed to hold it until a certain person comes in, retrieves it. So she's kind of becoming a mule as well. So she's being blackmailed. And you know what? I understand she wants to be out on bail until this is over with. But honey boo, that doesn't always happen. And you know what? If you weren't guilty of this crime, you wouldn't be fleeing the country to Vietnam with a one-way ticket. Hold on, Diane. What?
I said, that's what she wants to do.
What?
That's go to Vietnam with a one-way ticket.
They arrested her minutes before getting on a flight to Vietnam with a one-way ticket after her son was arrested.
No,
Oh,
it's-
worse is going to happen in prison.
Ah,
Let's get through this because we've got another trial today and I only got another 3 minutes.
yeah,
You want to go ahead and head out? That's cool.
I will see you later. Let me know what happens.
Love you. And my deaf person left about 20 minutes ago, but I needed to practice. So we're gonna take a break from interpreting for a while. A mic back person.
Your Honor, in order to move this along a little more promptly, I've requested of the state, and they have no objection. At this time, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3. I'm sorry, I said state by mistake. Defense Exhibit number 3, Defense Exhibit number 4, and Defense Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Ms. Dugan.
No. May I
They are
urge?
admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Adelson, prior to ordering commissary for this woman who attacked you, were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food. And so I use that account to buy food, but not what she wanted. She wanted packages.
Okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail, or you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Or more, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items you're buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, no noodles of any kind?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah, I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody outside to place the order.
Okay, and when you referred to packages, is that the method that the woman who attacked you said she wanted you to get for her?
That's what she asked me to get her. Yes.
Okay, and these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, and so it's $50 a package.
Okay, and during the course of your time in the annex, while you were still in the annex, on just about every week, did she continue to find you in the bathroom and demand what packages that you would get ordered for her?
Yes, and she must have been keeping an eye on me, but when I was in the bath, those are the only times she would approach me, is in the bathroom, and she would tell me what she wanted for that week.
And did you make those orders through your husband?
I called my husband. I didn't tell him what happened. I just called him and said, honey, I want some extra food. Would you mind ordering some packages for me? And he said, sure, honey. And he did.
And he did that. And at the time that your normal canteen or commissary would be delivered, is that when the extra packages would be delivered as well?
Yes, all at the same time.
Okay, and in the course of things, you would go pick up your canteen and then her extra packages, is that right?
Yes.
And where did you keep her items when you got back to the annex?
So it was, you have to carry your bin up, and they put the package, they open up a plastic bag and they loosely put all the stuff in the bin. So it was all in a bin that I would and put under my bed.
Okay, and did you keep her eye care packages separated from your canteen?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that she would receive her packages? How did she get the food?
So she would send, I used to say her minions, she used to pick different girls to come over to me, and they would say, package up 4 soups and 3 bags of chips. And the first time I didn't know what she wanted me to do, and she said, it's for, and she'd mention her name. I said, well, how am I supposed to do that? She said, just put it in your shirt, I'll meet you in the bathroom. So I would load these things in the top of my shirt, and I would hold the bottom of my shirt like this so that nothing would fall out, and I'd go to the bathroom, and then somebody would follow me in there, and she would take it out, transfer it into her shirt, and walk away.
And that continued from the time that she first yanked your arm behind your back in October all the way you were put into protective custody, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, when you got into protective custody, in fact, did you receive your last packages for her?
So the last package came, I was put into protective custody on a Monday, and Tuesday, the commissary came with those packages and brought them. to me.
Okay. And do you have that extra food in your protective custody room now?
They're sitting there. I don't eat that stuff, so it's all sitting on top of my bunk.
It's made up of noodles and chips and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Okay. And are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay. All right. And you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes. Is
20
that right?
minutes.
Okay. And on the weekends, you don't get to come
Not
out?
at all.
Okay. Make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't come out at all. During your hour, 3 days a week, and your 20 minutes, 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the ends of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-pod, like Mary.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that this individual who attacked you was also, at least for some period of time, in that same area?
I'm not sure where she was. She might have been.
Okay.
I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I
Okay.
heard that she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion where another girl came and knocked on your door wanting you to give her food?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, okay. And what happened when you said you would give her food?
I said, I have all that extra food. I don't mind giving it to people. So,
Okay. And so how are you going to give it to her?
well, that's what I said to her. How am I going to get this to you? And so she gave the guard a high sign, and the guard buzzed the door open, and it was her and a friend of hers, the two of them, and they'd only stepped in my foot, came in, and I gave them some soups.
Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other sorts of
There have been other
situations?
times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, what did you want? And she said, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room. I said, okay. So I turned around and went back.
Okay. We have to move along a little bit faster here. So one of the things that's been a big issue for you is lack of sleep. So we're going to just kind of go through this quickly for the court. But you testified previously that the nighttime medications come between 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the nighttime medications that you get, is there something in there to assist you to go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get the medication. About how long after that is it before you can go to sleep?
From the time I get it, probably a half hour.
Okay, all right. And what time are you woken up for breakfast?
Between 3 and 3:30. Yes, last night was 3:10. Just within that half hour range is when it comes.
Okay, and once you're woken up for breakfast, are you capable of going back to sleep?
No.
Have you tried to go back to sleep?
Oh my God, yes, I try.
So that period of that time that you get from the time you fall asleep after your night meds until you're woken up for breakfast, that's the only sleep that you're getting while you're incarcerated?
That's it.
How has that affected you?
So, listen, I know older people don't need as much sleep as younger people, but I need more than 2 hours a night. I need more than a good night is 3. One night I had 3.5 hours. It's not enough sleep to stay focused. I mean, I feel like I'm foggy sometimes because I just sleepy, I'm tired, and I can't go to sleep. They've got people screaming and yelling. They bang on the doors, they shake the doors. It sounds like a drum in there. It's horrible. So I can't sleep with all that noise going on.
Okay. Do you have legal documents that we have provided to you or prior counsel has provided to you that you need to review to assist in the preparation of your defense?
Say that to me again.
Sure. Do you keep legal documents with you that you're supposed to be reviewing to assist to prepare for your defense?
Sure, I've got two bins full of them.
Okay. Are you having difficulty completing the tasks that we're asking you to do because of your lack of sleep?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you for just a second. You're able to make calls to your lawyers off of your tablet, correct?
Yes.
And those are supposed to be attorney-client privilege calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not recorded according to what's said on the recording when you make the calls, is that right?
That's right.
During the time that you were in the annex, were you in a situation where you could be away from everybody so that you could make those calls without anyone hearing?
No, I had to make the calls under my blanket because you couldn't hear me. And I certainly couldn't hear you. So I would go under my blanket with the tablet and I would call you that way.
That didn't keep the other inmates who were standing right next to you from hearing.
It is what it is.
Okay, was there a time when you and I were speaking and when you pulled the cover, the guard there listening to your call?
Yes, there was.
And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, et cetera?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
All right, let me ask you a few questions. We're requesting that His Honor allow you to be out on bond pending your trial so that you can assist in the preparation of your defense. If His Honor ordered that you reside here in Leon County and not leave Leon County until the conclusion of the trial, would you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
If he placed you on an electronic monitor, would you agree to take that?
Yes.
Okay. If he required that you have a curfew from 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning,
That woman's talking way too dang fast. Yeah, they do have geriatric, but she doesn't meet that right now. She wouldn't meet that qualification yet.
would you comply with the curfew?
I would do that.
Do you have the ability to do these things?
Yes.
Okay. You have the ability to get housing here in Tallahassee where you could live with your husband?
Sure.
Okay. And if he said that, you can leave outside of the curfew, you can leave to go meet with your lawyers, medical appointments, if you need medical appointments, coming to court, those type of things, would you comply with those orders as well?
Yes, I'd be grateful just to get a night's sleep. It would be great.
Okay. If he ordered that you had to surrender your driver's license during the pendency from now until the end of the trial and not drive, would you agree to comply with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, this Haley Mouse, you are 100% dead on. I don't care what this woman says, she's a flight risk. Period. That's why she's still there. She was fleeing when they caught her. Come on now. That's right, I have it set up.
Have just one moment, please. Thought I had asked this, but I might not have. For the medical conditions that you have complained of during the time that you were speaking with the doctors and they said that they didn't give you the treatments that you were requesting, did they ever offer that they would have a doctor from the outside perform the treatment for you?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Statement cross-examination.
Yes, sir. All right, so the incident in the shower, after you let the inmate know that you did not like what she was doing by telling her to stop, did she ever try that again?
No.
And that inmate's no longer, or you didn't disclose the name of that inmate, but you did tell the investigator that that inmate is no longer in jail with you, right?
She's no longer there. She left shortly after that.
Okay. As far as the arm twist incident from October of 2024, you said you reported that in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't give the name, you said you wouldn't give the name of her to the investigator either, okay?
No.
But you if you would give her name, that instead of you being separated from the pod, she could be separated from you and you could be back with the general population.
Yeah, but she's not the only one that could hurt me. That's why I wouldn't do it. She had a half a dozen girls that came up to me.
Was there ever any physical violence by her or anyone she's friends with after that October 24 incident?
No, that was it. That's it.
And by being in solitary confinement, does it give you an opportunity to have a quieter space where you can prepare for trial?
I guess it would be a quiet space if I could get some sleep and I would be able to concentrate on what I'm supposed to do. Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you also get in-person visits with your attorney in jail?
I do.
Okay, and when that happens, are you in a room alone with him or her or both?
Yes, yes,
And y'all are able to have conversations then that are private?
yes.
For the sciatic nerve, in December of 2024,
Come on now, y'all are bad.
were you offered a Solumet steroid injection for that pain that you declined?
I am going to object to the use of the medical records by the state based on a prior objection.
Student, do you have an ability to show that these records were not a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland? That is still disputed.
No, these are part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland. But my understanding is that the defense would have opened the door to this by asking her all of these times she was seen by medical staff and what basically was not done for her.
As to that, I will permit the witness to answer. You may answer, Ms. Adelson.
Could you ask me one more time?
Yes, ma'am. For the sciatic pain that radiates down your right leg, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection, and then after that, a Medrol, so a steroid dose pack that you declined until you were able to speak with your physician?
No, I told her that in the past I had gotten a steroid injection in my spine, and she said, we don't do that. I could offer you, and it was a Medrol dose pack, I think.
A Solumedrol
I can offer
injection?
you that, but we don't do that. And having had sciatica twice in my lifetime, I know what's been done each time, and I know that worked. And so she said, we can't do that. We don't offer that. You would need to see a specialist for that.
Okay. I'm going to show you this page at the encounter from December 13th, 2024 at 3:22 p.m. Does it say offered patient a Solumedrol injection and then starting tomorrow a Medrol dose pack? Patient requests to decline until she can speak with her physician.
I don't know what a Solumedrol injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said I could give you other medication. But I've been there, I've done that. I know what happens with sciatica and I know what needs to be done. That's not going to be the answer.
For your arm and shoulder pain, isn't it true that you reported you had mild pain in your left arm and
No,
shoulder?
I heard a gentleman say that before. I couldn't believe it. I told her that I had severe burning pain down the outer part of my arm. I never used the word mild pain. So I don't know where they got that from, but that's not what I said.
Okay. I'm going to show you the encounter from February 3rd, 2025 at 2:29 p.m. Under musculoskeletal, does it say positive for left upper extremity limited ROM range of motion, comma, mild pain?
That's what it says, but that's not what I said. No way is that pain mild.
And so that's just what the doctor would have written down, but you're saying that's not what you told the doctor?
I did, had that been given to me and I read it and I had to sign it, I would say I never said this. But I'm telling you, I never said mild pain.
Okay.
It's shooting hot pain down my arm.
For that injury, you did have an X-ray. They did go over that X-ray with you and let you know that there was no fracture or dislocation.
There was no fracture, that's what she told me. I didn't think it was a fracture.
or dislocation of your shoulder or arm?
No, it's just pain.
And they also went over your chest x-ray results with you to let you know that your chest x-ray appeared clear?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately received the Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on your
We're going to
elbow?
get into the Sementilli.
Yes, I got that on Saturday. When did I get that? On Monday?
Okay, so within a day or two of the cut occurring?
Yes.
And you said that if you are given a bond, you will reside in Tallahassee, you will follow court orders. But when you were afraid of being arrested, right, Charlie Adelson's trial, isn't it true that you hoped that you could get to the airport before you were arrested?
I wasn't afraid of being arrested.
What were you trying to get to the airport in time for? In that jail
My
cell?
husband and I were literally shocked and traumatized at what had happened to Charlie. And he said, we need to just get some peace. We need to catch our breath. We're going to go away somewhere. And I thought it was a good idea because I couldn't think straight. I really couldn't think straight. I was so upset, and so was he. And it was his idea. He said, sweetheart, let's go just get away. We're going to just get away somewhere so we can have some time to think.
Okay, so your testimony is that you weren't trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
Welcome to jail.
So my husband actually had said, we've been to Vietnam before with friends, we're on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We could buy a ticket and we could go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Okay, but you were hoping to make it out of America in time before you were arrested, right?
I wanted to get away. He wanted to get away. That's what we wanted to do. And it wasn't.
She just threw her husband under the bus. This may lead to his arrest.
I mean, we spoke to our attorneys. I asked them. They said
aiding and abetting.
They said there's no pending. We purposely called them to make sure it was legal to do it, and they said there's no. What were their words? There's no pending charges and there's no warrants. So you want to go, go. And so when you ask your attorneys and they tell you that, I'm going.
But Dan did tell you, as you say in the jail call, that knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if you'll make it out in time. I really don't. But that he said you might, or you might get to the airport and they'll stop you. It could happen.
That's what he said.
Right. So you went to the airport knowing that they could stop you at the airport. You could end up being arrested.
Yeah, that's what Dan said.
Right. And when you were looking at places to go a couple of days after Charlie Adelson's trial, you were specifically looking, though, for countries that did not have extradition with the U.S.
For the reason I just told you.
Right. And the reason that you're saying that you were looking for countries with no extradition was so that you could get back faster in order to be arrested in the U.S.
No, that's not what I said. It's because, I don't know, maybe we watch too much TV or too many movies, but I've seen movies where people are stuck in like third world prisons and waiting and waiting and waiting. And my feeling was, this is not what we want to happen. If the state says they want us to come back, we'll buy a ticket, we'll come back on our own terms. We don't have to be else somewhere. We'll come back home and turn ourselves in.
Couldn't you have done that no matter what country you went to?
No.
No,
No?
no.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not law enforcement, but it appears that they would notify law enforcement in that country and then they could hold you in a jail for God knows how long. And I didn't want that to happen. So he said, well, that's why we'll do it this way, honey. That way, if they do notify us, so we get a phone call from our attorney or from law enforcement, then we'll buy a ticket, we'll go home.
Okay.
And so it would have been on our terms. That was the point. That was the reason that he thought that was a good idea.
Okay, so what she's saying is, and it is logical. Excuse me, it is logical. If she was out overseas and they got a call, they have a warrant for your arrest, and you're in a country that has extradition agreement with the U.S., you know what's going to happen? You're going to be sitting in a foreign jail, and those are worse than the American. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. And so basically what she's saying is that they did not want to be stuck in a foreign jail. So they would contact their lawyer. The lawyer would tell them there's an arrest warrant. Then they would make arrangements to fly home and know that the moment they get off the plane, they'd be arrested. But they would be in an American jail. So why leave? I'm not believing this so much. And on top of that, she just threw her husband under the bus. Wow.
Yeah.
And your
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, we are over time. If you please can get to your most pertinent questions.
Yes, sir. I guess your testimony ultimately, though, is that you were not trying to go to a country with no extradition because you were trying to avoid being held accountable for this charge. That's your testimony?
I didn't do this.
Okay.
Being held accountable for this is not what happened.
Being arrested for this case.
Being arrested?
Right. That was not what you were trying to avoid by trying to go to a non-extradition country.
We were trying to get our heads on straight and just breathe.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect examination for Mrs. Adelson?
Just one question, Judge.
You may proceed.
I think we are.
The testimony was you were offered an x-ray. You were never offered an MRI for your shoulder, were you?
No.
Thank you.
You may step down, Mrs. Adelson. Deputy, please assist her to her seat. Does the defense have any other documents or evidence or witnesses that it intends to present?
I don't have any other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice of the motion and order in the Adam Frash case where a request was made and a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had an opportunity to review that?
I did. The records of the circuit court, they don't have to be judicially noticed. What the other judges have done in the past certainly are a matter of record. Procedurally, we are in a different posture than Dr. Frash was, than your client, but any argument that you believe is reasonable, you may make concerning it.
Okay, the only other thing I wanted to do, Your Honor, is as an officer of the court, I wanted to represent. We attempted to obtain a copy of a no-fly order because that letter was received after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody. And the only response we were able to get was that there's not from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, was that there's not an open dispute of a no-fly order. So I didn't want there to appear to be a misrepresentation by myself in the motion and us not being able to present anything to the court. That's as much as they would say in response to our request. And then finally, I was glad to see that Mr. Google here is present. And I'm sorry, I don't remember he's under sheriff, I think now, Mr. Google, in charge of the jail. And I just wanted to represent to the court that I did inquire about outside care. And the reason I questioned the witness about additional care from other doctors is I did inquire as to whether we could have her taken to see other doctors to get treatment that she could not get in the jail. And Mr. Google advised me that with a court order that could take place. But we were never advised that without a court order, she was able to get medical treatment that she was requesting.
Ms. Dugan, you may respond to the bond motion and present any evidence you have concerning presumption of guilt evident or, proof of guilt evident or presumption great. Go ahead.
I have two very quick witnesses for as to the medical or to the security concerns. Just a second. State calls Chelsea Wilson.
There's some whispering going on.
We're going to take all of it, but you can collect it for now. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell it, please? Chelsea Wilson, CHELSEAWILSON. And where do you work?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
Specifically, I am assigned as criminal investigations for the jail.
All right. Did you investigate an incident reported by Donna Adelson in February of 2025?
Yes.
That occurred back in October of 2024?
Yes.
And was that the incident where she said that an inmate twisted her arm in the bathroom area and told her that she wanted the canteen?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any video footage in the area where that took place?
No, not in the bathroom.
Okay. Did she disclose to you the name of the inmate?
No.
Did she disclose whether the inmate had ever been violent again, or any that is somehow related to the inmate in custody as far as being a friend or family member?
My understanding is a one-time incident.
If she had disclosed the name of the inmate, what could be done to hopefully keep that situation from happening again?
Well, we knew the name of the inmate. We could take measures to make sure that they were not housed together, that they were not in, for example, classes together. I don't know if she's interested in classes, but measures could absolutely be taken to make sure that they were not able to have physical contact with each other for her safety.
If we don't know that inmate's identity, though, and we can't take her out of the area where Miss Adelson lives in the jail, is the only option then to take Miss Adelson out of the area and put her in an area where she cannot not be threatened again?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you let her know that? And if so, how did she respond?
I did during the investigation, trying to get the inmate's name who twisted her arm. I did explain to her that I would be able to move her back into a pod where she's able to move around more, where she's able to be social, for example. And her response essentially was that she felt, although she's not able to move around much in protective custody, she felt safer there, and that it does give her a little bit more peace and quiet to review legal materials for her upcoming trial.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Bobby Collins.
Women wear things like that work. That is so inappropriate. Such a portion of routine. I mean, this is court, not a club. You're professional. Dress up. I'm just saying. I know some will get mad at me and I don't
As
care.
far as the writing numbers, it might be a little slight, but that's fine. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take.
I was speaking over the court. I said, why do women think that they can wear a lacy corseted bustier type thing like she just had on to court and throw a jacket over it and say it's professional? That is so not professional. I wish they would teach young women what professionalism is. That the fact that some of these people come into court dressed the way they do, I tell you what, if I was a judge, I would tell the prosecution or the defendant, whoever brought that witness, that they come looking like that again in my courtroom, they will not be heard. To me, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like the what trial was it? Was it Karen Reed's? Somebody's trial. A coroner or a medical examiner came in with a sleeveless tight dress with tattoos everywhere. Nothing against tattoos, but it just looked like she was going bar hopping.
Take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Can you state your name and spell it for us, please?
Lieutenant Robert Collins, ROBERT, COLLINS.
Thank you. And can you tell us where you work and what you do there?
I'm assigned at the detention. I oversee the classification unit.
Okay. How does the jail, the Leon County Detention Facility, handle when inmates are pressuring or threatening to buy them food from canteen?
Well, we interview the inmate, we gather information, providing what information that they give us. We will separate them out of harm's way and place the inmate separation, possibly follow up with incident reports or disciplinary reports.
Okay. And is there always an officer in every pod that an inmate can report an incident to, whether it be a security issue or a medical issue?
Yes, at all times.
Okay. Have there been any allegations made to the officers at Leon County Jail by Donna Adelson about any type of financial shakedown or threat in exchange for canteen, aside from the one made this month regarding the arm twist in exchange for canteen?
Not that I'm aware of. I only reviewed 2 incidents reports from February 3rd.
Okay, those were the ones made this month on February 3rd.
That is correct.
Okay, and those were the incidents that the defense cited in their motion?
Correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
You may step down, Lieutenant. Thank you.
All right, that's the waste of time.
Stugan, do you have any evidence that you wish to enter pertaining to the Arthur aspect of this?
I do, Judge. This time I'd move, and I'll just go through all of them at once. State's Exhibit 1, which is the probable cause affidavit for Donna Adelson. State's Composite 2, which are the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, which Your Honor presided over. State's Exhibit 3, which are a PDF of slides from Chris Corbett's PowerPoint presentation that only feature the analysis of Donna Adelson's travel the night of July 18th, 2014. The open line jail call that we've referred to today from November 7th, and the transcript of that's State's 4. The transcript of that call, which is State's 5. State's Exhibit 6, which is a chat with a Vietnam visa on WhatsApp by Donna Adelson. State's Exhibit 7, which are excerpts from WhatsApp conversation between Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then finally, State's Exhibit 8, which is a letter from the Markell family to the court, which defense has reviewed regarding their wishes for bond.
Concerning the state's exhibits, does the defense have any objection or anything to raise?
With respect to State's Exhibits 4 and 5, renew our objection, as we believe the call should be suppressed, as well as the excerpt from the call and the transcript. So we would object on that basis.
Relates to whether the court will consider Exhibits 4 and 5 that will be tied to the order of suppression as to all other matters. Is there any objection?
No, Judge.
Court reserves whether exhibits 4 and 5, and I believe which other ones were you contesting?
Just 4 and 5.
4 and 5 will be admitted. All other exhibits offered by the state for the purposes of Arthur and bond will be admitted at this time. Ms. Dugan, do you have all of these available?
I do.
The employees can approach.
Okay, and then 1 through 7 are all on flash drive.
And the state's provided us, I downloaded a copy of the thumb drive earlier, so we have those as well.
All right, Ms. Dugan, you may make your final argument concerning the Arthur standard and also bond.
Yes, sir. Guess I'll go with Arthur Standard first. As to state to the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, I think that the parts of these trial that were most relevant.
June, we did speak on that. I did share my experiences with jail phone calls. I don't know why you can't hear anything. It's all gained 100%.
To whether we've met the standard in Donna Adelson's case are the emails that show Donna Adelson's motivation to commit the crime when she voices her hatred towards Dan Markel, strategizes ways to get Wendy Adelson and her sons to live in South Florida. The thousands of dollars worth of checks we saw in that trial that were written to Meg Banwa, signed by Donna Adelson when Meg Banwa never worked for the family in any capacity. Meg Banwa's testimony that Charlie Adelson was about her being the middleman between Charlie Adelson and the hitman for this murder, and how on July 18th, 2014, which was the night of the murder, that Charlie gave her money at his home, which she then delivered to the hitman. Meg Banwa saying that she learned that night, the night of July 18th, that Charlie Adelson and his parents had just been at the home. It was her understanding that Donna Adelson had washed the money and the money was damp. For the State's Exhibit 3, which is the travel analysis, basically these slides show that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's travel from their home in Miami to Orlando on the night of July 18th, 2014. At a certain point, Donna Adelson texts Charlie Adelson, "I'm outside your house," or "outside your house." Charlie Adelson then responds a little while later with 10 minutes. Cell tower analysis shows that Charlie Adelson is inconsistent with his house 10 minutes later. And when you look at the time it took for Donna Adelson to travel from the area of Charlie Adelson's home to the next point with location data for her north of Charlie Adelson's home, it shows that it should be about a 45-minute trip, but it shows that it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes. That shows there was 1 hour and 9 minutes unaccounted for during the time when she would have been waiting for Charlie Adelson at his house and could have stayed there for about half an hour once he arrived. And that could be consistent with her taking some of the money to Charlie Adelson's home, as Banwa describes. Exhibit 4 is the open line jail call we've already heard today. On page 8, she does say, after speaking with Dan this morning, after knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't, but Dan says you make it to the airport or they may stop you. It could happen, but it's worth a try. She then says on page 16 that they've looked it up over and over because things change, whether there's from Vietnam. They could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. We are looking for places where there's no extradition. State's Exhibit 6, which is the chat with Vietnam Visa on WhatsApp. In that first message, that service tells Donna Adelson that all of the messages are encrypted and no one can read them. She began on this WhatsApp trying to get the visas during the afternoon of November 7th. That's less than 24 hours after the trial transcripts and State Deposit 2 reflect that there was a jury verdict in Charlie Adelson's trial. Donna Adelson says in that conversation that she needs an emergency fast-track visa for her and her husband. When given the option of 30 or 90-day visas, she chooses 90, unless she can only do 30, and in that case, she'll do it and just extend it. She then sends passport pictures and pays for the visas. Several days later, she says to the service that she's getting nervous because she hasn't received the visas yet, and she's typing all of that in all caps. She says her flight is booked at that point, which is the one-way trip to Vietnam with the layover in Dubai. That's within days of Charlie Adelson's verdict. The chat shows then that she got the visa just in time, I think the day before the flight, and then she was.
Come on, a layover in Dubai? Man, that's a nice place to have a layover.
ended up being arrested on the jetway in Miami right before she boarded the one-way trip to Vietnam. We also have the excerpts from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson, State's Exhibit 7. This is a conversation that the court has seen before. We've had a motion hearing about it, I believe, where basically we were able to get these messages in 2023 when Donna Adelson was arrested and we seized her cell phone. This is from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson on her phone. These are WhatsApp messages, though, that occurred in August of 2016. And there's a conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson where Charlie Adelson is basically workshopping ideas that maybe the killer was a coke dealer and that Danny was just buying drugs from him. And in they don't mention anything about extortion, which ended up being Charlie Adelson's defense at trial, that he didn't intend for this to happen, that he was extorted, and that he didn't do this. And finally, the letter from the Markell family. Given the totality of the evidence in this case, the state does meet the burden under Arthur. The state has met its burden for every defendant who has been charged in this case and had an Arthur hearing. They have all been held in custody until trial. And none of them tried to flee to a non-extraditable country to avoid being charged before arrest. If court somehow believes the state falls short, though, the defendant should still be held no bond because she is absolutely a flight risk, given her past actions. More so now than ever, now that she has actually been charged. What we saw her talking about on the jail call and doing in the visa chat and going to the airport for and being arrested there, that was all before she was even arrested, when she just knew that the charge was coming. Now she has been charged, she is facing life in prison, so I think she's more of a flight risk than ever when you consider a totality of all of that information. As to the bond argument, we heard from, the Mike Hayden, who's the medical administration. All of the defendants' complaints have been evaluated. Medical staff has treated them. She's been able to see a doctor within a day or two. That is faster than most of us who are out of custody could see our doctors. She was given Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on her arm when she bumped into the laundry machine. Sometimes accidents like
that is a very good point. Let's think about it. If I need to see my doctor and it's not life-threatening, well, if it is life-threatening, I'm at the ER. But, there have been times where I've had to wait over a week or two to see my doctor. That's a good point. Put it that way, she got seen quicker than I would have.
that happen, and that could also happen to her out of custody as well as it could happen to her in custody to bump into something and get a cut. We heard about her breathing and pain issues. Doctors ordered x-rays to make sure nothing more was going on, and the x-rays were negative. Medical staff can provide treatment for any medical needs, whether it be on-site or them having to go to a hospital, but they also need evidence of what's wrong and what needs to be treated beyond the inmate just saying that they hurt. And to see a specialist, there does need to be a necessity. If there's a necessity, Leon County Jail will recognize that and make the necessary referrals. Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. All of her necessities are being met, and she should bring a medical necessity to the staff's attention, they will continue being met. As far as security is concerned, she wouldn't provide the identity of the inmate that caused the concern. If she would, then she could remain where she is while the other inmate is taken out. However, because she won't disclose, the only option right now is her being in protective custody. But as she did tell the investigator,
you guys, protective custody. I mean, even if the other person was taken out, she would be labeled as a narc and they would destroy her in jail. Destroy her completely.
that does, even though I'm sure it's not very exciting, its downsides, it is a quiet place where she can prepare more for trial. And so she's saying that she prefers that right now. The state asked that she continue to be held no bond at Leon County Jail because she's safe there and it will guarantee her presence at trial.
Final argument from the defense.
With respect to Arthur and every other defendant prior to Ms. Adelson being held and Arthur being met, Ms. Adelson isn't the prior folks. She's not the ones who showed up at Carl's residence with a firearm who planned to kill him and then did shoot him at very close range and take his life. She's not them. There's proof there. They can meet their burden there, clearly. That's not what Mrs. Adelson is even alleged to have done. In this case, did they hold Charlie? Yes, they did. They met his burden too. Proof against Charlie is very different. I'm representing, Your Honor, a woman who stands before this court, and an argument out of the state's mouth literally is what I put in my motion. She said some bad things about her future ex-son-in-law prior to the divorce being granted. She cut some paychecks out of Charlie Adelson's business, and it was her job to cut the paychecks. And at his instruction, she cut paychecks to Catherine Magdanawa. When her daughter called to say that her soon-to-be or her ex-husband had been shot and killed, Ms. Adelson got in her car with her husband and drove from Miami to Tallahassee. And they're elderly folks, and that's a part of the record. It's a natural course of travel from Miami up to Tallahassee to go through the Orlando area. The state actually said in its argument that the time that lapsed between when they showed the cell phone records of Donna Adelson and being near Charlie Adelson's house, and then when Charlie says he's going to get back, could be consistent with Mrs. Adelson stopping there and giving them this alleged pre-washed money. Could be consistent is not the Arthur standard. It's proof evident, presumption great. And they simply...
Proof evident or presumption.
Or presumption great. And they don't have that in this case, Judge. What they have is the strongest, could be consistent with. Their entire case against Mrs. Adelson is speculation. The problem here is not one problem, that health issues are not being taken care of, or sleep is being deprived, or, she's not getting the food that she likes. Nobody's complaining about the fact that she's not getting food that she doesn't like. She's gained a third of her body weight. They can't protect her in the jail. They've testified themselves. There are no cameras inside the area where they use the restroom, the area where they take the shower, where these washing machines are. There are no guards in there. There's no video in there. So if she disclosed the name, which she's willing to do in camera to the court with nobody else present, because she knows she's going to be retaliated against, they can't protect her from retaliation. If they put her back in the annex and some girlfriends or friends of this woman that she rats out finds out that she's back in there, they can take her down in the bathroom, and the guards who are sitting behind a glass being protected themselves aren't even going to know what's happening until it's too late. So providing the name doesn't do that. I have a
Before
client.
you go on, Ms. Fulford, as to the sheriff's role in this, he has a constitutional responsibility to all inmates. Also, your client has the ability to pursue a writ of mandamus if the sheriff will not fulfill his obligations. Is there a reason this has not been pursued if the situation is, as you allege through your motion and testimony?
Because that's not the only issue we have, Judge, which is what I was getting to. What we have before us is a woman who's 75 years old. She's elderly. She has health issues that aren't being addressed, but there's more. She's not getting any sleep. She's given medication between 11:30 and 1:30 at night, maybe getting to sleep by 2 o'clock in the morning, waking back up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. We're not asking that she get special treatment. She's on trial for her life in a town where everybody believes she's guilty. That for 10 years, it's been the same story that the mafia.
Yes, you are, honey boo.
The mother has planned out this homicide and had Dan Markell killed on this evidence that could be consistent with, and that's not what we have. We can't prepare her for trial under these circumstances. Can we go and visit with her at the jail? Yes, we can. Do we have contact visits with her where we can prepare? Yes, we do. But we can't be up there 5 days a week. We can't be up there 7 days a week. We can't be there for lengthy hours. We're not the only ones who are requesting that time. When we got the medical records from the state last week, there was one time that the jail was able to squeeze us in for 1 hour to go through the medical records with her. Over 300 pages of medical records. And we had other things to do in that time for us to meet with her. And I'm not criticizing the sheriff's office, and I'm not criticizing the jail. The circumstances are what the circumstances are. But if she remains in the jail, we simply cannot have her prepared to testify and assist with preparation of her defense. I cannot have an attorney-client privilege call with her there.
Honey boo, then if that's the argument you're going to make, every attorney under the sun is going to come before this judge if he grants this to you and make the same argument to get their clients out on bond. That ain't going to fly.
It's the most frustrating thing in the world. This phone system that they have, they say that's not recorded, and we get cut off. It says we're making third-party calls. Neither one of us has made a move. Nothing's happening. We get cut off in the middle of the calls. She has this labored breathing. If they can't find anything in the x-rays, I'm certainly not a doctor. I don't know why she's got it, but I have to start yelling to have her to stop talking because she's breathing so loud, I can't hear a thing she's even saying. She did not flee. She did not flee prosecution. She was told, and witnesses for her were told, there was no prosecution. There was no warrant for her arrest. That it was perfectly fine, and the state knows this. Their own investigator told a family friend, there's no warrant, they can travel. They didn't attempt to flee being prosecuted. They were told there was no warrant.
Is this
for
part of the
arrest.
evidence that's in the record, or are you just making argument generally about this?
I'm making an argument generally at this point, Judge, but the state knows it. If they're going to claim that she was actually fleeing, they know better. They know that their own office said it was okay for her to travel. And where did she get to? Absolutely nowhere. And they have absolutely zero evidence to rebut her testimony that she was not going to flee prosecution. She was just going to get away to clear her head. In fact, she thought she wasn't being charged. And that's all the evidence that she had. Now, if we were coming before you and she had actually fled and someone had to bring her back, I wouldn't put my name on a motion saying, give us a bond. But this isn't the first time that people have gotten a bond. Even people who fail to appear ultimately get bonds sometimes. Your Honor's aware of that. That does take place. People who violate their can get put back out while their hearing is pending for that violation of probation. If she has already surrendered her passport, she doesn't have a visa, she agrees not to drive, an electronic monitor is placed on her, she resides in Leon County, has to check in with pretrial as many times as you say she has to check in, can only leave for limited purposes, she's not going anywhere. And we're not asking, let's let her go back to Miami where she has an international airport that she can hop on and be gone before anybody knows that her bracelet is going off. We're asking that she be held right here, that she be court ordered to stay here with a monitor on, be allowed to be away from that home, to go to doctor's visits, get any medical treatment that she needs, come to court, be with her lawyers, and prepare her trial. We're not asking for a fancy hotel or anything else. And quite frankly, that's a little bit insulting considering the health conditions that she has to suggest that she's looking to be put up somewhere.
Health conditions, my ass. You have normal health issues of someone your age. And in fact, you're doing better than most people your age. Medical conditions would be cancer, Alzheimer's, something incurable disease that's going to end your life short. So to me, I would say, too bad.
One thing the state fails to remember is she's presumed innocent. No, the Leon County Jail is not a Four Seasons hotel, but she's not supposed to be punished yet, right? She hasn't been convicted of anything.
There is a difference between pretrial detention and
she's been punished at this point. When you take not one of these things, but all of these things together, she doesn't stand a chance of being actually ready to testify for trial. That cannot take place under the conditions that she's facing. She's in extreme pain. She's not getting any sleep. Her diet is garbage. It's just not going to happen, Judge. And you know, if we were asking for something lenient, I could see the state's opposition, but we're not. We're asking for you to hold her outside of the jail in the most stringent conditions she could possibly be monitored, just to allow her to be with her attorneys, get her doctor's appointments, and get ready for the trial that her entire life depends upon. And I would argue the state has not met its burden. Thank you.
Very well. I will review the admitted exhibits before making a ruling. We are in recess. This concludes the hearings. You may take Mrs. Adelson downstairs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, that is it on that ruling. No ruling on that. We will be advised. But what did you guys think? I think that they're reaching for the sun, the stars, the moons, the universe, everything. And honestly, I would be shocked if they got it. She is a flight risk in my humble opinion, but I'm not a judge. And all this things about her needing all this medical attention and all of this stuff, she has typical old woman aches and pains. Hell, I'm not even that old and I have sometimes sciatic nerve. I've had my shoulder reconstructed 3 times. Come on now. Do you think they're going to be crying a river if if I'm accused of committing a crime and I was fleeing the country? She was fleeing the country. I don't care how you explain it. She admitted that they chose Vietnam because it was a country that does not have extradition agreements with the United States, and that gave her the opportunity to flee. And return on her own terms. So, do you know what? She could have stayed there for the rest of her life. She didn't have that doesn't mean she was gonna come back. See, that's what bothers me. If she says, "Oh, well, if we were brought up on charges, then we have plans to return." How many of us actually believe that crap? Because I sure don't. I do not believe that she was going to return should any charges be filed against her. It is a non-extradited country, and I believe that she would have stayed. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get it. And then speaking of the phone call that they have a recording of, when you accept a phone call from anybody in jail or prison, it is written, not literally. It does tell you that the call goes like this. Hello, you are receiving a call from an inmate at blank prison. To accept this call will be recorded. To accept this call, please press 1 at any time. If you do not wish to accept this call or to be recorded, please press 2 or hang up. Honey boo, from there you're screwed. If you press that 1, you are giving them permission to record you. You accept the phone call. That's it. You accepted. And if you don't hang up the phone and it records you on your end, that's your problem. You didn't hang up. It only stops recording when both sides hang up. Okay, now we are going into the Ferris Sementilli trial day 18. Let's see what kind of shenanigans this judge is going to bring. He's been in a good mood. Been kind of comedical. Is it comedical? He's been a little comedian.
The first time that you saw Robert Baker in 2017, you said was in February when he came alone and the two of you played basketball and had dinner, correct?
That's correct.
During that time that he came out, you said you saw a bandage on his hand. Did he say anything about his girlfriend that he had previously messaged you about through Facebook?
So ruled.
Not during basketball, but in dinner he did.
And what did he tell you?
During the dinner, I asked him again if they're going to move in together to save money, and he said, yes, they've talked about it. It's already in motion.
Now, when we left off yesterday, we were talking about March 23rd through March 26th, when you first met the defendant, and after having lunch together on the 23rd or 24th, then you and your wife, Michelle, and Baker and Monica, you all had dinner that she invited you out to at Andrea's, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And after that dinner, would that have been when you went to the club that you said you just walked across to on the same property at the Intrigue nightclub?
That's correct.
I'll allow this.
And by the time you got to the club, would that have been after midnight? So then we would have been talking about March 26th.
That's correct. Probably right around midnight.
Okay. And you told us that yesterday that at no time did the defendant mention that she had been married or that she was a widow, but when you got to the club, did she say anything to you about having children?
So ruled.
No, but she took some selfies, and then she said, my girls would think my girl would think I'm so cool. I'm cooler than her because I'm on stage in VIP, and that's how I realized she had a daughter.
Okay. Did she say anything else during any of the time period that you were with her about her daughter or having more than one or anything of that nature regarding family?
No.
And what was her behavior like that night when you were at the nightclub?
She was really happy. She was having a great time. She was acting like a 22-year-old. She was swearing a lot, smoking nonstop, which really bothered my wife and I. That I don't like the smoke, and I had a conversation with Rob about that.
At some point, did Rob ask you to have a conversation, or to have Michelle have a conversation with her about the smoking and her health and things like that?
Sustain.
Yes.
When I say sustain, I mean you don't talk.
That means it's a legal ruling. So did she do anything that caused you to then leave them at the nightclub?
So ruled.
No, we were at the nightclub all the way till the end of the night.
Okay. What was her behavior while you were at the nightclub?
She was very sexual. She was humping him on the stage, which was
Not this part. So ruled.
Humping who?
Robert on stage, and they were dancing. She was having a great time.
When you say humping him, can you describe for us what she was doing?
So ruled.
Kind of like this motion of having sex, but on the dance floor. And it was kind of embarrassing because we were up on the stage, so the whole club could see us.
Okay.
And all the
I do that as a warning for y'all.
Us, and they were kind of staring at us.
Okay. So you felt embarrassed.
I felt a little embarrassed, yes.
And you told us that you also felt embarrassed because of her behavior at the fancy restaurant you went to.
Correct.
She's an embarrassment.
Was that the last occasion that you saw the defendant and Rob in March of 2017?
That's right.
Okay. Now, after they left, you told us yesterday that when you met the defendant for the first time and had lunch at P.F. Chang's, that you put her number into your cell phone and she put your number into hers. Did she contact you on her own prior to them returning to Vegas in May?
Yes, she did.
Your Honor, I have a extraction report from the defendant's iPhone number 119 that contains her text messages with this witness. It is 13 pages in length. May it please be marked as people's next in order.
That's a lot for somebody who's a married man.
Showing you what's now been marked as People's 208, and I'm going to show you the very top. Does this appear to be text messages between you and the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the first text on the first page, April 22nd of 2017, is this the first message that you ever received from the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have a conversation with her by phone, as you mentioned in your response?
Yes, I did.
And did the two of you discuss at that point something in particular with respect to the defendant Baker returning to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
What was that?
We talked about she wanted to celebrate his birthday. She said she was going to pay for it all. She wanted something really fun. So I talked about Marrakesh, which is owned by one of my friends. It's got belly dancing and Mediterranean food. But I said it was kind of expensive. And she said, don't worry, I got money. I'll take care of everything. She wanted me to order a cake for Robert. And I got us a really nice table, and she took care of all the expenses.
Okay.
So this is a woman who was calling everybody in the company that she knew, begging for them to help her get the insurance money because she was broke, didn't have any money, couldn't pay the bills. And she was not only receiving his Social Security, the children would be, because they were underage. She was also receiving anywhere from 10 to 13, maybe even a little more than that, grand a month for 6 months from the corporation in which her deceased husband worked for, out of the kindness and graciousness of their hearts, to the point that they had to add it into their policy and procedures. And that money wasn't enough. But she can afford to go on these trips and pay this outrageous bill for a birthday party. And what?
So she told you she was going to pay for the party
Correct.
for everybody?
For everybody.
She asked you to find a place for her?
Yeah, she asked me to organize it.
And did you tell her that
Well,
this
she did
restaurant
do
would
it.
be expensive?
Yes, I did.
And is that when she told you she's got money and she would take care of everything?
She did.
How much was it? You took care of it. What was the bill? Do you know what the bill was?
Page 3 of the text messages.
I want to know
She
what
texted
you
you,
paid.
I think we're good for Wednesday
It's not-
birthday
I'll look
party.
at her.
We will be 7 altogether. Is that okay?
Yes.
And that's on April 25th of 2017?
26th.
Sorry, thank you.
I have terrible eyesight, even with lenses. And then subsequently, did you respond dinner at what time did you finalize? And then Marrakesh question mark.
Yes, because she needed to give a credit card.
Okay.
So I didn't know if she finalized the thing or not.
And then in May, on May 2nd, did the defendant send you this text message? Let me know if you and Michelle can join us by the pool tomorrow so we can reserve Cabana.
Yes, she did.
And did you and Michelle go and join them at the Cabana, the pool area at the hotel?
No, because my wife was not.
I'm sorry? After no, that'd be sustained.
Okay. And then did you respond, as we see here at the top of page 5? Unfortunately, no, we are both working during the day until about 6. Thank you for thinking of us. Dinner is at 8 at Marrakesh as planned. The owner will have a cake there.
Correct.
Later that next day on May 3rd, did she then ask you what time should we leave the Badara to be there at 8?
Yes.
Did you know that they were staying at the Badara when they came back in May?
I
Beginning
don't
of May?
recall, but I didn't really have a conversation about where they were staying with them.
But she told you that she wanted to know what time to leave the Badara to make it to the restaurant, correct?
When she sent me the text, then I knew.
Okay.
But until then, we didn't have a conversation about it.
All right. And as we looked at in the photographs from yesterday, in People's Exhibit 205, there was a group of you for dinner that night, correct?
Correct.
And is that when you first met Al Birdsong?
Yes, that was the first time I met Al.
And did Rob tell you it was his old roommate from Las Vegas?
Yes.
And at that point, did you also meet the other couple, Ricardo and Sheila?
Yes.
And who paid for everything that night?
Monica did.
Actually not, the rule.
I'm sorry.
Monica did.
Okay. And after the dinner, did your wife, Michelle, did she go home?
Yes, Michelle went home after dinner.
And did Monica tell you where she wanted to go next?
Yes, Monica wanted to go to a strip club.
What?
And so did you all go to a strip club that night?
All of us did, except for Michelle.
Okay. And when you went to the strip club, again, was this a place like a nightclub where you could order drinks and things of that nature?
Oh my God. A strip club's kind of like a nightclub, but you have to get, if you want a place to sit, you have to get bottle service.
What is that?
Like basically you get a bottle of vodka and it costs like $300 or $400 plus tip. And I
That's
told
a
them they
high
didn't have to do
end
that because I had connections, so we could have just gotten the seat. But Monica wanted to get a bottle.
High
And then
end.
I got them the VIP seat, and we all went in there through the back through the VIP.
Okay. And so you guys sat at a table and Monica ordered a bottle of something?
Correct.
Okay.
It's really.
And who paid for that?
Monica did. I got everybody in for free, but she.
Sustained.
You got everybody in for free, so the only thing she wound up paying for at the club would be the bottle service?
Whatever the expenses were, yes.
And was everybody there ordering drinks?
Everybody was except me and Rob.
Okay. Any idea that night what the bill came to at the strip club?
No, because I left
Okay.
shortly after.
Now, during the March trip and the May trip, you had now spent some time with Monica and Rob. With respect to their relationship, who did it appear was in charge?
I feel dirty just sitting here.
In terms of who was making the decisions as to what you all were doing
worry
and
about
what was
it.
being ordered and things of that nature, who was making those decisions?
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you that she got comped at the Vajara because she gambles?
Yes.
Did you talk to Robert Baker about the fact that Monica appeared to be ordering him around?
Sustain on the second ground.
What was the defendant's behavior at the strip club, if you could describe for us?
She was wild, crazy. She was grabbing breasts. She was ordering
When you say breasts, whose breasts?
the dancers, exotic dancers' breasts, and she was very loud and obnoxious. And she ordered a dance for Sheila. It's overruled.
What do you mean ordered a dance for Sheila?
She basically got a girl to give a dance to Sheila, which made Ricardo very upset, and they were fighting.
And was she doing anything? I know you talked about the night before at the nightclub that she was humping Rob. Did she do anything with respect to Rob that night?
It's overruled. At this point, it's overruled. No, because Rob and her got in a fight because the way Monica was acting.
At any point in time, did you see her grabbing Rob's private parts?
Overruled. That night, I don't remember, but she certainly did the night before, twice, at the restaurant and at the nightclub.
Did you describe her behavior to law enforcement as very dominant and bullying?
Yes. Sustain.
I would say it was.
Did you observe any behavior from her, statements from her with respect to jealousy?
Sustain.
Did she tell you that Rob makes her better?
Yes, she did.
Answer before.
And did
Get
she
the
use a certain
objectiveness.
term or term of endearment to refer to Rob during the times that you were with them as a couple?
She called him baby. It's overruled.
I'm sorry.
She called him baby.
Was that something that she used on a repeated basis throughout
Yes.
the times you were with them?
Yes.
At any time during
Oh,
the
that worked.
second trip to Las Vegas in May of 2017, did she ever mention to you that she had been previously married?
No. Sustain.
Have
You may cross.
Sorry, y'all.
Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning.
Just one moment. You mentioned you have known Mr. Robert Baker since 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you say you guys were close friends since then? Up until the time he got arrested?
Yes and no.
So would you say you were closer when he was still living in Vegas?
Yes.
And then when did he move out of Las Vegas?
I'm not really sure. I would think maybe 2016, but once he left, we would speak maybe every 6 months or something like that.
And you guys would talk on Facebook, right? And also communicate through WhatsApp?
And phone. Facebook was here and there, but mainly phone. We talk on the phone.
Okay. And you used WhatsApp too also to communicate with Mr. Baker?
Yeah, I think so. Mainly phone though.
Mainly phone calls is what
Mainly
you're
phone
saying?
calls. And when we came to LA, he would meet up, whatever, with us.
Okay, so Robert Baker came to your house multiple times though after he had left Las Vegas, correct?
No.
No.
Actually, when we were in Vegas, he came to our house only twice. And afterwards, he only came once the day I met Monica.
And that was that March visit?
March visit.
And so back in 2016, when you guys started communicating on Facebook, as we saw those messages, how long had it been since you guys last spoke?
Probably 6-7 months.
So you guys were essentially catching up during that conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you remember him telling you things about this new girl he's been seeing, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, you've never met Monica or seen her in person, correct?
Correct.
And in 2016, when he was telling you all those things about Monica, he also told you that she was a tenured professor, correct?
Correct.
And you were then interviewed in 2017, I believe, August or September, by law enforcement, correct?
I think September, yes.
And during that interview, you realized that Robert Baker had lied to you during that 2016 Facebook conversation, right?
Correct.
And he told you that Monica was a tenured professor, which you found out wasn't true, correct?
Well, I'm going to object and assume facts, not in evidence. That might be what she said.
Sustain. When we were having dinner,
But you didn't realize during that communication with the police that Robert Baker had lied to you in that Facebook conversation, correct?
When Michelle and I were having lunch with him at PF Chang's, we realized that was a lie because we could tell she was
Good restaurant.
Okay.
Love P.F. Chang.
But you had never met Monica until that March visit, correct?
Correct.
PF Chang's.
Correct.
And you met Baker, I believe, when you came to Los Angeles in February, right? When you guys played basketball.
We played in Vegas.
It was in Vegas, so Robert Baker came to you in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And then you guys went to have lunch, correct?
Dinner. We got done playing at midnight and went to have sushi right across the street at midnight.
Okay. And you guys continued to talk about his girl.
Nothing but Whataburgers open here at
Robert
midnight.
Baker, without Monica being there, told you at that time that she planned to buy him a house in Vegas, correct?
Correct. And Monica repeated that during lunch.
But Monica wasn't there in February, correct?
No, in March.
Well, you saw Monica in May. Did she ever buy a house in Vegas?
No, in March, Monica came to Vegas with Robert when I first met Monica.
Yeah.
She told me she wanted to buy a house for Robert in Las Vegas.
I understand that, but you then saw Monica again in May, and she had never purchased a house, correct?
Right, correct.
Well, I'm not going to call speculation.
I don't allow that.
No.
And
Robert, can you approach them a little?
Sure.
I think she looks better with her hair up. I will say that. I like my little Heidi the Highlander, our little mascot. I didn't realize Adelson was being such a baby in jail. There are a lot of old people in jail who have a lot worse conditions than she's got, and they don't get bonded out. I don't know. I don't think they'll win. I think that the Adelson is just barking up a tree. I'll look forward to Tanika on Sunday night. She is going to be live with us, and we are going to be talking about the Adelson trial. Yeah, yes. She's really been following it closely. So I look forward to what she has to share with us, and it's going to be fun. I look forward to it. Adelson will probably definitely be one of our trials that we continue to follow. There are some other trials that just started that I know nothing about. So we'll see how all that goes. I was hoping we'd be done with this one by now. This may run longer than the Karen Reed trial, which I don't know why it is. Oh, yeah. Moments like this. Get what we can do.
Because I was.
You had ever met Monica was that Vegas visit in March and the Vegas visit in May, correct?
Correct.
After that Vegas visit in March, you said you were embarrassed by Monica, correct?
Correct.
With how she was acting.
Correct.
But you still communicated with her and helped her plan Robert Baker's birthday trip in Vegas in May, correct?
Correct.
Did you help plan that birthday trip because you had a bunch of connections in Las Vegas?
Well, Rob was my friend, and I was doing it for Rob. And yes, because I knew people, it was easier for me to coordinate stuff and get better deals.
Get better deals.
Trying to save Monica money.
Save Monica money, and also get maybe the birthday party
You
into
see a
places that would be
pattern
hard to
with
get
this?
into, correct? And you had connections.
Monica
with,
uses people to get.
I believe you said a person at that strip club, right, who gave you access to the VIP table with no cover charge or no minimum.
Correct.
And
That's
you
unusual.
left that strip club prior to Monica paying the bill, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know if Monica paid the bill that night?
I
correct?
know Monica paid the bill because the manager of the club told me that.
The manager told you that afterwards?
Yeah, because usually if I took somebody in, I followed up on it to make sure that the person left tip and took care of the staff because it's my reputation at that point.
And your reputation is important to you, correct?
Correct.
Why did you help Monica plan Robert Baker's birthday trip when you knew she was an embarrassing person back in March?
Because I was doing it for Rob. In fact, my wife did not want to go to that party, and I talked her into coming because I was like, it's just for Rob, because I had no idea what happened at that point, right? So I'm thinking this is just a birthday party. I'm helping a friend.
Yeah, correct. But then you also reached out to Monica on your own in June 29th in 2017. Isn't that right?
June 20. Yeah, I sent them a short film that I directed and produced to show them because I had no idea what they had committed.
You don't know what they had committed
Exactly.
even until this day, but you reached out to Monica.
I was sending that to Rob.
Excuse me. I'm going to object to counsel's testimony.
Sustain. Thank you. You, by yourself, reached out to Monica on June 29, 2017, correct?
Correct.
You knew of Robert Baker's history in the porn industry, correct?
Correct.
And you knew the lifestyle that came with, correct?
When I met Robert, he was nothing like what a typical person in porn would do. He was very normal. I don't hang out with, I'm very particular about who I hang out with. And Robert was, we played, most of the time we just laughed, joked, played racquetball. That was the extent of our relationship. I've never seen him do drugs, smoke, drink, do anything, fight.
But you called Robert a womanizer, isn't that correct?
Well, he would talk to girls when he was single, once him and Tracy weren't together, yes.
But you specifically told the police back in 2017 that Robert was a womanizer, correct?
Sure.
And
Aren't most orange stars womenizers? Just saying.
one moment, Your Honor. Didn't during that conversation in February, wasn't Robert the one that told you that Monica was going to open up all these salons?
No, I don't recall that conversation. In fact, I had no idea Monica was in the salon business at all. And there might be a possibility she spoke to my wife during the lunch at PF Chang's, but I
Your
didn't
Honor,
know.
move to strike. There's no question pending. Thank you. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a page from the transcript of your audio interview in 2017 with the police?
He would, but there was multiple conversations happening
Your
at
Honor,
that time.
may I approach?
He's
Page
trying to
51,
impeach him.
Lines 24 through 25.
Thank you.
Can you just read lines 24 and 25 to yourself? Silently, and let me know when you're done. So you started saying she told me, but then you changed it to he told me that they're going to open up all these salons all over, correct?
The detective led the conversation, and at that time, there's multiple conversations going on. But I distinctively remember I did not know anything about a salon business. And when the detective said it, I think the transcription is wrong over there because I didn't know at that time.
So the detectives led the entire conversation.
That,
with you.
if you look at the line before, the detectives led the conversation. It wasn't me.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you throughout that interview, the detectives essentially led that entire conversation.
No, just that part.
Just that part.
Yes.
I want to go back to where you said that.
Does it matter?
Monica Sementilli told you that she was going to buy houses for Robert Baker. Isn't it true in the interview that you said that actually Robert Baker told me that she wants to buy property out here, not Miss Sementilli?
No, it's not true.
Your Honor, would it help refresh your recollection if I showed you a page?
You're speaking about two different incidents.
Well, I'm talking about the one incident when you were speaking with just Robert Baker.
So you're talking about February?
Yes. Understood.
If you're talking about February, yes.
It was just Robert Baker, correct?
Just Robert Baker.
No, it's all. Just trying to clarify, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're not being clear, counsel.
So you're talking about February?
Yes.
I'm sorry, counsel. You're not being clear because obviously there was more than one conversation. So this guy is getting confused, which is what they want him to do. But if I was on the stand, I say I can't answer until I know what conversation, which one, what date and time you're speaking of, because there were several of them and I want to make sure I give you the correct answer. Yeah, honey boo, I can do that.
Understood.
If you're talking about February, yes,
It was just Robert Baker, correct?
just Robert Baker.
No, it's overruled.
Just trying to clarify, Your Honor. Thank you. You got bottle service for free, right?
No, the bottle service wasn't free. You didn't have to get a bottle, but she chose to get a bottle and then she paid for it.
Well, didn't you tell the detectives previously that you would get bottles if you asked for bottles from your connections?
Again, I'm gonna object. It's not inconsistent with what he testified.
He could, didn't mean
I
she
said I
could.
have the option to get bottles, get the table without having to get a bottle. So normally in Vegas, you have to, if you want to get a booth, you have to order bottles. I had the option to get the booth without having to get bottles, and people can order individual drinks.
And isn't it true that in Vegas, there's also a minimum to get tables usually?
That's correct.
And there was no minimum for you guys, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the typical minimum?
Depends. If you go to a nightclub, it's $1,000 or more. If you go to a strip club, it could be anywhere from 300 to 1,000, depending on what weekend it is and what's going on.
Understood. You, outside of those 2 visits with Monica and Rob in Vegas, you never saw Monica again, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever speak to Robert after those 2 visits in Vegas?
No.
Did you ever tell Robert that, hey, I don't like Monica, out after they had both left Vegas?
After they left Vegas? No.
One moment, Your Honor.
Anything further about the people?
Briefly. When the detectives came to speak to you, you told them, this was September 28th of 2017, that you did not know the defendant had been previously married.
That's correct.
You also told them that you had no idea the defendant was a widow.
Correct.
And you don't know whether or not the defendant purchased any property in Las Vegas or not.
Correct.
And you also didn't know when you were interviewed by law enforcement that the defendant and Baker had been arrested,
Correct.
nor did you know when that occurred.
Correct.
And when you reached out to the defendant on June 29th of 2017, I want to make sure that we're clear on the year, you were unaware that they were in custody at the time and couldn't respond.
Correct.
With respect to opening the salons, the line prior to what was asked on cross-examination was a detective saying she taught people to open up their own salons and business, stuff like that, by the way. Was that what was said to you before your statement?
I believe so. When I was going through my own statements,
Yes.
can I speak? I felt like some of these things didn't make sense.
And so you recall them saying that prior to you responding?
Yeah.
Do you need to look at the transcript?
No.
Okay. And you told the detectives about the things the defendant had said to you, that Monica had said to you, as well as things Robert had said to you, correct?
Correct. I think she said that to my wife, and that's how I know about the salon thing.
In other words, you were trying to be today specific to what was asked of you,
Correct.
or what was said to you.
Correct.
Okay.
Cleaning it up. Mop on line 5. Mop on line 5. Is it aisle 5? It's line 5 at the deposition. We got to clean that up. You can tell how they feel like they did on the stand by how fast they get off of that stand. I want to fix her collar. It's driving me crazy. What is going on here? Why are we having all this downtime? Here we go. Sorry, guys. Trying to take care of business. I have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. I gotta go.
My name is Cesar
Oh.
Aviles, Cesar Aviles, Aviles.
Thank you. Sir, how is it that you're employed?
I'm a sales manager at a car dealership.
Okay. And back in 2017, were you similarly employed?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2017, which dealership did you work for?
DCH Ford of Thousand Oaks.
And were you also working there prior to 2017?
Yes, ma'am, since 2012.
Do you know someone by the name of Monica Sementilli?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see her in court today?
Jeez.
What? No?
No?
No.
Looking at this woman over here in a cream colored jacket,
Yes.
looking at her face. Is that Monica Sementilli?
Whoa!
Is that her?
I'm not 100% sure. It's been so many years, so.
Okay.
That's
She
fair.
looked very different if that's her?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
All right.
That's fair to say. If it's been a long time, I get it. I get it, boo.
Did you also meet someone at the Ford dealership in Thousand Oaks by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 13. This gentleman here, do you recognize this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Fabio?
Yes, ma'am.
She does not look like
And did you
herself,
meet him
honestly.
at the dealership as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your job or your title at the Ford dealership in Thousand Oaks?
At that particular time, I was a finance manager.
And what were your responsibilities as the finance manager at the Ford dealership?
Going over contracts and getting them signed.
By people who are purchasing vehicles?
That is correct.
Explaining the details?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking to them about some of the additional options someone could purchase, such as maintenance contracts and add-ons to your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you the finance manager who handled the paperwork for the lease on Fabio Sementilli's Ford F-150?
That is correct.
Okay.
You leased
This is why
to
court is
Fabio
taking so damn
Sementilli.
long.
Yes, ma'am.
Even on a faster speed, it's slow as hell.
When he came to the dealership
Saying.
to lease his vehicle, did he bring his wife, Monica, with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And she definitely don't look
In
the same.
2017, did you come in contact once again with Fabio's wife, Monica Sementilli, at the Ford dealership?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 140, page number 1. Do you recognize this individual here?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Who is this?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. That's how she looked when you met
Yes,
her
ma'am.
with Fabio, as well as in 2017 when she came back to the dealership.
Yes, ma'am.
Please don't touch. When she came back to the dealership in 2017, was she driving the black Ford F-150 that you had leased to Fabio?
Yes, ma'am, as I recall, yes.
When she initially came back in February, March of 2017, was she brought into you by one of your salespeople?
That is correct.
And who was that?
Gail Burlingame?
Did you see her today?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you she wanted to do at that point in time when Ms. Burlingame brought her into your office?
She wanted to go over the options about trading in the car or returning the car. Those are the things that I handle. At that time, I was the sales manager.
Okay.
So I gave her the different options.
And at that point, did she tell you that her husband had been killed?
Yes, ma'am. It was a communication, and it was stated to Gail and myself. Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you about her husband's murder?
She was crying, and she had stated that her husband had been killed while inside the vehicle in the parking lot of her property.
He
Bullshit.
told you that he had been killed inside of that vehicle that you had leased to Fabio?
As I recall, yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I wasn't waiting for that. That was not on the bingo card. What do y'all think about them apples? Oh my God. No. Woke me up. Wake up, y'all.
Did she tell you that because he had pulled into the driveway, was murdered inside the vehicle, that she wasn't comfortable driving the vehicle anymore?
Sustain.
Did she tell you why she didn't want to keep the vehicle?
She was not comfortable driving the vehicle around because of the accident on the vehicle, because her husband had been killed while inside the vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
She didn't describe it as an accident. She said he had been killed.
Killed. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Where's the blood? Why?
At any
Why
point in time,
least
did she say to you that
I would have questioned that if I was him, because I would have thought of this. Number one, why is it not in police custody? Number two, it would be evidence would be there that an investigation took place, i.e., fingerprinting residue. There would be blood. That would have called that BS from the moment it hit when I saw the car.
one of the reasons she wanted to return the car was because of the price?
No, ma'am.
Car would have been in
Did
custody
she say anything? Did she mention anything to you with
until they
respect
were
to
done.
price?
No, ma'am.
How long of a meeting was this first one?
Within probably 30 to 45 minutes at most with myself. I know it was a little bit longer with Gail, though.
During this 30 to 45 minutes with you, did she cry throughout the meeting?
Throughout the meeting, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, throughout the meeting.
And at that point, did you explain what her options were?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you offer to do, given that she told you her husband had been murdered or killed inside the vehicle?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What did you offer to do to assist her, given that she told you her husband had been killed inside the vehicle?
That she could trade in the vehicle or purchase another vehicle if she wanted to.
So you told her she could just return the car and be done.
But they would roll what was owed versus.
She didn't.
Here's the thing. They're going to take the value of the blue book value of that vehicle, and they're going to take what was owed on it, and whatever the difference is, they're going to roll it into the cost of the new car. So she's either going to have to get a lesser valued vehicle, but they're not going to lose money on this deal.
Need to purchase a new car or extend the lease or anything like that.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you also tell her that if she wished that you would assist her or someone at the dealership would assist her with a new car if she wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
During her 30 to 45 minute meeting with you, when she was crying, did she use her phone at all?
Throughout the whole 30 minutes, a couple of times, maybe 3 or 4 times. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you hear the person's voice on the other end?
It was a male for sure. I just didn't know who he was.
Okay. And that day, did she actually return her husband's Fabio's Ford F-150 truck?
Not on that particular day, no.
Okay. Did she drive off in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
On April 3rd of 2017,
I wouldn't have driven off in it if I was
Monica Sementilli returned to the dealership.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you she wanted to do on that day?
She wanted to return the vehicle and purchase a new vehicle.
Okay. And was she working still with Gail Burlingame at this point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was her
Sounds like a
behavior the
native last
same,
name.
the demeanor the same as it was on the prior occasion when she met with you and was crying for that 30 to 45-minute visit?
Not as I recall, ma'am, no.
What was her conduct like on that day?
Very jovial, laughing, smiling a lot more. There was no crying going on.
She got what she wanted.
Given that there's only a couple months left on the Ford F-150 lease, did you agree to buy out the remainder of the lease?
We just,
Sustain.
Was there only a couple months left on the lease at that point in time?
as I recall, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And what did you offer to do?
We could just return it back to Ford.
So you weren't going to charge her for the next couple months?
Correct.
Okay.
Mighty
Now,
nice.
at some point in time, later on that day, as the sales manager, did you go over paperwork with her as it related to the buyout of the truck that you were going to buy out the rest of the lease and the purchase of a new vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what vehicle it was that she was purchasing that day?
A Ford Mustang GT.
Your Honor, I have a sales contract that is 5 pages in length, along with a photograph of the front and driver's compartment of a black Mustang with red interior. May they be marked as People's 209?
Yes.
The photograph has a 7 in the lower left corner. Showing you what's been marked as the photo to the packet for People's 209. Do you recognize this vehicle here?
As I recall, yes, ma'am, yes.
And is that the vehicle that was sold to Monica Sementilli on the date of April 3rd of 2017?
As I recall, yes.
Showing you the sales contract or the lease contract for the vehicle. Do you recognize what you're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the top portion of the contract, is this a document that you filled out on the date of April 3rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you type up or place into the document the salesperson's name, Gail Burlingame, that you told me about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the sales contract for what you discussed with the defendant, with Monica Sementilli on April 3rd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2017? I want to ask you some questions about this. Did you discuss with her various options that come or you could order for the vehicle?
As part of my job, I do describe the different options that you're able to purchase. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Upsell.
did Monica Sementilli conduct any negotiations with you on price?
No, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her not only the options that you could add on to your vehicle, such as rims and extras, but the price for each of those options?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Monica Sementilli, in fact, purchase all available options?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that
That's
increase
unusual.
the
All
base price of the vehicle
Yes.
by approximately how much?
Anywhere from $6,000 to $7,000 roughly.
Okay. And one of those options, did that include things like a prepaid maintenance contract
Yes, ma'am.
for the vehicle? During this conversation that you had with her relating to the lease of the new vehicle, did she call anybody?
Yes, ma'am. On various occasions, yes.
And how long do you think that conversation took place with her on the date that she leased the new Mustang?
Between her and me,
Yes.
probably another 30 minutes to 45.
And approximately how many phone calls did she make that time?
As I recall, about 2 or 3 again.
And could you hear a voice on the other end of the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it appear to, again, be a male voice?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
At some point during the process, did her male companion show up at the dealership?
Never got to see him physically, but I was advised by Gail that he was in fact at the dealership.
At any point, did he come in and try to negotiate price with you?
Yes, ma'am. Not with me personally, no, ma'am. It was more about, I guess, going over with her, but never negotiate anything with me personally. I never got to meet him.
So the total amount of this particular lease with all of the options was $62,271, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, for a Mustang? That kind of Mustang?
And
No.
on
You
this
give me an original?
contract,
Hell yeah.
did she actually sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she provide you with her home address?
Yes, ma'am.
Each to his own. I can get a much nicer car for that price,
To be
in my humble opinion.
the fourth page of the contract, did she also fill in some of the information on the contract, including her address, her driver's license number, her home and cell phone numbers, as well as her business?
That's filled in by the salesperson, by information given by the customer, so.
And on the contract as well,
I still need to see council sidebar.
Sidebar.
I am really shocked at the amount of money that vehicle was for what it was. But I don't know much about Mustangs, but I will tell you, I would rather have another vehicle for that price. Just saying. But her story about him dying in the car is so wrong. That right there just nails it
where
for me.
the lessor also puts down or provides information for references
That is correct.
and signs at the bottom.
Yes.
So on this particular contract, it says Deborah Obad and Ernie Valorano along with their contact info.
Correct. Sorry.
I have nothing further.
Good work.
They're just like, thank you.
Correct.
Not as I recall, no.
And you said the other option you gave her was to buy a new car?
Correct.
And as you recall, she left that day with the truck,
Yes, ma'am.
having been informed she needed to make the remaining payments. Right?
Correct.
And she didn't buy a car.
Correct.
And then the next time you saw Miss Sementilli was on the date that she returned the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was, to your recollection, April 3rd,
Yes, ma'am.
2017?
Yes.
Okay. So that was March, April, that was about a month after you had last spoken to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately.
Approximately, yes.
Got it. And did you ever determine whether the payments had been made on the truck?
Not I do not recall right now, no.
Why not? Did you get an exclamation as to why it wasn't made on the vehicle? Just curious. I'm still just Lord over the fact that she said he died in it.
Exhibit 209, page 1. you negotiated with Miss Sementilli on the date you sold her a new car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think you were asked before, the sales associate that was credited with selling the car was a Gail Birmingham?
Burlingame.
I'm sorry, Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay. And at sales associates, they would work on commission at your
That is correct.
place of employment?
Yes.
How would that work exactly? What in 2017 would be the percentages in terms of?
About 20% of profit margin.
I'm sorry?
About 20% of profit margin.
Okay, they would get in their pocket?
Correct, that's how they get compensated, yes.
20%
Take a morning recess for 15 minutes. The Anderson applies. I'll see you here in 15 minutes.
Break time. Zoom time.
2017. Terms
Her jacket, I want to fix it.
Sales agreement that you negotiated,
Correct.
Did you negotiate the sale price, or was that Ms. Burlingame?
So as a sales manager, I normally would give the first offer for sheet to the salesperson. She will present it. And if there are any issues, then I will go in. And at that particular time, I'm not 100% if I was involved in negotiating that particular deal, but I know that I worked the deal. My name is on paper, yes, ma'am.
And you, when you say you worked the deal, is it fair to say that you told Ms. Sementilli about additional things she could purchase on the car if she chose to complete the sale?
That is correct.
Okay. And you recall doing that, correct?
As I remember, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And am I correct that when Ms. Sementilli purchased this vehicle in April of 2017, all that she paid DCH Ford was $1,000 to take the car?
Not accurate. She did not give us anything. There was no money involved. The $1,000 that you see on the contract, it's a rebate from the manufacturer. So there was nothing out of her pocket.
So when you placed this $1,000 on the purchase contract,
yes,
as the down payment, you did not require her to pay that. You simply applied the $1,000 from the rebate.
That is correct.
Okay. So in order for Ms. Sementilli to take the car home that day, she financed the entire car on credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she paid nothing
Nothing.
to take it. And in fact, am I correct that she financed the car over the next 8 years?
If I recall, it's 75 months, so that will be six and a half.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 1 of People's Exhibit 209, where it speaks about the price and date of the final payment on the car being 10/18/25.
Right.
Isn't that next October?
So it's 77 months if you see on top. So it's 78 months.
Okay, why would she be paying money on the 96th month?
That will be her last payment. I don't know. That's a 23. Is that a 25?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
No, I can't see it clearly, ma'am. But it's a 77 months purchase. You can see it on the contract in there.
Okay.
You can remove the exhibit and approach the witness with the exhibit.
Sure. May I show you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I have to tell you that it makes me not I'm different because I'm not wearing my glasses, but I'm trying. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
That's a good judge.
I can't tell. It looks to me like a 23 or it could be a 25.
That's the only thing we have
Yes.
here. Try this.
Thank you, sir.
You know, getting old is not for the brave.
Oh, that's a 25.
25?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
So that would mean she had put the car on credit and financed it through October of 25, which would be over 8 years. Correct?
Yes, okay, yes.
And you then discussed with her, well, am I correct that the actual cash price of the motor vehicle and accessories on the car was not $62,000, but $43,590? Is that correct? It says cash price of motor vehicle and accessories.
No, that's just the actual price of the vehicle. That does not include accessories.
Okay, so when it says cash price of motor vehicle and accessories, it does not include accessories.
No, there is a breakdown. If you go further down, that it will show it to you.
Okay, terrific. And going down the two listed on the sales contract on this first page are theft protection, is that right? Basic WGP 5,000, that's a theft anti,
That's GAP. Yes, GAP.
okay, what is that?
You can call it theft protection, so similar to it. In case of an accident and the car gets totaled and the insurance doesn't pay for it, they will pay it.
Okay, and that's something she asked for, correct?
I do not recall. That was presented to her, yes. I normally have it a percent and everything on it, but I don't recall if she did specifically ask for it.
Okay, fair enough. And the next is some kind of scratch maintenance protection. It's called permaplate. And that's a coating to prevent scratches on the
Yes,
car?
that's correct.
Okay. And then she also agreed, and again, these warranty service, these are things you offered her or she asked for?
We offer them initially 100% of the time at the front. Yes, ma'am. So we did offer.
Okay. And she bought for the 8 years she was going to be financing the car. She bought an extended service contract.
Correct.
Okay. She got oil replacement.
Yes.
Over the lifetime of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Maintenance protection, and then she got an extended warranty. Correct.
So 3 for 1. Those are optional packages that I don't remember what that involves. So that's a completely different package.
Okay.
$1,000 for oil.
The warranty is on line 1.
Okay.
So the one that you see in there on line 3.
$3,000. That's a lot.
Sold to her.
But it's something to do with, as section I says, service?
Sure.
Okay, so it's something service related?
Sure.
Okay. Can you tell me on this contract, Mr. Adelson, where does it say that she purchased any extras like rims or anything to do with extra accessories on the car?
You will show it. If it's not in the contract, she did not purchase them. So it would have to be shown in there in the contract.
Okay, and you don't see anything like that in the contract, correct?
Yeah, from where I'm looking at now.
And you also know that a large portion of the money that Ms. Sementilli spent on the car was to pay for the credit, to pay for the financing, correct?
$6,246 is what they charge. Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Avil, am I correct that you at some point overheard Ms. Sementilli on the phone with someone on the April 3rd visit where she purchased the car that you thought was a man?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also hear her speaking to her daughter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you, in that meeting with Ms. Sementilli, did you or did you not meet a gentleman in person?
I did not. No, ma'am.
Okay. But when you were interviewed previously, correct, in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you spoke to a detective, Mitzi Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
And she called you on the telephone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did she get your number? Do you know?
Through Gail.
Okay. And when she called you, you specifically told her that Monica was with a man during the purchase of the car, and the man had way too much insight. Do you remember telling her that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told her that the man had the last say on all of the decisions on the car?
Don't recall saying that, but he did have a lot of insight into the purchase. But I don't recall saying that particular phrase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you describe what the man did?
She kept calling and going over the different offers,
Okay.
and then she will hang up. We'll go through different options, and then she will call again, and then she will hang up, and then we'll go through different options, and then she will call again.
Okay. I think you did you tell the detective that the man had the last say in everything?
Can't recall, ma'am.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the report of what you said?
Absolutely.
This is page 1 of Detective Roberts' statement form. Directing your attention to the last
Yes, ma'am.
paragraph.
This one right here.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
So you told Detective Roberts that this man had the last say in everything. Is that correct?
If I said that at that time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is something you heard on the telephone?
This is based on the information that she was giving him And based on the fact that she agreed to the terms after she had run the contract over with him, after she had gone over different options. That's the reason why.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes,
No
ma'am.
further questions.
Redirect?
Yes. Looking at Exhibit 29.
Sorry, what was that exhibit
I'm sorry, 209, left out a digit. If the vehicle was financed over a period of 77 months, as you described, that was typical, that would be October 18th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't prepare anything on the first date that the Monica Sementilli came in February or March because she didn't make any decisions that day.
That is correct.
But the day that she returned and you met with her on April 3rd, the date of the contract, that's when you prepared the paperwork.
That is correct.
And on that first date is when you offered to buy the vehicle back from her so that she would have no further payments at that point.
That is correct.
But rather than doing that, taking you up on your offer, she drove off in Mr. Sementilli, the vehicle, the Ford F-150, that you had leased to him and his wife previously.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, the value of the Ford F-150 versus the value or price of the new Mustang GT, which of those vehicles was more expensive at that time?
The Mustang GT.
By how much?
Based on the contract, by probably about 20, 25,000, yes.
Did you also give her the option to hand back in the Ford F-150 and walk away from the dealership owing nothing at all to the dealership?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that because she had explained to you that her husband had been murdered inside the vehicle?
Not only because of that, yes, the answer to the question, but when the lease is almost over, there is a deceased person, you can return it without a problem.
And I just wanted to ask you about one of the options. I think you said that, did you use the term gap insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you 2 months ago for me? So if you drive your brand new vehicle off the lot, within a certain amount of days of your brand new vehicle being driven off the lot, the gap insurance is gives you the full replacement value new for the vehicle, even though the vehicle may have depreciated once you drive off the lot?
That only covers in the event that you're financing a vehicle. So if the vehicle hits a total loss or it gets stolen or it's damaged, then your personal insurance will pay for it. GAP will pay the difference. Since you're financing the vehicle, you still have money owed.
So if the vehicle is totaled, then that gives you back that difference between the two, so that you get the full replacement value for a brand new car.
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the 3-for-1 package option, that was, as you said, as you mentioned on page 2, an entirely separate additional package you could purchase.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is some of the items that drove up the cost of this particular Mustang over the base price.
Yes, ma'am.
And those were all of the things that you mentioned to her and that Monica Sementilli chose to purchase from you.
Yes, ma'am. Standard procedure to disclose everything.
I have nothing further.
And there you cross.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. O'Neill, looking at, again, the 3-for-1, I believe you testified earlier, that was also some kind of service-related package?
That is correct.
And when you mentioned before that you offered to Ms. Sementilli on the first date you met with her when she was trying to discuss the lease on the truck, I think Ms. Silverman asked you if you offered to buy out the car, buy back from her? Or-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you have a lease on a vehicle, am I correct that at the end of the lease, once the payments are made, you have the option of buying the vehicle if you're the leaseholder?
If you're the leaseholder, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the lease that Fabio Sementilli had only in his name, the buyout on that Ford 150 truck was substantially less than the buyout price if Monica Sementilli was buying it.
I mean, Jeff, seems facts not evidence that the lease was only in his name. As he
No,
said.
there's no testimonies of that. Overruled.
Could you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
The buyout for somebody purchasing the car who was not on the lease was more money than the lease, if the leaseholder had bought out the car.
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
So if in this particular case, the buyout for Fabio Sementilli would have been $30,000. In Monica Sementilli's case, you told her if she wanted to buy out the lease, she would have to spend $44,000, correct?
Don't recall that conversation, ma'am. No.
Okay, but something more in terms of the amount, it was more than the original buyout for the leaseholder.
So it would have been more because we have to inspect the vehicle and normally there's cost to it. So it would have been more. How much? I don't recall.
And showing you just one more thing, you did not give Ms. Sementilli, directing your attention to People's 209, section J, prior credit or lease balance paid by seller.
Correct.
You didn't give her any monies or credit
No,
for turning in the lease.
correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes,
Anything
ma'am.
further by the people?
You didn't charge her for turning in the lease early either.
Correct.
And you applied $1,000 rebate.
Rebate.
I got it.
Anything further? Thank you, Mr. Vilas. Your excuse.
Thank you, sir.
You may call the next witness.
Thank you. People call Gail Burlingame.
Right there, sign. Can you please me and raise your right hand?
No, just here.
You solemnly state the testimony you may give. You solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did. Thank you. Please have a seat.
So you knew her?
And for the record, say, spell your first and last name, please.
Gail Burlingame, G-A-I-L. Burlingame is B-U-R-L-I-N-G-A-M-E.
Thank you. Are you currently retired, ma'am?
Yes.
And prior to retirement, where did you work?
My last job, I
Yes.
was consultant teacher for children with learning disabilities, reading and comprehension.
What about before that?
I was a private jet flight attendant, and before that, I sold cars for 5.5 months.
All right. So I want to talk to you about that. The time that you were selling cars. Where did you work?
DCH Ford in Thousand Oaks.
Okay. And did you sell a vehicle to someone by the name of Monica Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Do you see
Love
her
and
in court
blessings,
today?
my love. Thank you. I'll be off at 5 o'clock my time, or just before, 'cause I've got a hard stop today.
Where's the long hair? I don't even.
Let me ask you, this lady over here in the beige jacket with the ponytail,
Yes.
is that Monica Sementilli?
Well, girl, you look a little different. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you gained a lot of weight. Don't have the Botox.
Thank
Don't
you.
have the hair color.
Okay. Do you remember the transaction and the numerous conversations and meetings you had with her?
Yes, I do.
And why is it that
I hate to say this, but I don't think I've ever in a trial when they've asked for someone to identify the person, they've had a hard time finding them in the room and had to be guided to the defendant. This has happened multiple times here. That tells us that this poor girl doesn't look very good. Oh my gosh. I'm really surprised. I really, really am. So shocked, but not.
That you remember
It doesn't look at all like she
those
did back then.
conversations and this particular sale.
Well, I eventually found out her husband had died, and then she eventually told me that he had been murdered, and I felt horrific for her. And so it's like emotional connection to try and help her however I could.
Okay. Did you receive a phone call initially from her at some time in February of 2017?
Yes.
And during that very first conversation, what did she ask you, or what is it that she wanted from you?
She was worried about, she had a truck that the lease was coming due, and she said she wanted to talk to me about the truck and how she could possibly keep it.
Okay.
And it was in her husband's name and not hers.
Oh,
That's
she
what she
wanted
told you.
to keep it.
Okay. And did she tell you that it was a 2013 Ford F-150 truck?
Yes.
So first she said she wanted to get rid of it because it was unalived in it. Now she wants to keep it.
And besides the fact that she wanted to keep it, did she also mention anything with respect to her daughters?
Yes. As we got into conversations, she said that it was very important to keep the truck because the kids wanted it.
Okay.
And I totally understood that.
And so after the call, did you speak with your boss as well as corporate headquarters to try and assist her?
Yes, I did.
Who was the sales manager at that point, the person that was your boss?
Caesar.
Okay. Cesar Aviles?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you and Cesar have some conversations? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, did you have additional conversations with Monica Sementilli through phone calls, texts, emails, things of that nature?
Yes, I did.
And did those conversations take place over the next couple of weeks?
Body. Let me let her
At
out.
least, yes.
Robert, I have an email between this witness and the defendant on a Celebrate extraction report for the defendant's Apple iPhone. Can I have this marked as People's 210?
Yes.
Showing you People's 210. And let's start at the bottom of the email. Let me show you the top first. If we go to the left here, was this your email address at DCH Board of Thousand Oaks along with your name at the time you worked there?
Yes.
And I am, once again, did you send her an email on February 19th, subsequent to the call that she made to you of 2017 at about 2:13 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And on that email, did you reach out to her and say, I hope your financial advisor was able to assist you with your questions one day at a time? You're in my thoughts and best wishes.
Yes, I did.
And was that based on the conversation that you had had with her regarding her husband having died?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you know anything other than the fact that he had passed away?
Not in the beginning. I didn't know. I just know he passed away. And then eventually she told me.
Okay. But other than the fact that he passed away, she never told you in that initial conversation
No,
what had happened.
Not at the beginning, no.
Okay. Now, over the next couple of months, in February and March, did the defendant come to the dealership to meet with you?
Yes, she did.
And that initial time when she came in February of 2017, did she come in to speak with you and bring in some paperwork?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during that conversation, did she tell you what had happened to her husband?
Not the very first time, but the second time she told me.
Okay. And did she tell you that he had been murdered?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did she discuss with you and with Caesar what her options were regarding the vehicle, the Ford F-150?
Yes.
When she came to the vehicle, was she driving her Ford F-150?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did she have any conversations with you regarding money at that point in time?
Quite a bit.
And what did she tell you about that?
She first said, I have to wait to get some money. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, I don't have money right now. And I said, I was worried about her, about her having money and not being able to, she could pay for the payment in the truck, but she acted like she didn't have any money to do anything else. So then eventually she told me that she was waiting for a life insurance policy.
Overruled.
I'm sorry. She said what?
She was waiting for a life insurance policy.
So did she tell you that she also was desperate for money and couldn't pay her bills?
Yes.
And based on that, again, did you try to help her?
Of course.
Did she also tell you that she didn't have a job?
Yes.
Oh, this is overruled.
And did she tell you that things were very tough?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she also mention anything about an attorney?
Oh, yes.
What did she tell you about that?
I questioned, I'm like, how long is this taking? You must be so worried about everything. And she's, yes. And I said, what's going on? She said, well, my attorney's working with everything and trying to get the money. And I said, well, I questioned her more. And she said that the police were checking into a lot of things. And
It is. Stricken.
She told you that her attorney was trying to get the money, the life
Yes.
insurance money?
Yes.
And she also mentioned law enforcement to you?
Yes.
And their investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was going to Canada and would speak with you from Canada?
Yes.
During the time that she was at the dealership with you in February and March, did she make calls to what she told you were her attorney?
Yes.
And was that on a cell phone?
Yes.
And did it appear that she was having a conversation, a legal conversation about the life insurance?
Not really. No.
Why not? What was it? What was it about the conversation she was having with the individual on the cell phone that did not sound like an attorney? Go ahead.
She was kind of whispering and talking, and it wasn't like there weren't direct questions like what's going on with this case or my money or what. I was just like whispering and a lot of kind of thing. And so
okay.
I'd ask her, and then she'd say, oh, they're still working on it.
Did you actually talk to her after that one time while she was still in Canada?
Are you asking me, did I talk to her while she was in Canada?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
I thought I did. I don't even know.
I'm sorry?
I thought I did, but right now I don't really know, but she said she was there.
Okay. So in other words, when she spoke to you, she told you she was in Canada?
Yes, she did.
And before she returned a third time, did you speak to her again by phone?
Yes.
And was her tone or demeanor any different than when you had spoken with her and seen her at the dealership prior to that date?
When she called me that time, she told me that she had gotten the money, and I said, great. And she said, I want to come in. Do you want me to go further with the conversation?
Okay.
Do you want me to say more?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted your answer.
Okay. So she said, I'm going to come in. I got the money. I said, okay, great. I said, okay, we're going to figure out how you can keep that truck. And then she said, well, we decided the kids don't want the truck anymore. And I was just, I was kind of appalled because I thought.
Sustained.
And
Stricken.
was when she told you that they were going to turn in the truck and they didn't want the truck anymore, did you ask her about that, since the prior conversations you had had with her were all about trying to keep the truck because it was her dead husband's?
Yes. It was all about trying to keep the truck.
Okay.
And so when she said that, I was like, what? And then I tried to talk her into keeping it.
So did you ask her if the kids would be upset or devastated if she turned in their father's truck?
I did. No, I did.
I love
This is
that.
true. I did. I told her I did.
And what did she say?
she just said, well, no, we decided we don't want it. Kids don't want it. So, but I need a car. So I'm just going to turn it in. I'm going to get a new car.
Okay. And did she seem much happier during this conversation than the ones you had previous, including when she came to the dealership?
Before it was definitely about the money and worry. And then all of a sudden now she got the money and she was happy.
Okay. She didn't seem worried anymore.
Not a bit.
Showing you. Exhibit 210. After your message that you sent to her saying, I just want to see how you were doing, hope your financial advisor was able to assist you, did she then respond and say, I just spoke with Ford Credit and they said to send a death certificate to them. I told them you have a copy. Mine are all at lawyers. Could you fax or email them the death certificate in my behalf?
Yes.
And after that conversation that you had with her where she said she had received the life insurance money and wanted to get a new car, that's exactly what happened, correct?
I'm sorry. I just spaced with all this. There's something buzzing up here. And so, okay, focus, back to you.
Hello.
Sorry.
So I just want to make sure, you told us that when she returned from Canada, or before she returned to the dealership the third time, when you spoke with her by phone, she told you that she had received the life insurance money, wanted to turn in the truck, and buy herself a new car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
She had
After
told,
that, did the defense?
for those of you who are just joining us, we've had another witness on the stand who Monica had contacted and spoke to about the truck and disclosed to them that her husband had been unalived in, I know I got a little boo-boo, in the truck. He had been unalived in the vehicle. And so she wanted to get rid of it, and it was near the end of the lease. So, okay, that's great. But she didn't do it that day. And then she comes back a month later. But she had also been talking to this woman at a dealership and about the truck and said that the kids wanted to keep it and how can we keep it? He was unalived in it. So she's telling stories all over the place.
Defendant come in did to the dealership.
Sorry. Why don't we have volume? Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
What did she say to you?
Yes. Everything took a lot longer than I expected, she said. And I said, yes. And she said, she got the money and she didn't want to keep the truck and she was going to buy a car.
Okay. And did she seem to you to be upset, worried? What was
No.
her demeanor on that date?
Okay. On that day, her demeanor, she was very happy. And I was still trying to tell her to keep the truck.
Okay. So you guys were going in two different directions. Okay. And at that point in time, did she begin looking at new vehicles on the lot to purchase?
Yep, she did.
Did you, given her prior expressions to you about being broke and not having any money and being desperate for money, ask her what her budget was so that you could assist her in choosing a vehicle that would be appropriate?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say when you asked her what her budget was?
She said she didn't know.
Okay. And so initially, what did you do?
I said, okay, let's go out and look at the cars. So we went out and I started with like a Ford Focus, a cheaper car, and we drove that. And then she said, oh, not this. And then we went to the next car up, then we drove that. And it kind of went on for like 4 hours or 5 hours. I was with her. We drove all these cars. And we finally got into up to the Mustang. She decided she was going to go that route. And she wanted a convertible. We finally found a convertible. We drove and, her demeanor then, she's like, oh my God, I feel like Thelma and Louise with you. So we, she was happy and I'm like, okay. And then she's like, but I don't want this car. I don't like the color.
What color was it?
I don't it's like a silver. It
She didn't like the color of
She
the
wanted the
convertible.
black one.
Okay.
So we didn't have a convertible in that. So we did have the GT in black.
She wanted a black vehicle, and did she also want a certain color rim?
Yes. Oh yeah. The rims were really important. She got the black rims and
Look at her.
wanted to
She's
upgrade
like,
on that. I said, yeah, okay.
Okay.
I don't know what you're
And
talking about, dude. That wasn't me.
during
do that.
the 4 to 5 hours that she was with you driving cars,
She's like, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I'm embarrassed. I didn't do it.
Did she keep leveling up to more expensive options?
Yep, we had drove every car.
Okay. And did she make any phone calls in your presence during that day?
Yeah, she did. She made several.
So did you try to talk her out of the Mustang GT?
So rule. So rule.
No, just that's what she wanted. I mean, I was hoping that she'd still keep the truck, but for
Did
the
you
kids.
tell her that the Mustang GT, the back seat, if she had kids, was like a
Oh yeah,
sardine can?
yeah, definitely. If you've been in a Mustang, you know, your legs are all crunched up if you sit in the back.
Okay.
So obviously the kids
Oh,
weren't going to
there's
be riding in it.
you have to be a
Did you, when she finally
1,300
settled
pounds
on the new
back.
2017 Mustang GT, did she say anything to you? That she had,
Yeah, she's like, she was happy. She's getting, I got this car. I really love this. I feel like I can start my life again. You know, I just feel like I have a new start. And, you know, I was like, oh, you go, good for you.
now, at some point in time, you still felt bad for her, right?
Oh yeah, I did feel bad
One
for
moment,
her.
ma'am. So rule.
Okay. I did feel bad for her because, I mean, obviously I'm with this woman, his husband got murdered and, you know.
She told you eventually when
Yeah,
she came in
Yeah, she did.
that her husband had been murdered.
Yeah. That was probably the second time. It was the second time.
Second time you met with her?
Yeah.
At some point during the 4 to 5 hours, did she talk to you? Did she make a call to someone and then ask you about having perhaps a friend come in to assist her?
Yes, she did. Right at the end. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you that she wanted to have her friend drive the vehicle before she purchased it?
Yes, she did.
That was something she wanted to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And approximately 30 minutes later, after she made a call, did someone come into the dealership in Thousand Oaks?
Yes. A person came in that she named as her friend Robert.
Her friend Robert, showing you People's 14. Was this her friend Robert?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So he came into the dealership.
Yes, he did.
And at the point in time when he came in, were you guys out on the lot? Were you sitting in an office? Where were you?
We were in the office waiting.
Okay. And did she introduce this individual to you in People's 14 as her friend Robert?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you and Robert that it was important that he liked the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And at that point, did you engage Robert in conversation?
Yes, I did. Just typical, like, you know, what do you do?
And did the defendant tell you that he was a cop in New Orleans, but he quit?
Yes, she did.
Once the defendant told you that he had been a cop in New Orleans, did you ask him questions about that?
Overruled.
I did ask him questions because I love New Orleans. And I said, oh, that must have been a tough job. I know that it could be tough in there. And he said, yes. And I said, so where did you work? Like in what parish or what ward? And he just said, all over. I go, oh, really? Did you work in the 9th ward? And I have friends that live in the 9th ward that are musicians. And
One,
you know, and
the 9th ward was the worst hit part of New Orleans with Hurricane Harvey. And I was there on Red Cross and CERT and CART. So yeah, she's feeling him out as a liar.
And so he didn't even know what the 9th ward was. And so I just thought, okay, this is a total lie. I don't know why this is happening. And
So at that point, did you ask him if he was still a cop or whether he worked
Yeah.
in the LA area?
yeah. And he said he was in between. And then he said something about doing some security work.
Okay. And at that point, did the defendant tell you that she really wanted her friend Robert to drive the vehicle?
Oh, yes. She
Oh.
want him to drive the car. They went back and forth. Please, I want you to drive the car. No, it's okay. It's going to be your car. No, it's really important to me. I want you to drive the car. Well, it is what happened.
So
When there's an objection, you got to stop talking. So I
Oh,
can
okay,
go
I'm
on.
sorry.
It's okay?
Okay.
at that point, was there a conversation back and forth between the defendant and Baker where she was trying to get him to drive the car?
Yes,
And he was indicating he didn't need to.
he did.
Okay. And so at that point, did you try and encourage him to drive the vehicle?
I did.
Speak up, counsel. Overruled.
I encouraged. She wanted him, and I'm going to do what she needs. It was important to her. He was there. So I said, I go, come on. So I did the little thing where you just like, I just stood up And then they stood up and I'm like, good, he's going to drive the car because she wants that, right? And then I said, can I have your license? And he sat back down. He goes, oh, no. He goes, I don't need to drive it. And then she's like, no. And then he kind of went like this and,
When
and
you say like this, you cocked your head to the side.
he's like talking to her and finally she's like, oh, okay. So I
Let
got
me
it
ask you something.
that they didn't want to give me the license.
Okay. So once it became apparent to you that they didn't want to give you his license, is it a requirement at the dealership that you have to provide your license before you test drive a vehicle?
Yes, I told him it was just for insurance benefits. We have to have the license.
So after that, did it appear to you that she was prodding him, trying to get him to do what she wanted him to do?
Yes.
One moment. It is leading, one moment, ma'am.
Okay.
It is leading false speculation.
Okay. Did you at that point suggest that all three of you go for a ride and not the defendant drive?
Well, yeah, she wanted him to be in the car. He came down. We all went for a ride.
Okay.
They sat in the front. I got in the sardine part in the back.
Okay. And after that, did they come back and sit in your office again?
Yes, he did.
And did they, at that point, begin to speak amongst themselves as you and they were talking about paperwork and what needed to be done?
Yes, they did.
What happened at that point? Go ahead, tell
Okay.
me.
We came back and we started talking about the car and everyone was excited and she was talking about her rims and this and that. And, I could tell that they were very good friends. They were leaning into each other.
It is non-responsive.
It is.
Mr. Wiggum,
Okay, sorry.
They were very good friends. Everything
Yeah,
else remains.
Okay.
What was their conduct and demeanor that you were able to observe in your office at that point?
Well, they were leaning in, whispering, talking, laughing, and then they asked for privacy. I walked away and by the coffee room, but then I was inquisitive about what was going on. So I tiptoed back to hear what they were saying and I couldn't really hear, but they were just whispering about all this stuff. So, and laughing. And I'm just like, okay. So then I came back and, they were.
At any point in time during this conversation, when you were with them, were they touching each other or putting their hands on each other?
Sustained.
Did they touch each other at all?
Yes, they did.
And did the defendant say anything to Robert Baker with respect to not being able to wait for something?
Overruled on all grounds.
Go ahead. At any point in time, did she say, I can't wait for...
Thank you, Miss Morales. Love you,
I
baby.
could feel the intention. I know, but she said, well, I just can't wait till you're going to love driving it kind of a thing. So it sounded me. Okay, never mind.
There was nothing that was said.
So she said to him, you're going to love driving it.
Yes.
Did it appear that they were purchasing this vehicle to drive together?
Oh.
Sustained.
Did she indicate in front of you that he was also going to be driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Oh, look at her. She got no. When you see, there comes a point when you see a witness that there's things like two witnesses saying contradictory things. Like she told me her husband died in it. She told me that, that he died at home. So you got two contradictory pieces of evidence and they don't shake their head. But with this, she's shaking her head. She knows she's in trouble. She knows it.
Now,
pursing of the lips, rapid eye blinking.
once there was a
fast
agreement on
breathing.
pricing,
Yeah.
did the defendant then meet with somebody in your finance department?
Yes, after we get everything together, they go back to finance to Steve, was the guy at the time who was doing finance.
Hey, you chewing on your toe. Oh, sorry, guys.
Showing you 209 photograph. Was this the vehicle that you sold to the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And it had a red interior?
Yes.
Sorry, the dog was chewing on her deer antler. So good for them.
That day when she came to the dealership, was she driving again the Ford F-150?
Yes.
And then did she leave that day in the Mustang?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now after the
Thank you, Gabby. Oh, One of those days. Hello, everybody.
Was
I do have a,
Did
I do
you?
have a hard stop today at 5 o'clock. I'm going to go help clean out my sister's closet. Yeah, I know.
Talk to her about sitting around in the car so that you could program or pair her phone and teach her about some of the features in the vehicle.
Right. When you sell a car,
One
it
moment,
is-
ma'am. So rule.
Yes.
when you sell a car, you have to afterwards put on the plates, you go over everything with the car. This is, pairing your phone and all those things. So there's little points that we're supposed to do and go through with everything.
Did you do that with her?
No, they were ready to go and she didn't want to go through anything. And I said, oh, well, just let me help you with the phone or just this and that. She said, no, he'll help me, meaning Robert. So I said, okay, well, you can come back at any time and I'll help you. Like, have it for a week, come back, whatever, I'll help you.
And after that, did you call her several times in order to, again, follow up with her and assist her with any questions she might have regarding the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. Did she ever respond?
She did not.
Okay. And at some point, did you sent her a thank you card?
I did.
And that was a card with Thelma and Louise on the front?
Yes, it was. It was typical to
Give me one
send
second, ma'am.
cards.
So rule.
It's typical. Usually I would send a Ford thank you card, but because we did the Thelma and Louise thing, I sent her a Thelma and Louise card and telling her I'm wishing her the best in her new life.
Okay. So you wished her a happy new life, but the Thelma and Louise was the reference she brought up
Exactly. It was the one she brought up.
when you were driving the convertible.
The convertible, yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Burlingame.
Hello.
Hi. You became involved in this case by communicating with Monica Sementilli, is that right? You first contacted her?
Oh, how I got involved with this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
I was never in contact with her.
Okay. You didn't send a Facebook message to?
On Facebook, yes, I saw a remark that she put on a page that she was worried about the wife getting off because of the way that legal things were running at that time, and that she mentioned her brother's name and it was Fabio, and it caught my eye just randomly that day, and I was like, oh my God. I said, I sold her and her boyfriend a car. If I can help you, let me know.
Okay.
She did not contact me after that. It was the police that contacted me.
And that was when you sent her that Facebook message.
Say that again.
When did you send her that Facebook message?
It was obviously after I knew about it, so it would have to be in the summer, that summer. Well, it wasn't that summer. It was a long time ago after that. No, I'm sorry. I have no idea when it was. It was right when the case was going to start happening, and it's been delayed so many times. So it was a couple of years ago.
A couple of
It was,
years?
yeah, it was like COVID time.
How are you
Around
doing,
COVID
Miss
time?
Gabby?
Okay. And you had been watching media coverage about this case?
Well, no, I was sitting on the couch. I broken my arm, and that's why I wasn't working. And I saw up next, Fabiano murder case arrest. And I went, oh my goodness. So I took my phone, and when it came back from commercial, I videoed it, and it showed Monica's face and her boyfriend's face. And I was like, oh my God. And so I sent it to Caesar, and I said, look at this.
Okay. So you sent it to Caesar Avile?
Uh-huh.
And he was your manager at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send it to anybody else?
That, I might have sent it to my son.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had you known about the case that first time?
That was the first time that I knew about the whole thing.
Okay.
Was when I saw it on TV.
And what you saw on TV, how did you go from that and sending those videos to contact with Monica Sementilli?
I'm going to check that with Stacy.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. How did you come to be able to contact Monica Sementilli?
I just saw a Facebook post and I just remarked about to her.
That's their microphone.
Okay. Were you just scanning Facebook, or was there something that directed you to information about the case?
Yes. Okay. It was on the Recall Gascon page. at the time, and there were many, there were many people having a lot of trouble with mothers crying about this and that and what was happening with the legal system at that time.
Okay, so you were following things about the district attorney of Los Angeles County, Mr. Gascon,
Yes.
and problems with the case, the cases in the system?
Yeah.
Okay, and you were reading on that page about Ms. Sementilli's prosecution in court?
You know, I just randomly went to that page, very bizarre, and there I saw her name, and I was like, wow, you know, because there's only two Fabios. The one is the guy with the long hair, and then this one that I know. So
Okay, and you saw, when you say you saw the name, was that Monica Sementilli's name, or Morella Sementilli, or Fabio Sementilli?
I'm not sure if her name was mentioned, but it was, is it Marilla? I couldn't remember her name, but her, and she mentioned her brother's name, Fabio Sementilli.
Okay, and she was complaining in some way about the progress of the case?
No, it was more like, you know, I hope that justice will be, you know, done. I'm worried about the case, where it could be going, and that she was upset about, you know, her brother, obviously.
Right, and this was a posting that you read on the DA's website?
No.
Objection, I'm gonna Stacey Evans.
Excuse me.
It does.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. This was a post that she made on her Facebook page, correct?
Objection, Ms. Stacey Evans.
It's the same.
I'm
No.
sorry. Where did you see those statements by Miss Morella Sementilli?
It was on a Gascon page.
Okay, so it was on the DA's page that you saw Miss Sementilli's
I don't know
statement.
whose page it actually was. I don't know
Excuse me,
whose
sir.
page it was.
Stacey Evans.
It doesn't state the evidence. It was on the recall Gascon page, counsel.
Excuse me,
Oh,
the,
thank you.
the recall Gascon page.
Yes.
Okay. And you then contacted Miss Morella Sementilli, correct?
I typed right under her post, I sold the Mustang to them. If you need me, let me know.
Okay.
Type thing.
So you typed a comment?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, you don't remember when this was, or you think it was around COVID time? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that would have been 2020 or 2021?
Probably 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at some point, you then received contact from the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes, in Messenger, I got a remark. This is my phone number. I think it was Mitzi. This is my phone number. And I was a little paranoid about it. So I didn't know if that was really somebody contacting me from the police. So I called all the districts down here until I found out where she worked and talked to her partner to make sure that this was a real thing.
Okay. So you received some kind of Facebook communication back.
Yes.
And then you called down to the LAPD to try to verify who had left you the message.
Yes.
And you called and reached her partner.
Then I finally called the number and got a hold of Mitzi.
Okay. And then Detective Roberts made arrangements to come speak with you, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
And
And
I know
that
it was
was
during COVID because we sat outside in the back patio. That's what I remember.
okay. And that was February of 2021?
I possibly could have been.
Okay. Got it. You, Ms. Burlingame, sold Ms. Sementilli the Mustang April 3rd, 2017. correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, she had originally contacted the dealership by telephone, correct?
Yes.
Sometime in February or March of 2017?
Yes.
And you understood that she had received a notice that the lease on the truck that was leased was going to be up in 2 or 3 months, and she was calling you about what to do. Is that correct?
Yes, the lease was coming due and she called to find out what to do about it.
Okay. Do you remember what the date was she called?
No.
Okay, and you just picked up the
I
call?
randomly just picked up the phone. It was a call came in, I picked up.
Okay. And you agreed, she told you she wanted to keep the truck, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed to do some
We need to
research
teach
on
Zach
the truck
that
and
trick.
find out what options.
He can never say what he wants.
And you determined
Of course, what he's
that
saying may
the
not,
truck
shouldn't be
was
saying.
in the sole name of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that there was no way for her to transfer the lease to herself, correct?
She could not transfer it. No, but she could do a buyback. But it would have taken a while to do it, but I would have done anything to make that work.
Okay, great. And you also told her she needed to pay the remaining payments. She needed to keep paying the lease until the 3 months were up.
Exactly.
And you also researched for her the buyout price if she finished paying the lease and wanted to buy the truck, correct?
Yes, Caesar did.
Okay. And you, in your research, you told her you had spoken to legal, I guess that's legal at the dealership, and that she could buy out the car, the truck, but not at the price of $30,000, but at a price of $44,000.
It was not going to be the price that it normally would have been if she was on the lease. She would have had to pay more, and I can't tell you exactly what that number was.
Understood. And you then did you offer her any other option other than to buy out after paying the final payments on the lease, to buy out the vehicle for whatever this higher price was than what the leaseholder would have normally gotten? Did you offer her any other options on the lease?
No, I don't think there was another option.
Our lunch and recess until 1:30. The evidence implies you not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or former express any opinion to the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch today at 1:30.
Oh, zoom, 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 zoom. We're gonna zoom, zoom, zoom. We're gonna zoom, zoom, zoom. I hope we can get to the end before I go. We're gonna keep on zooming. Well, we're still on lunch break, and I don't know what I want to do. Probably shouldn't be saying it, but I feel bad because we've lost Zach, and a lot of people actually, due to we've had some people having problems, but that's not on me. That is a YouTube thing. For those who've missed it, the Donna Adelson trial was spicy. Well, the hearing. We had a hearing, Miss Donna Adelson. She is trying to get out on bail to go home because she is getting old and has old ladies aches and pains, and it is she's not happy there. Yeah, I know, Gabby. Yes, it was. Oh, I have sciatica and I need to get these prednisone shots in my back, and the prison or the jail doesn't do that. And I cut my arm on a washing machine, and they didn't have a band-aid or neosporin. And I filled out a paper to get to the doctor, and it took a few days. And I'm all like, bitch, please. If I need to go to the doctor for a cut arm, she's going to say go to urgent care. And then if it could be a couple weeks. I'm trying to get in as a new patient and it's 3 months. She gets seen a lot faster than we do. Honey boo boo, she just pissing out a bucket of tears, and it's driving me crazy. Driving me crazy with her song, killing me softly. Yeah, and she's a flight risk. And then she admits that they were going to a country that did not have extradition agreement with the US, because she said that if they had put a warrant out for her arrest, they would have returned it. I doubt she would have returned. I really doubt she would have returned. I don't know. She's a flight risk. She's a huge flight risk. And so I don't think in any way, shape, or form that they are going to give her what she wants. Oh, and she says her shoulder hurts and she's having burning, shooting pain. And I'm all like, it's not your shoulder, honey boo. Honey boo, you probably have a pinched nerve in your neck due to degenerative bone condition. And that's what's causing that shooting pain down your shoulder, down the arm and into the hand. It's kind of stabbing, shooting type pain. And I'm like, that's old person stuff. She's 75, 72, I think 72, or at least 70. And the other thing that happened was in there, she was on the phone. Well, she was in her apartment in the living room with her attorney and husband, and I think somebody else was there. And her son had called and they were on the phone with them. Well, then all of a sudden it just went quiet and she was talking, and she realized he wasn't there. And she thought she hung up the phone, but obviously she didn't, because the prison phone system recording the phone calls continued to record. And I know for a fact from personal experience that if I'm on the phone and I get a phone call from, or I get a phone call from the prison from someone, it's going to say, "Hello, this is a inmate call from at blank blank correctional facility. This call will be recorded. To accept the phone call, please press 1. To deny the phone call, either press 2 or hang up. If you do not wish to be recorded, please press 2 or hang up." And it did say if this is a legal phone call, press something something. So, but the thing was is that she knew they were being recorded, and he put down his phone disconnected. Okay, it disconnected. And so if his end will disconnect and you don't disconnect your end, it still records. Both of them have to hang up to stop the recording. That's the way it is. And now she's arguing that she was illegally recorded, and whatever information that came out of that recording should not be permitted into trial. So she's trying to get that thrown out as well. Yepers. Okay, guys, I'm going to run to the ladies' room. I need a comfort break all of a sudden. I'm going to leave on some funk music to wake us up. I'll return. Yes, I did change. I was getting hot, and I don't have a deaf person watching right now, so I'm not interpreting. Um, Yay! I mean, I'm so glad this morning we did. Diane and I did some team interpreting. Yes, that is true. So true, June. They will give you warnings.
We are on the record.
Warning,
Monica
you
Sementilli,
have
defendant is
1
present. All
minute.
counsel present.
You
Jury
have
and
30
all is
seconds.
present. Good afternoon. Ms.
No.
Brunigan is still under oath, and the defense may continue
You
with
just
their
like
cross-examination.
you don't even sometimes hear it hang up if you just think you're talking.
For anything further by the people? One moment before you go. Let's Christine off the record, please.
And they kept saying, "Oh, the phone would just cut off and you never know it." Well, if the person thought they had 15 minutes, thought they had 5 minutes and they really had 4 minutes and 31 seconds, it's not going to cut off at 5. It's going to cut off at 4 minutes and 31 seconds. So there you go, people. Yep, they don't care. That's off. That's why I always, whenever I heard the warning, I'd say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and hang up now. But will call me later, and I would hang up because that way the recording would stop.
I'm sorry. Continue.
When you were asked on cross-examination about contacting somebody through a Recall Gascon Facebook
Thank
page.
you very much for
do you
your
know
$2 a minute phone call.
In the question, it was asked if it was
And
Morella.
there you
Do
are.
you know whose post you responded to?
No, I don't. I was just agreeing because I don't know. It was one of the Sementillis because it was maybe she had a different name. I don't really know because it was a sister. I knew that. She said she was a sister.
Okay.
And then Fabio's name was in there.
Okay.
But she didn't ever contact me or.
Okay. So you never communicated with her after that one comment you put on in response to her post
Exactly.
on the Recall Gascon website.
Right.
Okay. And that was something, as you said, from one of the sisters that was talking about wanting justice for her brother's murder.
Right.
And that was a website of victims and surviving victims' family members that were posting on there.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry? So we're ruling on that ground. So we're ruling on that ground as well.
And this
Anyway, so that was the only time that you had any contact with anybody relating to this case, correct?
Yes.
Until subsequent to that, Detective Mitzi Roberts reached out to you.
Yes.
And then came to the dealership.
Nope, to my home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that would have been on February 11th of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that because there's a statement form, correct?
Right. I signed everything in.
Okay. With respect to the first time that the defendant came into the dealership and spoke to you about what her options were, the decisions, any decision that was made, that wouldn't have been your decision. That would have been your boss's decision,
Right.
correct?
Caesar's in charge of that part.
Okay. So you discussed with her the options, but then it would be Caesar's job to make a decision.
Yes.
And were you aware that she also had a meeting with Caesar?
I saw her having a meeting with with him in
Okay.
the office, which normally people aren't supposed to just walk up there, but she did. And they
Okay.
were talking, and I went to the restroom, and
All right. So you were aware they had a meeting.
yes.
And were you aware that Caesar told her that she didn't have to make any more payments on the vehicle, that he was going to waive or write off any of her remaining payments?
Sustain.
You were asked on cross-examination about what her options were. One of the options was the dealership could write off all of her remaining payments. Is that an option?
Sustain.
Can I talk?
No,
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
All righty.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brennigan. You're excused. May I call your next witness? That I plan on taking some vacation at the end of December.
He's like, yeah, we're going to be here till next Christmas, a year from now. They are taking their sweet time.
Right there, sir. If you face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
Oh, poor Boo.
And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Roger, R-O-G-E-R.
It really
Last
was,
name
June.
Brown,
You're right.
B-R-O-W-N.
You were so right.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. I'm going to ask you a few questions from the time frame back in 2017, okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, first of all, let me ask you, show me People's 14. Do you recognize that person?
Yes,
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
How do you know Robert Baker?
I met Rob in 1997, and we used to play racquetball together. We used to play chess together. I used to run a strip club, and he used to manage porn stars.
Okay. Wait, this is back during what time frame that you ran the strip club?
Oh, this was like from 97 to 2005.
And sometime during that time frame, you met Rob Baker?
Yes, I met him in July of 97.
Okay, and then you became friends with Mr. Baker?
Yeah,
All right. You talked about, did you say you played racquetball?
yes.
And where was that at?
We used to play at LA Fitness.
Go ahead.
I had memberships there, so we used to play on Reseda and Coldwater.
What city is that one in?
Reseda is in Reseda. No, Reseda was in Granada Hills. And the one on Coldwater, I would consider that North Hollywood.
197. Did you ever play racquetball with Baker in the Woodland Hills LA Fitness?
No,
Okay. Your history then with Baker, would you say you were friends?
yes,
And through the years you developed a friendship. Are you still consider yourself a friend of Robert Baker?
yes,
Okay. You know he was arrested in June of 2017, correct?
yes.
And since then, have you had many phone calls with Baker while he's been in jail or in custody?
No phone calls.
Ever?
Well, we had phone calls in the beginning, but not lately.
Okay, so in the first several years, or I shouldn't say several, first few years, you had a lot of phone calls with Baker.
I had a few. I used to go visit him.
And how many times did you visit him approximately?
Well, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay, so more than 10?
About 10, maybe a little more. I'm not sure.
And when was the last time approximately that you spoke to Baker?
Last year. I can't remember when last year, but last year.
Sometime last year. All right. Back in 2017, specifically January, February timeframe, were you living in this apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, during that time frame, did Baker come to visit you? And that I'm talking about the January, February time frame of 2017.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I would say probably just before Valentine's Day. And I don't even know how long we stayed. I can't remember that.
Okay, so before Valentine's Day, and that's in February of 2017, he came to visit you.
Correct.
And why did he say he was there?
He showed up, and normally people don't just show up. They call.
You're
me,
eating your
"Hey,
fingers
I'm
on
out."
national TV, dude.
And he said, man, you don't look good. You okay? So I told him, I said, my mother had just died. And I had just buried her on the 21st of January, 2017. And so he said, hey, man, I'm going to stick around, man, to make sure you're okay. So I said, okay. I wasn't all there at that time.
Because you were dealing with your own
Yeah.
family issues. During this time frame, then in February of 2017, this initial visit, when he showed up at your apartment, did he call you first?
No.
Okay. And when he showed up, then did he tell you about anything that had happened about somebody dying or being murdered, anything of that nature?
No.
Now, when he first showed up at your apartment in February of 2017, initially comes in, did he tell you if he was dating anyone?
I already knew he was dating someone.
When did you know he was dating someone?
I don't really know. Probably 2016. I can remember that him and her came to my birthday party at El Casa Grande in Granada Hills.
Okay. Do you know who? When you say her, do you know the name of that person?
You want her real name or the name that I know?
The name you knew her as.
Madonna.
Okay. Do you see Madonna in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's
I
wearing?
was going to bust a gut
She's sitting right there
if
wearing
we would have
like a
said
beige
no.
outfit.
Indicating the defendant.
So is it fair in 2016, around your birthday, you said June is when you first met who you referred to as Madonna, who's been identified as the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker identify her as Madonna, or did she identify herself as Madonna, if you know?
Baker introduced me to her as Madonna.
Okay. And did she respond and correct him in any way?
No.
So as far as you knew, her name was Madonna.
Yes.
Then that birthday party, did you have any particular interaction with the defendant?
Why Madonna?
From June 6, 2016 until he showed up at your house in February of 2017, did you see her at any time in between then?
Repeat that.
Did you see her from the date of your birthday in
Mhm.
2016 until Baker came to your house in February
Yes.
for Valentine's Day? Did you see her during that time frame?
Yes.
Where did you see her?
He brought her to my apartment.
When did he bring her to your apartment?
Wow.
I know. Estimates.
I know it was February 2017. I can't tell you the dates.
So February 2017 is when he showed up and said he was going to stay with you, right?
Yeah, he said I'm gonna stay here for a couple of days to make sure you're okay.
Before that, had he ever brought her to your apartment?
No.
So that was the first time, and we'll get to that in February.
That he brought her to my apartment? Yes.
Okay. So now in February, when is the first time that you saw her again since your birthday? He's at your
February.
apartment. Okay, he's at your apartment. Then what
Yeah.
happens?
He came by, and that was it.
Okay, so did you go somewhere to meet her?
Did I go somewhere to meet her?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did take him to meet her at a Starbucks.
And was there any interaction that you had with her there?
No,
After that, did Baker stay with you then for approximately a week or 5-7 days, something like that?
something like that. No.
Okay. During that time frame, did he bring the defendant over to your apartment?
One time.
And when was that? Was it during the day, at night, if you remember?
I can't remember. I think it was the evening time.
Did she spend the night, if you know?
No,
Was she there for a long time, if you know?
I don't know because I went to sleep.
Now, is this a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom that
It's a
you have?
1-bedroom
Yeah, they
Where did Robert sleep then when he stayed there?
on the couch.
The time that she was at the apartment, then anything unusual happened that caught your attention that you remember?
No,
Did you have any interaction with her, talk to her in the apartment?
no.
So where were they if you had a 1-bedroom?
I was in the bedroom. They was in the living room.
Okay, and you went to sleep.
I went to sleep.
So you don't know what time she left?
No.
When you woke up in the morning, she was gone?
Yes.
Now, during that time frame, what did Rob Baker drive?
He was driving his Ford Expedition, a black one.
People's 142 then. Is that her Ford Expedition?
Yes.
Where did he park that Expedition?
He parked it in my parking spot in the garage.
Now, this particular photo, is that your parking garage, if you can tell?
I don't know.
Okay. You had one spot in your parking garage?
I had one spot.
And you let him park there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, he stayed there for several days. Do you know why he was staying in your apartment? Meaning, do you know if he said he wanted to stay with you to help you, but do you know if he had a place to stay?
Yes.
And where did he stay then?
I think it was off Winnetka and Independence.
Had you been to his apartment before?
After he got arrested, never before.
Now, as of the date that he's staying with you then, when he left, did he tell you where he was going?
No.
Is there a reason why he left your apartment?
Sustained.
So he stayed with you for 5, 6, 7 days, right?
Okay, the reason why he said he was staying with me, he said, man, you don't look good. Are you okay? I told him that my mother had just passed away. And I told him that we buried her on the 21st of January, 2017. He said, hey, man, I'm going to stay with you a few days just to make sure you're okay.
After those days ended, do you know where he went to go stay?
I would assume he went back to his apartment.
Sustained.
So you don't know where he went after
No, I
he
don't.
left? Sorry, thank you. But you stated that you went to his apartment on Independence after he got arrested. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you go there for?
We went to get some of his stuff, from who was his roommate? I think his roommate name was Anthony. We just went to get some of his items.
You said we went to get.
Yes.
Who did you go with?
A friend of mine.
Okay. And why were you getting some of his stuff?
Because his room was going to be, somebody else was going to move into his room.
So you knew the roommate and you coordinated with the roommate, Anthony Bailey?
I didn't know Anthony Bailey. I met Anthony Bailey that day we went to get the stuff out of the apartment.
And the other guy that you went with, who is that?
I have to say.
Roll.
Just who went to the apartment with you?
Howard Lynch.
Okay. If I may, Marcus P. equals 211, a photograph of an individual labeled as Howard Lynch.
So marked.
Is that Howard Lynch?
That's our Lynch.
And how do you know Howard Lynch?
We used to play basketball together. We were good friends.
Go ahead.
That's it. We were good friends.
Did you know Howard Lynch, in your experience, to be friends with Baker as well?
Yes.
Okay.
We all played basketball together.
And Howard Lynch is an attorney?
Yes.
Now, after Baker left your residence, like meaning he wasn't staying there anymore, did you see him again after that? And that's February of 2017.
I can't remember.
At
I
some
would
po-
assume I did, but I can't remember.
Why do you assume you did?
Because we all used to play basketball together like on a Saturday.
So after he left your place from staying there in February of 2017, you're aware now that he was arrested in June of 2014, correct?
Yes.
Between that time, if you remember, do you know if you saw him? 2017.
I really can't remember. I'm not sure, but I would assume we did because we used to always play basketball on Saturday.
Sustain.
Were you visited then by the police at your apartment complex that I just showed you up on the screen?
Yes.
And can you explain how that came about?
Wow.
So
I was somebody in the complex, I can't remember who, told me to call the guy in New Directions. I said, "Oh, I'll just go down there." They said, "No, call him." So I called him. He didn't pick up. So I went down. When I got down, he was sitting in the office with two guys. I assume two detectives. And they was talking about who lived in my apartment. And I told them that's me. They asked me, where do you park your car? I said, in the garage underneath. So they asked me the number. I said, I don't know the number. So we went downstairs and we looked at the number and I just showed them the spot. I still don't know the number. I just know where I parked. So then we came back upstairs and then he gave me some excuse that they was checking into vandalism in our complex. So I said, okay. So then they left. They came back 2 minutes. I would say 2 minutes to 4 minutes. They came back, but they came back with a third guy. And he asked me, he said, "Are you Roger Brown?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Can we talk to you?" I said, "Yeah." So we went into the community room. While we was in the community room, he asked me, he said, "Do you know a Robert Baker?" I said, "Yes."
It's a narrative. Sustain on that ground.
What happened next?
He asked me, he said, "Do you know a Robert Baker?" I said, "Yes." He said, "When was the last time that you seen Robert Baker?" I said, "Last night."
Okay. So stopping there, you saw him then, that's on June 14th when you're talking to the detectives, right? 2017.
Yes.
So last night you saw him on June 13th, 2017.
Correct.
Where did you see him?
He had came to my apartment complex. And yeah, he came to my apartment complex.
Okay, what did he come there for? Tell you he came there for?
He wanted to know had I seen a friend of mine.
Okay, what else did he tell you?
That was it.
Well, why did he want to see if you
I
had
don't
seen a
know.
friend of his?
No, a friend of
Excuse me,
mine.
sir. Sustained.
Right, did he tell you why?
No.
What did you tell him?
Allowed.
I told him, I said, I haven't seen him. And then he asked me could I get in touch with him. I said, I'll try.
Now, at that time, did he give you a phone number to contact him on?
He had gave me that phone number, I want to say before then.
Okay.
But yes, he told me this is his new number.
So he gave you a new number.
Yes.
Now, how did you take that new number? Did you write it down? Did you put it in your phone? What did you do?
No, he told me he was going to call me from it, and that was his new number.
And did he call you from his phone for you to get that new number?
Yes.
Did you then provide that subsequently to the police?
Yes.
Why don't you mark a 3-page document as People's 212? And the first page is a photocopy of a business card with some writing on it, followed by a photograph of a phone. I'm going to show you page 2 of this.
That's the number.
I'm sorry?
That's the number that he called me from.
Okay, a little clear on that. So, did you send this? This is actually a photograph of the phone. Did you send this to the police detective?
Yes.
And is that your writing above it, serial number at LAPD?
Yes.
Okay, so this number 1-747-888-2168, that's the number that Baker called you on and told you was his new number.
Correct.
Did he tell you then, and this is what time frame when this phone call happened?
From the time that he actually came to visit me,
Yes.
I don't know how long I had that number for.
Just in a perspective, in February, did he give you a new number when he came and
That's
stayed
the
with
number
you?
that he gave me in February.
Okay. So it's from February until you sent it to the police on June 14th or 15th of
Yeah,
2017.
they asked me, did I have another number on him? And I told them yes.
And that's the number that you communicated with Baker? That new number is what you used for him?
That was the number that I was using to get in touch with Rob Baker.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. What about his old number? Did he ever tell you that he was switching back to his old number?
No.
So roll.
Oh, and one last thing. Did what do they call you? You have a nickname?
Yes.
What do they call you?
They call me B.
B
Just
as
the
in
letter
B?
B.
You know, why do they call you B?
Well,
That's Form's his name.
Did you pick your name as B?
yeah, I was always called B.
Why?
Because when I was in the military, my last name was Brown. And instead of calling me Sergeant Brown, they would call me, hey, Sergeant B, could you do that? When I got out of the military, they just stuck with B.
Do you know, if I'm in Marcus People's 213, a photograph of an individual entitled Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you know him?
I know who he is.
Have you met him?
Twice.
Okay, so is that Alfred Birdsong that you met?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
So roll.
The first time that I met him, I had to take a female porn star to Las Vegas. You know,
We call her.
drop her off with him.
I
The second
hate
time
that
I met
word.
him, Rob introduced me to him. We went out to his house in Vegas.
So did you know this to be then a friend of Rob's?
Yes.
Okay. Did Alfred Birdsong call you Callie B?
I don't know what he called me, but he always just say B. At the Cali, he could have said it, but I don't know.
Okay. Do you keep in communication after Rob got arrested then with Alfred Birdsong?
So roll.
Yes, but not like. Okay, let me explain this.
There's no question.
Can I answer?
Now we're gonna say, okay, do you keep in contact with Mr. Birdsong? Yes.
Yes.
Regarding what?
So roll.
When Rob was in jail, I was the only one that was going to visit him. And while I would visit him, I would give the report back to everybody else that knew Rob. If he was in good spirits, stuff like that.
Okay. Who were you reporting back to? You said everyone. Like
I mean, I was talking to Bird, all his friends, all our friends together, like, you know, like Howard, people that, you know, we all knew. I don't know everybody, but, you know, but I would let them know the day that I was going to visit Rob, And then I will come back and I'll say, hey man, he's good, he's doing good, his spirits are high, like that.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, should I call you Mr. Brown or B?
B.
Mr. Brown, the last time you saw Mr. Baker before you saw him in jail was June 13th, 2017. Is that right?
June, say that date again?
June 13th, 2017.
No.
Well, what
He wasn't-
date?
He wasn't in jail then.
No, I'm saying the last time you saw him
Before
before.
he went to jail. Yes.
Let me straighten it out a little more. The police saw you on June 14th, 2017, correct?
Correct.
Did you know why they were there?
No.
This is when you went down to New Directions, you said?
That was on the 13th. I went down there, but New Directions didn't tell me why they were there.
What is New Directions?
That's a veterans organization that, where I live at, it's the Veterans Village. Most of us that live there are veterans.
So you were, I'm sorry, you were living there at the time while this was happening that you discussed
Yes.
today? Because you're a veteran, correct?
Yes.
Of the Air Force, correct?
Yes.
Well, thank you for your service. Let me ask you this. When did you first meet, well, let me go back. So the day before the police came to interview you, they interviewed you, right?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Baker.
The day before, yes.
Is that at night or during the day?
It was like midnight, like between 5 and 7.
Were you expecting him?
No.
He hadn't told you in advance he was coming?
No.
When was the last time you'd seen him before that night?
I don't remember.
Well, you said you saw him around Valentine.
Well, I know we used to see each other play basketball.
Okay. Specifically, you said you had seen him around Valentine's Day of 2017, correct?
I said he came to my apartment during
Right.
that time.
You had been back east for the death of your mother, funeral and so forth, correct?
Correct.
You had no plans to see Mr. Baker after the funeral, did you?
After my mom's funeral?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You had been friends with him for some time, since 1997. Is that
July
about right?
1997.
Okay. So
Right back.
he just showed up on Valentine's Day or near Valentine's Day, which was a couple of weeks after you got back from the funeral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't expecting him.
I wasn't expecting it.
And when he showed up, you had a conversation. He said he didn't look too good,
He said
correct?
I didn't look too
Right. And you told him why, because your mother had just passed away, right? And he said he was going to stay with you a few days just to kind of
keep an eye on.
keep an eye on you. Okay. That was unexpected, but you let him stay, right?
It was unexpected, and I just said, okay. I wasn't,
It was fine with you.
Yeah.
Okay. And he stayed about 5 to 7 days, right?
To be honest with you, I don't know how long he stayed, but it was, in February.
Well, I mean, you know how long he stayed because one day you woke up and he was gone, right?
Well, he left. He told me he was going back to his apartment, I think. I'm not sure. I can't
Okay.
remember.
If I said you told the police it was about 5 to 7 days, would that refresh your memory that he actually stayed in your apartment and slept over? Does that sound right?
That could be right.
Okay. And during that time, you saw Monica Sementilli, who you knew as Madonna, lady at the end of the table. You saw her a couple of times, right?
I've seen her on my birthday in 2016.
Okay.
Oh, put it in the mailbox.
Rob had brought her by the apartment one time, but I don't really remember too many times that I've seen her.
You don't remember much about her other than you saw her, correct?
Correct.
You had no conversations really meaningful with her,
Correct.
and it was just that she was with Rob.
Correct.
One was at Starbucks, I think you said,
Yeah, it was a Starbucks.
and then there was one time at a restaurant, correct?
That's where I had my birthday party. Yeah.
Okay. And other than that, you've never seen her before or since until today. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So after Rob stayed with you 5 to 7 days, he left eventually, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he was going to leave today or the next day, or did
No.
you just looked and he was gone one morning?
He just like up and left.
And the next time you saw him turned out to be the night before he was arrested, right?
Yes.
Did you didn't know that at the time, obviously. Did you
No.
know the next day, June 14th, 2017, he was arrested?
No, I didn't find that out for like a couple days after.
How'd you find that out?
I was home one night sitting there watching the 11 o'clock news, and on the news, Rob Baker and young lady over there showed up.
Young lady?
Okay. And the news was that they had been arrested.
Correct.
Okay. You had no idea that was going to happen, correct?
Correct.
You had no idea what Mr. Baker was arrested for until you saw the news, correct?
Correct.
He had never discussed with you getting involved with any case or any crime or any criminal activity, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him back in February, you didn't see any marks on him or any bruises or anything like that, did you?
You know, I really got to say, I don't remember, because I remember the cops asked me that, and I said, I don't know.
Okay.
I was in that frame of mind right there.
Do you know why you were called to testify here today?
No.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
I had got noticed the first time that I had to show up April the 2nd.
Of this
Last year.
Last year, not this year.
And then I showed up, and then they said, well, they didn't say nothing. I never got to talk to nobody. I was here that day, and then, they sent us home, but then they said that it was being pushed back.
Okay. But did you know what the questions were going to be when you testify, what they want to ask you about on the stand?
The questions?
Well, did you talk to the district attorney, either of the district attorneys in court today? Lady sitting here, did you talk to them before today about what your testimony was going to be about, or what questions you were going to be
They didn't tell me what the questions were. They just asked me, do I remember certain things?
Okay.
But they didn't put no questions in my head.
I understand. And what things did they ask you if you remembered?
They asked me, did I remember sending the text message to the police officer with the phone number? And I told her, yes, that's my handwriting.
And you talked about that here today, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were going to testify about today if you knew beforehand?
Beforehand, I didn't know nothing beforehand.
So when you got up here, you just knew you were going to be asked questions about Mr. Baker, correct?
I didn't think I was going to be asked questions about Mr. Baker.
Okay, but you were, and you answered them truthfully, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you a few things about Mr. Baker. You met him in 2017 about, is that right?
No, I met Rob Baker.
I mean, 1997?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you met him, what was he doing?
He was managing porn stars.
What was your occupation at that time?
I was running a strip club.
Okay.
I just struggle with this, y'all. He just said, yeah, you managing porn stars, and I was managing strip club, and we were just selling women. It's just like it's like I'm selling candy of a different kind. I'm like, are you kidding me? Moral.
And Mr. Baker, he was in porn, is that right? Pornography?
I know he was managing porn stars.
I didn't mean acting. I mean, in the industry.
Correct.
And you tell me what his position was, if you know his job was in the industry.
He was a manager of females.
A manager of female pornography stars.
Yes.
Is that right? Did you know whether he was married or not?
Legally, I didn't know.
Well,
but then I found out that one girl might have been his wife, but I'm not sure.
Is that Dee?
No.
That's Nikki?
Nikki Fairchild.
Nikki Fairchild. Didn't you tell the police when you were interviewed that he was married to someone named Dee?
No, I told the police officer that I assumed he was married to the girl named Dee, but that's how I met him and Dee the first time together.
And Dee was a dancer for you?
No, she was a porn star.
Okay. So you met both of them back in
July of 1997.
Okay. And then You don't know if he was married to her or not,
I don't know if he was married to her or not.
but you do know at some point after that he was married to Nikki Fairchild.
Yes.
When was that?
Wow, I don't know the date that they got married. I don't know the date. I just knew that they were married.
Well, how many years was it after he was with Dee?
I don't know.
Okay. And how'd you meet Nikki?
I met Nikki through Rob.
Well, do you remember how it was you met?
He was managing her at first, but that's all I know.
And you were managing, or did you own one of the biggest strip clubs in California,
I
right?
was managing one of the biggest strip clubs in California,
What was the name of that strip club?
Bob's Classy Lady.
Okay. And at that same time, you were friends with Baker, correct?
We was becoming friends, yes.
And did you then remain friends after that?
Yes.
He also managed other porn stars, is that right?
Yes.
You mentioned names like Carmen Luvana,
Carmen Luvana,
Lacey Duval.
Lacey Duval.
Okay. Were those individuals who were stars in the pornography industry?
Yes, if you were retired.
And we're talking about late 1990s, early 2000s, is that right?
Some explain.
When did you stop managing the?
I wonder if these women have retired and moved on with life and how much of their families know what they did. Because guess what? That wasn't on the bingo card for today. So those poor women, I can't believe they brought them up in trial, but they did.
Strip club.
I left in 2005.
And I think you said it was because the law had changed.
The law had really changed, yes.
And what you meant by that, without getting too explicit, is that it was no longer allowing the girls to interact sexually with the customer. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
Then you
Well,
tell
I'ma
me in
tell
the
you.
jury why. Huh?
The reason why I left, they was coming down with the rule that, hey, if a girl got busted in the club for doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing, they could take the manager on duty also and arrest him.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to jail for none of them.
And so you
There you
decided
go.
this was the time to get out.
Exactly. And then the owner sold the place.
Okay.
And I just didn't go back.
You still knew Mr. Baker at that time?
Pardon?
You still knew Mr. Baker at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you remained friends after that?
Yes.
All the way through to the time that he was arrested, correct?
Yeah.
No, I am still his friend.
Okay, I'm sorry. Still his friend.
Yes.
Okay. Now, between that time when you were running the strip club and today, what did you do? What was your profession after you stopped managing? or
After I
running-
stopped managing the strip club, I went to work. I worked Dodger Stadium.
Good. Did they win the pennant?
Not that year. Matter of fact, that year they lost a 7-game series for them to go to the pennants to my New York Mets.
So you're from New York originally.
Exactly.
So you're still a Met fan?
Like,
Yes.
yeah.
Let me ask you this: did you know what Mr. Baker was doing after that?
What? To something? No.
Oh no.
No.
Certainly not jealous of him now.
I wasn't then either.
Okay. Did he seem to have a way with women when you knew him,
Yes.
and they kind of flocked to him like the bad boy, good girl, bad boy, something like that?
Sustain on the second ground.
When you saw him with women, who did most of the talking, Baker or the women?
Sustain.
How many women would you say you had seen him with in your lifetime? I mean, dating,
Dating?
going out on a date socially.
Well, see, that's a hard question to answer.
Well, do your best.
Okay. If you ask me how many girls that I seen that he was dating, I would probably say 2. But he would be out with other girls to market them, to introduce them to people.
What does that mean to market them?
Like trying to get them jobs. Okay, in my club, we used to have features every weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And they will perform on stage Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 3 shows a day.
What kind of performance?
Like dancing.
Okay.
You
Here in
know?
LA?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, most of the girls in the business, that's how they made the bulk of their money. Not just doing movies like people assume, but they were features at clubs here in California, Miami, wherever. They were featured.
And Mr. Baker was right in the middle of that industry.
He
correct?
would, yes, he would try to get his girls to feature at different clubs and how much money they can get.
And he was still doing that, as far as you know, until he was arrested, correct?
I assume, I don't know.
Sustained. Stricken.
How regularly did you see Mr. Baker in 2017 before the time he came over on Valentine's Day?
We used to play basketball together on Saturdays.
Every Saturday?
Almost every Saturday until I stopped playing. But then I used to go watch.
Did you know who he was dating or married to, if he was, during that period of time?
I don't know.
Did he ever introduce you to any girlfriends or any women he was with?
Two girls that I met that I know of was Dee and Nikki Fairchild.
And do you know if Nikki was still married to him in
Or
2017?
I don't know.
Do you know who he was with if it wasn't Nikki in 2017?
I don't know.
You know where he
What if
lived?
they're going to bring Nikki and all these people in?
Off Winnetka and Independence.
Had you ever been there?
No, not until the date that we went to get his stuff from out of there.
And that was after he was arrested.
Correct.
So you had a steady sports date with him, either racquetball or basketball, up until the time he was arrested in 2017. Is that right?
Or chess.
Or
Yes.
chess. And who else played with you?
Or football?
No, basketball.
I mean basketball?
Yeah.
There was
Anyone you've mentioned here today?
well, me and Howard, you know, it used to be about like could be like maybe say 12 to 16 people.
Okay.
Right? And we play 5-on-5. If you lose, you come off and the next 5 come on.
Yeah, I know.
And
I'm
we didn't
always losing. I know.
I didn't know all of them, but I know who they are.
Okay. So, socially, what were you doing in those days? Did you have a wife or a steady girlfriend?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
At some point, Mr. Baker gave you some pins, isn't that right?
Some what?
Pins, like pins, NYPD or Warner Brothers pins. Then I see you mention that in your interview with the police.
I don't remember.
You had a little keychain you showed the police, is that right?
Hi, Ronnie. Oh my God. Hello. I love you. We hope you're doing well.
Look and read to yourself. This is page 40, line
How are you, babe?
28.
Getting off in
to
about 2 minutes.
line 1, page 41. Could you just read?
As soon as he finishes this question, we'll pause it, pick it up tomorrow. Hi, out and about with Diane. Hello. I was
These
thinking
were-
about you, Ronnie.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Those were not pins. When I used to work at Dodger Stadium, the chief of police, LA police, used to give me their little coins because I used to park them.
Go back and watch earlier today. We had a very cool hearing with Donna Adelson where she even talks about her trying to get on the plane and leave the country and why, where she sits there and basically admits to going to a country that she knew did not have extradition agreement with the US. So, yeah. We have some interesting stuff. This is kind of quiet right now. And in fact, I have to go. I have a hard stop. You guys, thank you so much for joining me today. It has been a wild week, but we're almost done. Yay. We're halfway through. Home day is almost over. So you guys have a great evening. Go love on your loved ones. Take care of yourself.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Maybe I should do. And we will see you tomorrow morning. I think Adelson starts at, it's going to be 10, 10:30, 11. They keep kind of moving things around. So, I got to do the calendar. Let me look at the calendar real quick, and then I got to do the giveaway. What's today? Okay, we still got the same going on. Let me do the giveaway real quick, and then we can try and okay, Miss One Sunny Day. I'll leave it up there and write it down. I have got to skedaddle. I've got to skedaddle. I got to go to my sister's or my brother-in-law's house and help him take care of some things. It might get a little emotional, but I can do this. I can do this. All things that strengthens me. I can do this. I can do it. I can do it. Anyway, we're going to clean out some of her stuff. So I will see y'all tomorrow. If I get back at a decent hour, I might do a movie on Discord. So if you see on Discord, I might be over there. Okay, guys, be blessed, miigwetch. Have a fabulous day. We love you all. That sounds like fun, Miss Ronnie. We miss you. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.